Hokage I'll become stronger when I'm fishing, Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1. Beginning fishing 8 Gates of Dunjia. Konoha Village, as the most prosperous village in the entire Naruto world. After several ninja wars, he still stands tall. As a Naruto world full of ninjas, except for Konoha Village, the order in other places is very chaotic. Once out of Konoha Village, there is a danger of death at any time. At the same time, next to the river in Konoha Village, Yagami Kangdu leaned on the reclining chair leisurely, holding a fishing rod in his hand, while the other end was fishing in the pond. There are a lot of fish in this area. Many Konoha villagers come to fish when they are free. It's just that they are trying to make ends meet, and they have a different attitude like Yagami Kangdu, who doesn't care whether they catch fish or not. Pedestrians just thought Yagami Aoto was a strange child, and they didn't think otherwise. After all, he was an orphan who lost his parents because of the war, and no one would criticize this aspect. Facing the sunshine of everyone, Yagami Kangdu certainly didn't care. Others fish to support their families, he fishes to improve his strength. Yagami Kangdu is not from the Naruto world at all. Half a year ago, a traffic accident caused him to travel to the world of Naruto. Fortunately, I came to Konoha Village, otherwise, I am afraid that the grass on the grave will not know how tall it is. Yagami Kangdu has also seen Hokage, he is not a die-hard, and he has some general understanding of the plot. Thinking of those terrifying enders in the final battle, they would burn the mountains and boil the sea at every turn. Ordinary people live in this world, and they are afraid every day. Yagami Kangdu's whole person is not well. It's enough to travel to the Naruto world, he is still an ordinary person without any talent. This is in the ninja world where the war is constantly chaotic, isn't it making yourself wait to die? But fortunately, when he knew that he was in Konoha Village and had the protection of his identity as an orphan after the war, he breathed a sigh of relief. At present, in the entire Naruto world, only Konoha Village is the safest, compared to the hidden village of Wuin, which is about to fall into the capital of Blood Fog, and the village of Urin, which has been used as a battlefield of various countries all the year round. This is probably the benefit of Yagami Kangdu's time travel. As for why Yagami Kangdu did not practice cultivation, he chose to fish instead. This is also because, when crossing, a golden finger is bound. Goldfinger is called the fishing system. As the name suggests, through fishing, Yagami Kangdu can obtain various rewards, blood limit, and other types of abilities such as taijutsu. If you want to fish, you need to use the medium of bait. Of course, the system is also very atmospheric. When binding the system, a novice gift bag was given, which contained a fishing rod and 100 bait. Therefore, Yagami Kangdu clearly reached the appropriate age, and did not enter the ninja school, and fished by the river every day. After 99 days of hard work, today is the 100th day of Yagami Kangdu fishing. Even though Iori Kangdu was fishing by the river, in fact, his fishing rod was in a special space developed by the system. The space is wrapped by special energy, other people can't see it, and can't fish, only Yagami Kangdu can. Ding! Congrats to the host who caught a month of ability training. 1 month of ability training, this is something that Yagami Kangdu often catches. In addition to these, there are various other types of things. Example, obtain 3 months of practice experience in the 8 Doors Dunjia, and, obtain 3 months of practice experience in White Eyes, and so on. Yes, the fishing system can increase the blood level limit in the way of training time, which also made Yagami Kangdu very excited at the beginning. It's just frustrating that when you open the bubbles that wrap the items for the first time, you need to accumulate 100 bubbles before you can open them. Fortunately, now is the last day of fishing. A bubble appeared on the bait, Yagami Kangdu flicked the hook, and the bubble suddenly fell into the storage space of the system. The 100th bubble is in hand. Fishing is over. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully fished for 100 days. The fishing objects have been saved in the storage space and can be opened at any time. Iori Kangdo's eyes suddenly lit up, and after 100 days of patience, he was finally going to cultivate a fruitful result today. Fortunately, Iori Kangdo was able to see what was in it every time he caught an object, otherwise he would have been so bored that he would have gone crazy. Yagami Kangdo immediately opened the system to store cruelty. The inside is full of transparent bubbles, which is exactly what Yagami Soto spent 100 days fishing. Seeing the dense rewards inside, Iori Kangdo said eagerly, "System, turn on all the bubbles." Boom. 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 One after another, the bubbles shattered and rang in the ears of Yagami Kangdo. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 130 months of 8-door Dunjia cultivation experience. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 100 months of experience in cultivation of the immortal human body. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 100 months of white-eyed cultivation experience. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a physical skill promotion card X7. When all the bubbles were opened, Yagami Kangdo felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. There is a feeling of swelling in the eyes, but there is no discomfort, and some thin bodies are starting to become strong. Not like a muscular man, but a lean body with lines. After 130 months of Baman Dunjia and 100 months of immortal body, Yagami Kangdo's strength, speed and other physical qualities have been improved in all aspects. In an instant, he changed from a weak ordinary person to an intensity comparable to the elite Jonin. In addition, the white eyes also enhance the 5 senses of Yagami Kangdo. Absolutely keen to predict the enemy's opportunities, with the super powerful physical technique of Baman Dunjia, it is simply complementary to each other. There is also such a terrifying recovery ability as the fairy body. To be honest, Yagami Kangdo doesn't even know how powerful he is now. After the abilities and training experience in the bubble were absorbed by Yagami Kangdo, his eyes fell on the Taiju promotion card. On the Taiju promotion card, the usage method and the effect after usage are marked. To put it simply, a promotion card can greatly improve the level of physical skills. Even, it can directly make the breakthrough of physical technique without bottleneck. Nima. This is a rare good thing. With 7 promotion cards, to what extent will the 8-door Dunjia be improved? You know, the morning is for the peacock and the tiger is for the night. First, there was Queen Kai. With a mortal attitude, he regretted the 10-tailed Zuli Uchiha Madara, and almost kicked out the finale, which shows the strength of the 8-door Dunjia. Chapter 2. Konoha Village Elite Joinin. The cultivation of Baman Dunjia is extremely demanding, and it is a little easy to get started, but it is as difficult as going to the sky if you want to advance. It took more than 20 years of practice for Mateday to make a small achievement, and Mateday has also cultivated from childhood to adulthood, and it has been like a day for decades. This is because their father and son have excellent perseverance, and their talents in physical arts are also good. Without any hesitation, the 8 gods Kangdo can use the promotion card in one go, improving the 8-door Dunjia. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the promotion is successful. 8 doors Dunjia. 6 doors, total 8 doors. Terrifying power swept through the whole body. Yagami Kangdo just opened the door, Biao Lianhua, and waved his fist, and there was a slight sonic boom in the air. It was still his lack of effort. 8-door Dunjia, it's really terrifying. System, summon the character attribute panel. Host, Yagami Kanto. Realm, Elite Shangnin. Special ability, Immortal Human Body, Level 6, Level 10. Blood Follower Limit, White Eyes, Level 7, Level 10. Teishu, 8 gates of Dunjia, 6 gates, 8 gates in total. Look at the realm level of the system. Yagami Kanto nodded in satisfaction. This time, it finally has the ability to protect itself. Have you heard? The Kingdom of Vortex was attacked 3 months ago and the entire army was destroyed. Now there is only a little girl named Vortex Kushina. Hey, the war is so cruel, it must be very sad for such a young child to witness this. Yeah, someone has been sent to pick her up, and the last bloodline of the country of Vortex must not be cut off. The country of the Vortex is destroyed. Vortex Kushina. No one noticed Kangoo Yagami, who was fishing by the river. He frowned when he heard the conversation of the passers-by. In this way, Konoha is about 20 years old now. The country of the Vortex was destroyed, and the Vortex Kushina was 9 years old, and came to Konoha village to become a new generation of nine-tailed people Zuli. Ding dong, temporary task release. Save the whirlpool Kushina, reward, 100 bait. The system prompt sounded suddenly, causing a smile on the corner of Yagami Kangdoo's mouth. Even if there is no system task, Yagami Kangdoo will definitely go. If he remembered correctly, the only Junin who went to perform the escort was that person. After sneaking out of Konoha village, according to the map route in memory over the years, Yagami Kangdoo went straight to the only way to go to Konoha village from the country of Vortex. At the same time, in the dense forest, 3 teens, a 9-person Konoha ninja, were escorting a little girl with fiery red hair and an expressionless face. We will be able to reach the village in a little while, so everyone should be faster to avoid accidents. One of the leaders, Konoha Kamijin, reminded. The remaining 8 people didn't care very much. After leaving the most dangerous country of Vortex, and now approaching Konoha village, how could there be any risk? What's more, they have 1 Shangnin to lead the team, the remaining 3 Chunin, and 5 experienced Genin. If they are successfully attacked at the door of the house, they will just eat shit. Why is it raining? Suddenly, there was a light rain in the sky, and it fell through the dense forest, and the leader Konoha Kamijin suddenly felt that something was not right. Water escape water dragon wave. Almost at the same time, a jet of ultra-high pressure water sprayed down the surrounding trees, targeting Kushina, the vortex surrounded by the crowd. The speed is resolved, here is infinitely close to the periphery of Konoha village, this is our last chance. Behind the big tree, a ninja shrouded in black said. Too done too luby. Konoha Junin reacted quickly, and quickly summoned the earth escape ninjutsu to restrain the water dragon wave. Boom. There was a loud bang, the waves were surging, and the earth and rocks splashed. The remaining 8 Konoha ninjas quickly returned to their senses and wanted to fight back. It's just that when they were about to find the target and shoot the shuriken, they only felt a chill in their necks. In an instant, blood was sprayed, and the 5 men died suddenly. The 3 Chunin were able to escape the fatal blow, but one of them had blood dripping from his arm, and his fighting power was drastically reduced. 3 Chunin, really look down on us. Konoha's only Jonin frowned and sneered. Who sent you here? Aren't you afraid of angering Konoha and provoking a war between the 2 countries? Let's go, the person they want is me. Before the other party could answer, the fiery red-haired Vortex Kushina stood up. Witnessing the destruction of the entire country of Vortex, the closest family members and friends all fell in front of him, and Vortex Kushina has long lost the desire to live. No, there is only one bloodline left in the country of Vortex, and you must be guarded carefully. You guys, quickly leave with the Vortex Kushina, and I will block them. Remember, don't look back, when you reach the village, everything will be safe. Pulling the Vortex Kushina behind him, Konoha Kamino said in a low voice to the 3 Chunin who were already surrounding him. In the current situation, it is impossible to leave without making sacrifices. With a full 3-rank Jonin, in this luxurious lineup, he is the only one who can fight for a chance by dying. There's a lot of nonsense, just leave it all. The ninja on the opposite side, wrapped in black clothes, had no intention of showing mercy, and the shuriken kept shooting out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There were sharp piercing sounds from all directions, and the figures of the 3 black-clothed Junin had disappeared. The 3 black-clothed Chunin rushed forward and strangled with the 3 Konoha Chunin. Ding 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 dong. A dense metal symphony resounded in all directions. Konoha Kamino shook his aching arm, and looked around vigilantly. It seemed that this group of men in black wanted to kill them all, but with the power of Konoha, who would dare to attack and kill here? I thought it was safe to be far away from the country of the vortex, and to be able to return to Konoha village in a short time. Unexpectedly, just as he relaxed his mind, he was attacked by the enemy. Water escape water prison technique. Suddenly, one of the disappeared Junin in black suddenly appeared on a tree branch not far away, and his hands quickly flipped the knots. The surrounding fine raindrops quickly condensed and rushed around Konoha Junin, trying to trap him. The remaining 2 Junin in black appeared at the same time, approaching the vortex Kushina from both directions. You bastard, your opponent is me. Konoha Kami's eyes were splitting, and he used the Shunshu technique to escape from the unfinished water prison, blocking the vortex Kushina. PFF'd. There was a muffled sound, almost at the same time as he appeared. A shuriken was inserted into his abdomen, and blood kept pouring out. You. Konoha Kamijin took a few steps backwards, and only then did he realize that he cared about it and was deceived. Fang Kai's instant body technique was like hitting the enemy's shuriken. Originally, it was an absolute disadvantage. Now that the abdomen has been pierced, the strength of Konoha Junin has dropped sharply, and it is impossible to compete for a chance of survival. I don't know when, the 2 Junin in black have approached the side of the whirlpool Kushina. The shuriken held in his hand exuded a cold light, and quickly slashed through the vortex Kushina's throat. Chapter 3. 6 Gates of Peacock, 1 Punch and 1 Jonin. A cold light flashed, and the corners of Shinobi's mouth in black showed a coldness, and the shuriken was less than a few centimeters away from the neck of vortex Kushina. It's just at this moment that the movements of the black-clothed Junin completely stopped. His complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he lowered his head to find that a slender arm held his arm at an unknown time, making him unable to advance half a step no matter how hard he used it. It's all right, the immature voice sounded, and Yagami Kangdu smiled warmly at vortex Kushina. He is obviously only a half-old child about the same age as himself, but it gives people a sense of peace of mind. The vortex Kushina, who had already sprouted the will to die, suddenly widened his eyes, and the will to survive burned in his heart. Who are you? If you don't want to die, give it to me. The man in black, who was holding his arm, gave up the vortex Kushina as his goal, and swung his shuriken vigorously, trying to kill the kid beside him. Trash, die. The 8 God's Kangdu moved his body lightly, avoided the shuriken, opened the 6th gate. Jingmun, facing the peacock, his body was immediately wrapped in a massive amount of chakra, and a closing knife fell down. Ah! The black-clothed man let out a miserable scream. His wrist holding the shuriken was cut off by Keegan, and the pain nearly knocked him unconscious. The remaining black-clothed ninjas saw that their boss was injured, and immediately gave up the goal in front of him and came towards Yagami Kangdu. Yagami Kangdu remained motionless, punching with one hand. Boom boom boom. The rapid fist, rubbed against the air, burst into sparks, and bursts of sonic explosions came. The nameless black-clothed Chunin didn't have time to react, and immediately died on the spot. Everyone's chest was pierced, and no one could capture the fist of Yagami Kangdu that opened the peacock. Konoha Junin, who originally thought he was going to die, was stunned. He didn't expect that the person who saved him was actually a familiar face. Kangdu, why are you here? Konoha Junin suddenly blurted out in shock. It was seen by everyone that because of the death of his parents in battle, the orphaned Yagami Kangdu had something wrong with his brain. He stayed by the river all day fishing, and it was impossible for him to appear here. Rather, what was that just now? You're Shangnin. Only then did Konoha Shangnin react. Killing 5 black-clothed Chunin with one punch is definitely an ability that can only be possessed by the Shangnin level. Also, it won't be an ordinary Jonin. Uncle Ichiro, I'll talk about other things later. Now is not the time to reminisce. Yagami Kangdu smiled and looked around, meaning. Just after crossing, Yagami Kangdu has no relatives, let alone friends. Only his father's comrades in arms, Konoha Junin and Miura Ichiro have been helping him. This kindness will never be forgotten by Yagami Kangdu. Who is your excellency? Today's matter has nothing to do with you. Do you have to fight to the death? The black-clothed shinobi whose arm had been severed struggled, trying to break free from the big foot that Yagami Kanto stepped on his head. You live and die. You deserve it. Yagami Kangdu chuckled lightly, his feet exerting a little force. Boom. There was a crisp sound like a watermelon bursting, and the black-clothed Junin twitched all over, and then he died. Seeing that the eldest was crushed by a foot, the remaining two men in black were stunned. Water escape water dragon wave. Water escape water prison technique. One person chose to control Yagami Kangdu's actions. From what they observed just now, Yagami Kangdu's most powerful technique seemed to be taijutsu. Taijutsu ninjas are indeed much stronger than ninjutsu ninjas of the same level, but as long as they can control their actions, they are fish on a sticky board. Give me death. Seeing that Yagami Kangdu was successfully controlled by himself, Rin in black gave a cruel smile, performed the shuriken technique, and the shuriken in his hand couldn't wait to drink blood. Seeing that the technique of the water prison was successfully formed, and the Iori Kangdu was trapped in it, Shui Longo also successfully shot the Iori Kangdu, and the shuriken of the black-clothed shinobi fell down with a grin. But suddenly, an arm protruded out of the water prison and grabbed directly on the shuriken. Crack! With a crisp sound, the fingers were slightly forced, and the shuriken actually shattered. Facing the sudden scene, the black-clothed Junin was terrified, sweating profusely. He quickly pulled away and retreated, shouting in horror, "This is impossible, you! How can you break through the technique of ignoring the water prison?" Yagami Kangdu didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. His footsteps lightly stepped on the ground, and the technique of water prison disintegrated instantly. The Yagami Kangdu, who was clearly hit by the water dragon wave, was completely unscathed, and he caught up with the black-clothed Junin in an instant. Row! The man in black was terrified and begged for mercy, but before he could say the words of life, the whole throat was completely occupied by blood, and he couldn't speak at all. His chest was pierced and he fell in a pool of blood, looking like he couldn't survive. Miura Ichiro was stunned. He originally wanted to fight serious injuries and block the fatal blow for Yagami Kangta, but he never thought that the water in the water prison, which was enough to trap ordinary Jonin, would not work at all. Vortex Jushinai's eyes exploded with unprecedented light. Strong, really strong. The last one in black, Junin, looked around with an ugly face, and then ran away without hesitation. Water out. Taking advantage of the pattering rain around him, the black-clothed Junin immediately summoned a large amount of water and fled from all directions in an attempt to confuse the Yagami Kangdu. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong object. The eyes opened, and Yagami Kangdu immediately found the real black-clothed Junin according to the flow of chakra. Step lightly, muddy water splashes. The black-clothed Junin had just run 100 meters, and suddenly felt that something was not right. I only felt that the world in my eyes was spinning, and there was a headless corpse that was constantly spraying blood. The costume of the headless corpse was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Soon his world darkened, his head rolled to the ground, and was smashed into slag by Yagami Kangdu's foot. This was Yagami Kangdu's first murder, but there was no turbulence in his heart. The Naruto world is so cruel, it is not an exaggeration to say that life is like a must. Now that he has come to this world, Yagami Kangdu has naturally been relatively prepared. Are you alright? Yagami Soto asked when he returned to the Vortex Kushina and Miura Ichiro. Aodu, you. The shock in Miura Ichiro's eyes was not concealed at all. When did the skinny Yagami Kangdu in the past become so strong? One punch and one Junin, he is only 9 years old. This is no longer a genius, but a monster. Anyway, that's it. Yagami Kangdu shrugged. There were some things he couldn't explain. Even though Miura Ichiro is the person he trusts the most, there are too many magical abilities in this world, and reading memories is just an easy thing. He didn't have to keep a low profile, he just didn't want to be exposed to people prematurely. Chapter 4. Jiraiya's Shock. Okay, then I won't ask. Miura Ichiro saw that Yagami Aoto didn't want to answer, and didn't ask. Everyone should have their own secrets, secrets that cannot be told. Are you terrified? Yagami Kangdu took 2 steps forward and touched Jushinai's little head with a warm smile on his face. This is the first time he has seen a girl of the same age, with fiery red hair and a standard lowly appearance, but he doesn't have the impression of a violent girl. Thank you for saving me. Kushina didn't reject Yagami Kangdu's head-to-head killing, but nodded in thanks. Okay, go back to the village, it's not safe here. Yagami Kangdu smiled and led Vortex Kushina in front. Miura Ichiro led 2 chunin who were lucky enough to stay alive, followed behind Yagami Kanto, avoiding the normal road to go back to Konoha village, and chose the trail to go home. The enemy can frantically start outside Konoha village, who knows if there will be another attack. Yagami Kangdu is not invincible now. He is confident and capable of protecting himself, but he can't save Vortex Kushina and Miura Ichiro in front of the shadow-level powerhouse. As for the other Konoha ninjas who died, they could only inform the people in the village to clean up. At the same time, the 3rd generation of Sarutobi Hizen received news from Anbu that someone was not dead, and actually wanted to snipe the Vortex Kushina and his party outside Konoha village. In a fit of anger, he directly dispatched a proud disciple, Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya is not yet the legendary Sanin, he is also the mainstay of Konoha village. From his appearance, it can be seen how much Sarutobi Hizen cares about this attack. So, soon there were ninjas from Konoha village attacking. It's just that when Jiraiya rushed to the battle scene, looking at the devastated, the whole person fell into anger. A little girl, just a 9-year-old child, actually needs to dispatch 3 junin and 3 chunin to kill on a luxurious scale. It's not enough to destroy the entire country of Vortex, but to kill a child. Damn, don't let me investigate who did it, or I'll make them pay the price. Zilai was also angry. Thinking that Vortex Kushina was dead, he quickly dispatched a large number of ninjas to investigate clues and follow the clues. After checking and checking, he actually returned to Konoha village. It was only after inquiries that Ichiro Miura, who was in charge of escorting the whirlpool Kushina, had returned. The mission was successfully completed, and Kushina was safe and sound. It is a pity that 5 Konoha genin, 3 Konoha chunin perished, and 2 chunin dragged their severely injured bodies back to the village, which was regarded as a lifesaver. It is a pity that the 2 of them were cut off an arm and a leg respectively, and they completely lost their qualifications to continue to be ninjas. There are all 3 joinin. Could it be that Hokage-sama has dispatched himself? Jiraiya was also puzzled. Soon, Jiraiya came to Miura Ichiro's residence. At this time, Yagami Soto was assisting Miura Ichiro in healing. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, and I'm worried that if I'm gone one day, your hard days will come. Miura Ichiro laughed and joked, and there was some sadness and relief in his heart. The son of his brother, Ichiro Miura, grew up with Yagami Aoto as his own child. But he is Shangnin, the backbone of the village, who often needs to execute dangerous people, and is precarious. Therefore, I have always been worried about Yagami Kangdu's future life, and saved all the bonuses obtained from the task in case of emergency. Now that Iori Kangdu is so powerful, he can protect himself, and he is even able to kill Jonin-level powerhouses. Miura Ichiro finally let go of a burden in his heart. Don't worry, Uncle Ichiro, you protected me in the past, but from now on, let me protect you. Yagami Kanto is very grateful to Ichiro Miura. No matter in the past or this life, he was an orphan and never felt cared for. It was Miura Ichiro who gave him the support and let him grow up healthy. While Yagami Soto was still dressing Miura Ichiro's wound, there was a knock on the door of the residence. Dong dong dong. The 2 suddenly became alert, thinking that the enemy had actually chased inside Konoha, and the next second came Jiraiya's voice. Miura, are you there? I want to ask you something. The door was suddenly opened, and the door was full of silver hair, and the whole person seemed to be a bit sloppy. For Jiraiya's appearance, Yagami Kanto was not surprised. With the operation ability of Konoha village, of course, many clues can be found soon. The enemy dispatched 3 Junin, and there was only one Miura Ichiro on their own side. Anyone would be curious if such a lineup could bring Vortex Kushina back. Who is this little brother? Miura Ichiro was Jiraiya's classmate at the same time, and he occasionally met Yagami Aoto, but his mental outlook was completely different from before, and it was difficult to be sure that it was the same person. In particular, with Jiraiya's strength, one can keenly perceive that Yagami Kangdu is very strong. Yagami Kangdu has just gained strength, and he can't control chakra precisely, so it is inevitable that there will be some fluctuations. As the middle of Konoha's new rise, Jiraiya, who will soon receive the title of the legendary Sanin, can of course see the clues. Iori Kangyu, my nephew. Miura Ichiro stood up and explained at the right time. Sure enough, it's your nephew. It's been a while since you haven't seen him. He's already grown into a handsome guy. He's completely different. Jiraiya also nodded immediately, but he had something to do, and said, I'm here, you must know what I'm here for. You should be able to deal with all 3 Joinin, right? Really? Hearing this, Miura Ichiro looked at Iori Kangyu proudly and said, of course it wasn't me, it was my nephew. If he hadn't arrived in time, I probably wouldn't have been able to return with Vortex Kushina. What? Jiraiya also blurted out in surprise. Your nephew is already a Jonin. Can't help but be surprised. In the past, a child who only fished by the river and had nothing to do would be a Joinin. It's not just an ordinary Junin. The 3 Junin and the 5 Chunin were all killed by him. Miura Ichiro added. Zillai also suddenly felt a mess in the wind. He thought he was already a genius, but he didn't expect Yagami Kangdu to be so powerful. It seems that he is only 8 or 9 years old, and he has not gone through the systematic study of the ninja school. Joinin, tisk tisk. This is your bounty. I'll double it for you. You deserve it. Jiraiya took out a money bag from his bosom and put it on the table. It's just that his eyes never left Yagami Kangdu, with a green light that made people hairy. Let me recommend you to the ninja school. Jiraiya actually invited. Iori Kangdu was stunned for a moment. Recommend going to ninja school. What are you kidding? He is already a Jonin. Do you still want to play house with children? Chapter 5. Temporary Task Release. Be the first person in the class. Don't get me wrong. Zillai also saw Yagami Kangdu's expression on the idiot's face, and immediately understood the misunderstanding. He waved his hands and said, of course I don't mean to let you go to the ninja school to study with those little brats, but to go through the motions. Jiraiya is also right. If you want to become a ninja, you have to pass the graduation exam from the ninja school. After passing the test, you will enter your identity information, and you will be issued a guard, and there will be fixed benefits every month. There are many benefits to being involved in the village. Quote. Miura Ichiro nodded, and explained to Jiraiya along the way. Jiraiya nodded immediately, apparently agreeing with Miura Ichiro's words. That's fine, I'll join. Yagami Kangdu said reluctantly. After all, to survive in Konoha village, it sounds like the benefits are not bad, but there is no reason to refuse. Now that Miura Ichiro is injured again, he has no other way to make money. Officially joining the Konoha system, enjoying benefits, and being able to complete tasks and get bounties along the way, is not bad. Let's go, it's still early, I'll take you to report now. Zillai couldn't wait. Yagami Kangdu is very strong and can kill Shanjin. No matter what means he uses, his strength is definitely at the level of Shanjin. Such a person enters the school through his recommendation. Of course, there will be additional benefits. For example, the bonus he gets for introducing the talent will be able to continue his career in publishing the Intimacy Paradise comics. For the ninja school, the high-level recommendation of students to enter the school is not a new thing. For the huge Konoha village, it is also normal. But the problem is, this man was brought back by himself. Everyone knows that Jiraiya is also a sloppy person, and he personally recommends someone to enter the ninja school, so they can't help but pay attention. Who is this person? To be recommended by teacher Jiraiya, is it a relative of his family? It looks familiar. Ah yes, he is Yagami Kingta, the kid who likes to fish by the river. No, it doesn't mean that he has a normal talent and still has some problems with his brain. How could such a person be recommended by teacher Jiraiya to enter the ninja school? Many people whispered, apparently showing great interest in Yagami Kingdu, who had no sense of existence at all. Along the way, Yagami Kingdu didn't care about being looked at and looked around. This is the first time he has carefully felt the atmosphere of the Naruto world, and it is indeed more shocking than what he sees on TV. Will you be assigned a place to live in the future? Yagami Kingdu suddenly thought. With the way he cultivated, it was definitely not suitable for him to continue living with Miura Ichiro. The school won't provide you with a place to live, but I can apply with the 3-generation-old man to provide you with a place to live. However, it may be necessary to expose the incident that saved Kushina, is that okay? Jiraiya asked. That doesn't matter. The so-called wood show is in the forest, and the wind will destroy it, but Yagami Kingdu has confidence in his own strength, so there is no need to hide it. Hey, stop. As soon as he entered the school, Jiraiya also saw a familiar face on the playground and immediately shouted. Dan Kato, a friend of the 3 Jiraiya at the same time, is currently serving as a substitute teacher at the ninja school. Because Konoha's Junin is not too many, most of them need to go out to perform tasks, and sometimes let the elites who graduated to take the class temporarily. Kato Dan is one of them. People like Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, etc., are sometimes sent to lead people. Jiraiya, why are you thinking of coming to school? Is there something wrong? Kato said. Iori Kangdu, I recommended him to enter the ninja school. Now that the course is over halfway through, let him enter your agent's class. Jiraiya also cut to the chase. It's fine, leave it to me. Kato nodded. Okay, Kangdo, let's follow him for the time being. He will be your teacher in the future. I'll go and get you the enrollment materials first. Zilai also finished his words and left. Just now, you just entered school today, so you probably don't have any foundation. We are going to hold a class-to-class battle. There are 2 little guys who are graduating. You can also absorb the experience. Uchiha Fuyu looked helpless. Yagami Kingdu smiled and didn't say much, and followed him to the playground. Looking around, it was full of familiar faces. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Makoto, Naoshu and the 1st generation of the pig deer butterfly, as well as the 2 brothers with the iconic white-eyed Hyuga Risuri and Hyuga Hazu. If the guess is correct, in Kato's mouth, the 2 little guys who are about to graduate must be the 2 brothers of the Hyuga family. Hey, Brother Kangdu. At this moment, an exclamation sounded. It was only then that Iori Kangdu saw that the swirl Kushina with fiery red hair was also in the crowd, rushing over with surprise on his face, and threw himself directly into Iori Kangdu's arms. Kushina, why are you here? Yagami Kangdu was also a little surprised. 3 generations of grandfathers asked me to come here to study, so as not to encounter those things in the future. I have no ability to protect myself. Jushinai did not hide it. It turns out that the 2 of you know each other, and then you will have company. From now on, you and Kushina will be divided into a group, okay? Kangdu, Kato Dan asked. Yeah, Yagami Kangdu had no reason to refuse. It's great, I can go to school with Brother Kangdu in the future. Jushina was very happy, and the whole person rejoiced. Okay, classmates, let's get to know each other. Yagami Kangdu will be your classmate from now on. Soon, Kato Dan also introduced to the children in front of him. The children nodded in succession, some warmly welcomed, some silently, depending on the character. Introducing Yagami Kangdu, Kato said, then, let's continue our graduation experiment. Graduation test. Yagami Kangdu raised his eyebrows slightly. Kushina kept pulling Yagami Kangdu, and when he heard his muttering, he immediately explained, if you want to graduate, you need to pass the class teacher's graduation experiment now. If you think you have enough strength, you can take the graduation test, and you can get the grade if you pass. To the corresponding ninja forehead. Yagami Kangdu immediately understood. Just like the basic test and the formal test, it is very easy to understand. The first to fight was naturally the trio of pigs, deer and butterflies. They are the youngest, and it is impossible to pass the experimental exam, that is, to go through the process and have a sense of participation. Among them, the most eye-catching ones are probably Minato Namikaze and the brothers Hyuga Hazu and Hyuga Hazu. However, the strongest among them is comparable to Chunin. Yagami Kangdu is not interested in this kind of family fight. Ding dong, the temporary task is released. Become the first person in Kato's class. The task reward is 100 bait. Chapter 6. The Damn Desire to Win. Hyuga Hazu to Namikaze Minato. Kato Duan announced. Others are almost learning from each other, and they must be very prominent when they meet their peers. But in the eyes of Junin Kato Dan, there is no place to stand out. Teacher, I also want to take the test. Suddenly, Yagami Kangdu suddenly asked. This, you haven't done systematic study yet. They are all people who have already cultivated chakra. Why don't you try again later? Kato Duan was a little embarrassed. The presence of this ninja school's elites has already cultivated chakra every month, and it will never be able to match Yagami Kangdu. In addition, the children are not big, and if you are not careful, you may injure Yashin Kangdu. No matter how he gave it to himself, Dan Kato is still responsible. It doesn't matter, it's mine if I get hurt. Yagami Kangdu shook his head indifferently. Teacher, it's okay, Brother Kangdu is very strong. Vortex Kushina waved a small fist and echoed confidently. The classmates were immediately attracted by the movement here, and when they heard the words of Vortex Kushina, they laughed. Iori Kangdu, I remember correctly, that kid who has been fishing by the river. People who have never practiced chakra are easy to get hurt by mistake. If they want to learn from each other in the future, we will always accompany them. Yeah, don't worry, ninjutsu can't be practiced overnight, and there are plenty of opportunities to learn from each other. It's not that they look down on Kangdu Iori, they are really concerned. The ninjas present were all born from a wealthy family, with early wisdom, but also the innocence of children. They all know that Yagami Kangdu is a war orphan, with average talent, and has not cultivated since childhood. Boom. Yagami Kangdu smiled and didn't explain anything, just stretched out his hand to pinch his handprint, and the palm of his hand suddenly swayed with flames. Fire escape fire spell. The primary ninjutsu has limited lethality, but it also needs chakra to motivate. Everyone found out that Yagami Kangdu didn't know anything, and immediately became quiet. So you have a foundation. Kato Duan was also surprised, but suddenly he wondered and didn't remind himself. Since you have already cultivated chakra, it is not a problem to arrange for you to participate in the battle. Who among you is willing to come and practice with Kangdu? Kato Dan asked while looking at the children. All come. Chu Daodingzo, who was round and bulging, was only 6 years old, and his tonnage was close to that of an adult, raised his hand first. As the Chu Dao family, the attack power is average, and they are best at defense. Let Chu Daodingzu and Yagami Kangdu learn from each other, and Kato Duan also thinks it is very suitable. Yagami Kangdu didn't say anything, and stepped forward to the center of the arena. Be careful. Chu Daodingzo took a bite of the chicken leg, reminded him, and suddenly turned into a rolling ball and charged towards Iori Kangdu. The soil and rocks splashed, but there was very little dust and smoke. It could be seen that Chu Daodingzo kept his hand. Yagami Kangdu smiled and opened the door, looking at Lianhua. The whole body was suddenly wrapped in a faint red chakra, facing the behemoth Chu Daodingzo, and gently swept out with a punch. Yagami Kangdu swore that he really didn't use much force. Ouch! But Chu Daodingzo's offensive was instantly disintegrated, and he even screamed and flew out. He fell to the ground, rubbed his aching buttocks, and looked at Yagami Kangdu in disbelief. This time, the people around were stunned, wrapping Kato into it. Fuck, punch fight into sit, such a terrifying force. How can you be as strange as Tsunade-sensei? Could it be that Kangshung is also a member of the Chinsho clan? Although Ding Zhao kept his hand, Kangdo didn't seem to use all his strength, he's so strong. Minato was excited. I thought that apart from the two Hinata brothers, he didn't have time to use his hands and feet today. Suddenly killing an Iori Kangdu, the strength seems to be outrageous. What everyone didn't know was that at this moment, in the heart of Minato Namikaze, he had already regarded Yagami Kangdu as his only opponent. Even the two brothers, Hyuga Hazu and Hyuga Hipsa, who are about to graduate, are not as important as Yagami Aoto in the hearts of Namikaze Minato. Kato Dan was shocked. He also didn't know what kind of little evildoer Jiraiya brought him. He was only 9 years old, and he spent his days fishing besides fishing. With civilian talent, can he be so strong without training? All of them were born from wealthy families and received high-intensity training since childhood. They were the elites among the elites. Oops, this should be the desire to win. Jia Ting turned his head back, and immediately saw the fighting spirit in Minato Namaifeng's eyes. Even though Aoto Yagami showed strong fighting power, Dan Kato still didn't think he could fight Minato Namikaze. If Zuludi and the two brothers Hyuga are considered geniuses, then Fengshauman is the real evildoer. The speed of progress surpassed Sanin, and at the age of 9, he learned the technique of Flying Thunder God of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. I even heard that he has tried to change Fei Lei Shen to make him stronger. Such a talent, Kato Duan has seen such a person for so many years. Even the Uchiha clan, who has produced many talents, has to admit that Minato Namikaze's talent is unique. Chapter 7. It's too slow to fight one by one, let's play together. Who's next? Yagami Kangdu clapped his hands indifferently and looked around the crowd. All come. The three of them have always been one, and Chu Daoding Zuo was defeated, and Shan Zhonghai entered the field at a moment's notice. It's just that the Yamanaka clan is good at spiritual attacks, and even the combat power is not as good as Chu Daoding Zuo. Obviously, in a face-to-face encounter, Yamanaka Haiyi also flew, and landed firmly on Chu Daoding Zuo's belly, unscathed. Oh, you're so heavy, let me down. Chu Daoding Zuo struggled to get up with his chubby body. He was pressed down one by Yamanaka Hai, and immediately lay down again. Next, I'll do it. Now, seeing the power of the 8 gods Kangdu, no one underestimated it, all of them were full of fighting spirit, and their strength exploded. Nara Shikahisa, as the wise man among the 3 of the pigs, observed for a long time and found that the most powerful aspect of Yagami Soto was in physical skills. In addition to the basic fire escape fire book at the beginning, it seems that there are no other escape techniques. That being the case, as long as he restrained his body and attacked with a shuriken, he would definitely be able to defeat him. In order to honor the trio of pigs and butterflies, Nara Shikahisa went out after simulating a complete plan in his mind. No nonsense, just go up and throw the shuriken. Yagami Kangdu shook his body slightly, easily dodging the shuriken. At the same time, because of the shaking, the shadow in the sun seems to be stretched. Shadow mimicry. Nara Shikahisa saw this, shouted loudly, took a step forward, and the shadows of the two suddenly merged. Yagami Kanto suddenly felt that his body was out of control and was forced to synchronize with Nara Shikahisa's movements. Lost. The battle is over. Lu Ju is still so insidious. What do you know, this is called strategy, is it correct to go straight to the hard steel? When everyone saw this scene, they all shook their heads, realizing that Yagami Kangdu couldn't have a chance to come back. Now Nara Shikahisa has learned the shadow head neck binding technique, which is an advanced stage of the shadow imitation technique. Once the opponent is caught by the shadow imitation technique, there is almost no chance of a comeback. Unless, the strength gap is huge. But Minato Namikaze didn't think so, and his intuition told him that Yagami Kangta couldn't be defeated so easily. Admit defeat, I don't want to hurt you. At present, I haven't practiced the shadow head neck binding technique to the state where I can send and receive freely. Nara Shikahisa said confidently looking at Yagami Sudo. Up to now, the battle situation is basically settled. He was confident that even if the strongest Namikaze Minato was controlled by her shadow imitation technique, he would not be able to break free in a short period of time, and there was only one way to go. Oh, is it? Iori Kangdu chuckled lightly, and chakra began to surge all over his body. The body begins to congeal and turn red, and the body begins to emit green energy. This is the last safe area of Baman Dunjia, and the third one is Shungman Lilianwa. When Yagami Sudo's body just began to surge chakra, Nara Shikahisa's confident expression suddenly turned into shock. How is it possible? Even a master of the same level, even a slightly stronger person, Nara Shikahisa has the confidence to be trapped. Unless the strength gap between the two is huge, at least the gap between Chunin and Shengnan levels, or the opponent has a special bloodline limit and a special physique, otherwise it is impossible to break free. But the current state is obviously not the latter. Yagami Kangdu simply relied on physical skills, and actually forcibly pulled the shadow that was being controlled. Nara Shikahisa was originally a person who used magic to control, but his body was out of control and was forcibly pulled to Yagami Soto. In the incredible eyes of everyone, Yagami Aoto's shuriken was lightly placed on Nara Shikahisa's neck. From the beginning to the end, Yagami Kanto didn't move. Iori Kangdu, win. At the same time, Kato Duan suddenly announced. He is a joinin, and he sees more than others. At that moment, Iori Kangdu's surging chakra volume, and even his joinin, who was infinitely close to the elite level, felt extremely dangerous. It seems that if he faces Yagami Kangdu, he has no chance of winning. Impossible. Shaking his head, Kato Duan quickly eliminated this incredible thought. If he is not even an opponent, doesn't that mean that Yagami Kangdu has reached the elite level? A mere 9-year-old child likes to fish all day long, but hardly see any cultivating children. Kato didn't believe it and couldn't believe it. Teacher, next, is it our turn? Almost as soon as Kato Duan's voice fell, Hyuga Hazu stood up. It is almost certain to become a Hyuga clan. The head of the clan, Hyuga Hazu, has been trained according to the specifications of the patriarch since childhood. But he is only 10 years old at this moment, and he is not as calm as he is when he grows older. Watching Yagami Kangdu swept through the classmates, and even achieved what they couldn't do, a raging war ignited in his heart. One by one, it's too slow, let's go together. Unexpectedly, after Nara Shikaku was resolved, Yagami Soto suddenly spoke astonishingly. Chapter 8. Witness the birth of the demon. Are you looking down on us? The whole face was covered in clothes, and Shimi, the oil girl with a very low sense of presence, was not very happy. They are all wealthy elites, no doubt families, and even the mainstay of the entire Konoha village in the future. About the same age, it is enough to deal with other ordinary ninjas. For these elites, they actually want to challenge a group by themselves. This is simply a joke. Yeah, Kangdo, do you think about it again? Kato Dan also thought that Yagami Soto seemed to be a little swollen, and quickly swelled. The trio of Zuludi are the youngest and the weakest. Defeating them is enough to confirm that Yagami Kangdu's strength is strong enough. But the rest of the brothers, whether it's Hyuga Hazu, Hyuga Hiza, or Namikaze Minato, are all powerful beings who can challenge the trio of pigs, deer and butterflies. Coupled with an oil girl Shia who can control tiny insects to assist, Yagami Aoto's odds of winning are equal to none. Boom. The explanation is pale, and Yagami Kangdu used his strength to prove that what he said was true. With a loud bang, the ground where Yagami Kangdu was standing suddenly appeared spider web-like cracks, and earth and stones splashed. Before everyone could react, a fist came to Shimi, the oil girl. The wind suddenly passed, and the oily girl Zimi's goggles were blown away. Her hair was messy, her clothes were open, and she was quite embarrassed. You. The The oil girl Shimi was stunned. He never thought that such a situation would happen. He was controlling insects all the time, and he was always on guard against Yagami Kangdu. But just when the insect sensor was passed to him, Yagami Kangdu's punch was less than 1 centimeter away from his cheek. But apart from the strong wind blowing clothes and hair, it didn't cause any harm. Of course, it's not that Yagami Kangdu is a paper tiger, but that in addition to his powerful physical skills, he also shows precise control. I underestimated you, sorry. Shimi, the oil girl, shook her head with a wry smile, and stood beside Kato Duan. Those who failed to challenge Yagami Soto were all there. It seems that it is impossible for any of us to win the Yagami Kangdu alone, so let's go together. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who was supposed to be the most outstanding and shining, walked into the center of the arena with a serious face and said. The only person who thought that he could compete with Yagami Kang in an even-handed manner was Namikaze Minato. But how do you know that the power of Yagami Kangdu greatly exceeded his expectations? Okay, although I know I can't beat it, I'm still very unwilling. I want to give it a try. Hyuga Hazu also stepped forward and said frankly. Now that the older brothers are all on, there is no reason for Hyuga Risuri to refuse. The three of them presented 3 directions and surrounded Yagami Kangdu in the center. At the same time, just as everyone was about to start, 2 figures appeared on the edge of the 2nd floor of the teaching building not far away. A man and a woman, about 20 years old. One of them looked sweet, but inexplicably made Kato Dan tremble. The other person had snake eyes and spitting out snake letters, giving people a gloomy feeling that he couldn't help trembling all over. They are naturally the future, along with Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime, who are also known as the legendary Sanin. Knowing the strength of Yagami Kangdu from Jiraiya, the 2 of them couldn't help coming to watch. What kind of person can make Jiraiya, a sloppy person, unable to help but praise them in front of them? As that child Yagami Kangdu. It looks unremarkable, and there is no strong chakra fluctuation. Orochimaru was a little puzzled. Look, Jiraiya never talks nonsense. Tsunade stretched her waist, resting her chin in her lazy hands, and looked towards the playground. Jiraiya also only said that Yagami Kangdu was very strong, but did not specify how strong he was. It seems that Iori Soto wants to challenge the 2 brothers of the Minato Namikaze and the Hinata clan alone. Is it a bit bigger? Tsunade Hime asked. The 3 of them are top seedlings. The 2 brothers of the Hinata family are already graduating from the ninja school. At the Chunin level, it seems that Yagami Kangta is not as worthy of attention as Jiraiya said. Orochimaru said. They are the strongest new generation at present, and their instructors are 3 generations of Hokage and Sarutobi Risen, and their strength is far superior to their peers. Even when they were about the same age as Yagami Kangdu, they couldn't do it at all, fighting 3 strong men of the same level alone. Defining Yagami Kangdu as a strong ninja is already overestimated in Orochimaru's view. Even Hatake Kakashi, who is known as the most talented Konoha in later generations, became a legend at the age of 12 for a long time. Therefore, Orochimaru is not optimistic about this battle, and even thinks that Yagami Kangdu has an expansive personality and is not a material that can be made. To put it in a bad way, even if I don't have an X number in my heart, going to the battlefield is also the life of artillery fire. Are you all ready? Kato Dan asked. Listening to the voice, he seemed very nervous. After all, he was only 16 or 17 years old. Witnessing the birth of a monster, he was indeed ignited with blood in his heart. Start. Yagami Soto and Namikaze Minato nodded. Almost at the same time, Kato Dan announced the start of the game. Chapter 9. Rolling Battle. Minato Namikaze disappeared in the blink of an eye, with an unpredictable figure. The 2 brothers, Hyuga Hazu and Hyuga Ripa, directly opened their eyes, and going up as the strongest move, Bagua Palm. The 2 brothers, one after the other, blocked almost all of Yagami Kangdu's retreat. There is no way to go back, you can only choose to welcome. The 8 gods Kingdu opened the third in an instant, and Shungmin Lilianhua, with an incredible angle, escaped the bagwazong of the two brothers. How is it possible? The expressions of the two Hyuga brothers suddenly changed greatly. Even with the assistance of Bayan, they did not succeed in capturing Yagami Kingdu's movements. Before they could return to their senses to fight back, a feeling like a light on their backs reached their hearts. Yagami Kingdu gently waved his fist. With a terrifying sonic boom, the hammer smashed into the back of Hyuga Hazu. Relying on the perfect 360% blind spot, Hyuga Hazu captured Yagami Kanto's movements this time. Before he could be delighted, he realized that he had no time to react, let alone avoid the fist of the 8 gods Kangyu. Pung! The imaginary giant force did not come, and Hyuga Hazu only felt a slight pain in the back, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably and fell out of the battle circle. At the same time, Hyuga Ripa had turned around, and the bagwazong broke out again, bullying him. I want to take advantage of the fact that Iori Kingdu's old power is just gone and the new power is not born, and he succeeds with one blow. However, Iori Kingdu turned around in the blink of an eye, his left foot kicked out quickly, and the last came first. Sunshang Richa Bagwazong hadn't approached Kangdu, the 8 gods, and the whole person also fell out of control uncontrollably. The whole set of actions is carried out in one go, without any sloppiness. The people outside were completely shocked. It seems like a long time has passed, but in fact it was just a moment. This little guy, the indifference in Orochimaru's eyes suddenly became extremely solemn. From the punches and kicks of Yagami Kangdu, he felt the unusually surging power and precise chakra control. For a moment, he even felt that he was facing a terrifying abyss and could devour himself at any time. How could this be? How could a 9-year-old child bring such a huge threat to himself? The children who were defeated by Yagami Kingdu were still a little unconvinced. Thinking about practicing hard in the future and trying to defeat Yagami Kangdu. But the scene in front of them directly condemned their wishful thinking. Quick, so quick. What a terrible speed and strength, is this really our peers? It's just crushing. Adults feel for children. When did the two Hyuga brothers become so weak? It's not that they are too weak, it's that Yagami Kangdu is too strong. Zuludi and others could see the shock in each other's eyes. The burning unwillingness in my heart immediately went out. If the situation is similar, maybe they can still try to catch up. But with such an outrageous level of strength, why bother asking for it? Yagami Kanto is too perverted. This is the consensus of everyone present, including Dan Kato. You're careless, the battle isn't over yet. Just when everyone was amazed, a slightly happy voice resounded through the playground. At this time, everyone discovered that from the beginning to the end, the figure of Namikaze Minato had not appeared. Could it be that? Is there any hope of defeating Yagami Kanto? All eyes were on the center of the battle, and the elites of the Konoha wealthy family who were defeated by Yagami Kingdu hoped that someone would be able to honor them. The ending was doomed to disappoint them. Minato Namikaze's delighted expression solidified on his face, and Iori Kingdu stood behind him at some point and kicked out. A staggering, Namikaze Minato fell to the ground, crying and laughing. I lost. Namikaze Minato thought his speed was fast enough, but he didn't expect Yagami Kanto's speed to be faster. Just for a moment, he thought he had succeeded, but it turned out to be just the afterimage of Yagami Kangdu. It's not a shadow clone, it's an afterimage that appears briefly when moving at an extreme speed. Being defeated in a crowd field, Namikaze Minato is a bit decadent. For people of the same level, this gap is too huge, right? As for Yagami Kangdu, is it joinin'? No one dared to think about it. A 9-year-old master of the ninja, this is too outrageous. It's not wrong for you to lose, there's no need to put too much psychological burden on you. At this moment, a black shadow fell in the air. It was Orochimaru who was watching the battle from a distance. You are very strong, think about it, join our team, I will kick Jiraiya out. Orochimaru's expression was serious, not like a joke at all. The children around were stunned. What's the situation? Orochimaru actually invited Yagami Kanto to join their team. Whether it is Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Orochimaru, they are all strong at the level of Shangnin, and they are all elite Shangnin, and they are the strongest trio in the new generation. Doesn't this mean that Yagami Kangdo's strength has reached the elite level? What the hell? How terrifying. Tsunade took a step slower, and Orochimaru arrived after he had finished speaking. If he was heard by Jiraiya, he wouldn't fight with you. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru and said. Just kidding, why are you so serious? Orochimaru shrugged. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So far so good. Fortunately, Yagami Kangdo is not a Shainjin. The 9-year-old Shainjin has completely broken through the limit of their imagination, right? Just before everyone could relax, Orochimaru made a surprising statement. However, if you can you learn from me? You are very strong, and I am very interested. Nani? 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past in the hearts of everyone. The dignified elite joinin actually wants to challenge a 9-year-old child. Isn't this bullying the weak? That's abominable. The tall image of Orochimaru in the hearts of everyone suddenly collapsed. But when they thought that Yagami Kangdo would never agree, they were stunned again. Is it here? Yagami Kanto asked seriously. Yes. Orochimaru also nodded seriously. Hey. What's the situation? Everyone around them said hello in capital letters. Duan, it should be fine, right? To show respect, Orochimaru looked at Kato Duan and asked. Since Iori Soto has already nodded in agreement, Kato Dan certainly has no objection. And he also has an incredible guess, maybe, Iori Kangdo is really a Shangrin. Hurry up. Tsunade Haim looked at Yagami Kangdo and then at Orochimaru. What? You don't think he is my opponent? Orochimaru smiled. On the contrary, I don't think you can beat him. After you finish, I will also fight. Tsunade-ji nodded seriously. Iori Kangdo's expression froze immediately. What's the situation? This is about to become the two elites of the legendary Sanin. Is this going to hammer him? Chapter 10. Orochimaru wants to hammer Yagami Kangdo. I won't keep it. Hearing Tsunade Haim's words, Orochimaru smiled incredulously. Judging from the performance of the 8 gods Kangyu just now, it was already extremely close to the level of Shangnin. But even if he has reached the upper limit, Orochimaru has the confidence to win the battle. After all, he is still a 9-year-old child, so can he still be an elite Junin? Yagami Kangdo smiled, but did not answer, but waved his hand, indicating that he was ready for battle. When Takuya Kato announces the start of the battle. Boom. 5th, Duman Konoha whirlwind opened instantly. A sonic boom followed, and Yagami Kangdo instantly disappeared in place. So fast. Everything happened between lightning and flint. Orochimaru's confident expression froze on his face, and things exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru felt a chill behind him and a strong sense of oppression. But it was Yagami Kangdo who performed the lower kick, wrapped in terrifying chakra, and slammed into Orochimaru's back. Ah! Orochimaru couldn't react, and screamed. The whole person was like a rag sack, and flew out and fell to the ground, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru was completely blinded, and couldn't react for a while. The classmates who were watching the battle around had their eyes rounded and stunned. When they heard that Orochimaru was going to challenge Yagami Kanto, I thought it was a one-sided crush. Orochimaru won the final victory, no need to think about it at all. A 9-year-old child, an elite joinin who has performed S-level tasks, one of the strongest of the young Konoha generation. Comparing the two, the difference is clear at a glance. But they can't imagine how. The result was that Orochimaru was defeated, but was defeated by one move. Even if they couldn't capture the figure of Yagami Kangdo, Orochimaru, who was as strong as the elite joinin, didn't even have time to react. Elite Jonin, that is the existence they look up to, the goal of chasing. Is it so easy to be hit by a peer, Yagami Kangdu, and vomit blood? It simply exceeded the limit of their imagination. At this moment, while they were shocked, they also had a hint of inner comfort. The eyes are no longer the surging fire of war, but the unprecedented worship. Stronger than the elites, they were all beaten in seconds, let alone them. Even Kato Duan was also caught in an unprecedented shock. Although with his eyesight, there is already a guess in his heart. However, after confirming that Yagami Kangdu really has the strength of Shang Nin, but he is not an ordinary Shang Nin, he still feels that his three views are broken. That is Orochimaru, the existence that ranks among the best in the elite. If anyone knew, he was shocked by a 9-year-old child in an instant, and I don't know how many people's jaws would drop. Duan Kato took a deep look at Kangdu Yagami, and he simulated the terrifying lower kick just now. Even if he prepares in advance, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. This kid is more terrifying than he imagined. If it continues to grow at this speed, Konoha, who has the Yagami Kangdu in the future, will definitely be able to reproduce the glory and stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Cough cough cough. Orochimaru finally recovered and struggled to get up from the ground. Feeling the internal organs that were about to shift, panting and using chakra to quickly recover. Is this guy so ruthless? It's a shame he just wanted to keep it. In fact, Orochimaru didn't know that Yagami Kangdu had already withdrawn his strength at a critical time. It's just that he doesn't know how far the elite Junin's endurance limit is, which makes it seem a little trivial. It's a shame, let you look down on people. Tsunadeji put her arms around her chest and looked at Orochimaru with a half-smile. From a normal point of view, if you want to defeat the elite Jonin level Orochimaru with one move, you need at least shadow level strength. Obviously, Yagami Kangdu is very strong, but not to that extent. In other words, the problem lies in Orochimaru itself. He underestimated the enemy. Thinking that Yagami Kangdu was just a 9-year-old child, Shangen's guess was already outrageous, but the facts were even more outrageous. It is very likely that Yagami Kangdu is not only a Junin, but also an elite Junin. Indeed, it was me who underestimated the enemy, and it was not wrong to lose. Orochimaru did not deny it and said frankly. Rubbing his aching lower back, Orochimaru said to Yagami Kangdu, "Really, after all, I'm also a disciple of the third-generation Hokage. I want to keep my hands, you don't give me any favors." Tsunadeji glanced at Orochimaru. You think he didn't keep his hand? Orochimaru was slightly stunned, and he used chakra induction to find that there was no chakra erosion injury other than the flesh wound. It seems that you are stronger than I thought. Orochimaru looked solemn. Once again, this time, I'm not going to keep it. Orochimaru stepped forward and said to himself. Can't you afford to lose? Yagami Kangdu raised his eyebrows. No matter what the reason, losing is losing, and it feels a bit entangled. Uncle Snake, who despised everything in later generations, still has such a strong competitive spirit now. But even if Orochimaru wanted to continue fighting, Yagami Kanto had no idea. Just at this moment. Ding dong, temporary mission released. Defeat Orochimaru and Tsunade Haim, and reward 1000 bait. 1000 bait. Seeing the quest reward prompted by the system, Yagami Kangdu felt that his whole body was full of energy. Again, of course there is no problem. You are an elder, so you still have to give this face. Yagami Kangdu was very happy. Orochimaru made a thud in his heart, feeling a bad premonition running through his heart. But the recompetition was brought up by himself, and of course he couldn't go back on it. Hey! With a slight muffled sound, Orochimaru disappeared. Yagami Kangdu only felt that his whole body was bound in an invisible way, unable to move. Kato Duan raised his eyebrows slightly, and performed instant body fixation and instant body techniques. It seemed that Orochimaru really did his best. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shadow snake limbs. Almost in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru didn't intend to give Yagami Kengdu any reaction time. Appearing on the underside of his ribs, he rushed out of the group of snakes from his cuff. Under the ribs, even if Yagami Kanto can detect it, it is very difficult to make defensive actions. A lot of things can happen in an instant. Orochimaru is confident that Yagami Kengdu may be able to break free from the immobilization technique, but he will definitely not be able to avoid the group of snakes that are close at hand. It was when the snake group was less than 10 centimeters away from Yagami Kengdu that he moved. With Duman and Konoha Whirlwind turned on, the effect of the immobilization technique was greatly weakened, causing Yagami Kengdu to turn slightly to avoid the snakes. Seeing that his fatal blow was dodged, the fighting spirit in Orochimaru's heart was even more surging. The figure suddenly disappeared again, and a large number of snakes appeared around. 2 giant snakes appeared out of thin air at the feet of Yagami Kengdu, trying to stalk the legs and achieve the purpose of restraint. Yagami Kengdu was surrounded by snakes and had nowhere to hide. Boom! Boom boom boom! Just when Orochimaru was about to launch the second wave of offensive, Yagami Kengdu suddenly violently bombarded the ground with his fists. The surging chakra wrapped his fist, and a bunch of snakes were killed on the spot with one punch, and the ground cracked, and it was about to be smashed to pieces. Just when everyone was shocked by this terrifying power, the immobilization technique collapsed, and the 8 gods Kengdu disappeared. Kato Duan's whole body suddenly got goosebumps, and he subconsciously shouted and reminded, "Be careful." Before he finished speaking, a strong wind swept through. Yagami Kengdu's whip leg stopped right next to Orochimaru's ear, and the strong wind ruffled Orochimaru's hair. It's the same as the previous oil girl Shimi. This is true in the face of Chunin, and the same is true in the face of elite Junin. Orochimaru was completely lost, but he didn't expect to use all the means, but he still lost the ability to resist. Chapter 11. Strong Duel, Baman Dunjia vs Tsunadeji Wily. Just before Orochimaru came out of the shock of the fiasco, Tsunade Haim entered. "It's up to me." As the words ended, Tsunadeji stared at Kengdu Iori with surging fighting intent. "Really want a wheel battle? I thought Tsunade was just joking, but I didn't expect it to be true." It doesn't matter to Yagami Kengdu. After all, there are still tasks to be completed. What he didn't know was that Tsunade Haim's blood was boiling with the terrifying power explained by physique from beginning to end. The strongest ultimate move she cultivates is strange power, and it is not easy to endure when encountering the same type of powerhouse. You can't treat him as an ordinary child, it's outrageous. Orochimaru reminded aside. If it wasn't for his thick skin, he would have wanted to burrow into the soil at this moment. Losing a mere 9-year-old child is simply shameless. But Orochimaru was ashamed, but not discouraged. On the contrary, he felt very happy. It is a good thing that Konoha can give birth to such a strong man. At this time, Uncle Snake still had love for Konoha. I know, with Orochimaru's experience first, Tsunade Haim certainly wouldn't be careless. "Be careful." Tsunade Haim took an attacking stance, looking at Yagami Kengdu and reminded. Yagami Kengdu just waved his hand, but did not make a sound. The people watching the battle from the side only felt messy in a gust of wind. Orochimaru lost, not seriously, but also failed miserably. Now, even Tsunade Haim wants to do it. Could it be that the strength of Yagami Kengdu can already match that of the elites? The 2 peak powerhouses of the young generation challenged together, but it was only a 9-year-old child. In their eyes, the image of Yagami Kengdu became infinitely taller. The emotion of worship grows in the heart, even Namikaze Minato. Compared with Orochimaru's bells and whistles, Tsunade Haim's attack method is relatively simple. In addition to the terrifying medical ninjutsu, there are only super offensive and destructive supernatural powers. It started off with a quick dive. With a rolling sound, Tsunade Haim's fist continued to enlarge in the eyes of Yagami Kengdu. Yagami Kengdu also punched, and collided with Tsunade Haim's fist. Between the two, a terrifying strong wind suddenly squeezed out. People with slightly less strength could not even stand firm and fell directly to the ground. The 8 gods Kangdu didn't move, and Tsunade-ji took 3 steps back. Under the foot of each step, there are traces of small cracks. What a powerful body. I don't know if I don't fight, but as soon as I met, Tsunade-hime knew that Orochimaru was not wronged. In the competition of pure strength, he actually lost. But Tsunade-hime was not disappointed. Instead, the fighting spirit became more and more surging. The stronger Yagami Kangdu is, the happier she is. Wouldn't it be too boring if the battle ended too soon? In the entire Konoha village, there is no one who can surpass himself in terms of strength. Tsunade-hime, who is so itchy, eats and sleeps every day and fights. Finally, I met an evenly matched opponent, and it would be false to say that I am not excited. Boom boom boom. Tsunade-ji looked serious. Chakra burst out, wrapping by Nen's fist. Unreserved release, with a special unexpected event, strengthens the physical fitness in a short period of time, so that the already amazing power can play a more terrifying destructive power. Tsunade-hime did her best. The strange punch wrapped in terrifying chakra rammed straight towards Yagami Kangdu again. Boom. The strange power fist wrapped in the sonic boom. Even if it falls on the elite Junin, I am afraid it will fall apart. But Yagami Kangdu had already opened the 5th, Duman Konoha whirlwind, quickly dodging the fist. Eyes wide open. Fortunately, the white eyes caught by fishing have eliminated the characteristics of cataracts, and only retained its powerful ability, and no one around can see it. So, in the eyes of everyone, Yagami Soto appeared on the side of Tsunade-hime as if he had eyes on his back. So fast. Even though Tsunade-hime had been on guard against Yagami Kangdu's rapidity, he was still unable to catch it, and faced the same predicament as Orochimaru. Of course, it's not that Tsunade-hime is inferior to Orochimaru, it's that Yagami Kangdu's speed is 3 points faster, even she can't catch it. On your side. Orochimaru's exclamation of reminder suddenly entered Tsunade-hime's ears. Tsunade-hime suddenly turned sideways. He put his hands on his chest without hesitation, and took a defensive stance. Boom. Sure enough, in less than half a second, a strong punch fell, making a shocking sound. How about, let's go together. After a blow failed, Iori Kangdu immediately turned his attention to Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled awkwardly. Subconsciously react, you must restrain, must restrain. Tsunade-hime took the opportunity to get some breathing time, and her whole body was tense to the limit. It's not that she hasn't fought ninjas who practice the 8 Dunga martial arts, and even Meitei, who opened Duman, can't match him in terms of strength. The same technique has different effects performed by different people, but it must not be comprehensive. But Yagami Kangdu is not only extremely powerful, but also faster than Meitei, who also opened Duman, which was beyond Tsunade-ji's expectations. Is this little guy really a monster? Boom boom boom. The two played against each other again, and the two figures in the air kept staggering, and the real sonic boom resounded in everyone's ears. The terrifying gust of wind swept out with every collision between the two, flying sand and gravel, and even needed to cast chakra to barely stabilize the figure. Everyone present was stunned. Is this the strength of the elite Junin level? Iori Kangdu is really only 9 years old. Doesn't he look like a more innocent adult? Including Aduan, the rest of the spectators couldn't help clenching their fists nervously. Hot blood, too hot blood. This was the first time they had ever seen an elite Jonin level fight against each other, and it was a shocking scene. Suddenly, Tsunade-hime made a completely negligible mistake. But Iori Kangdu's eyes lit up, and he was keenly aware of the 6th, Jingmun facing the peacock. Chakra surging, wrapped in a powerful fist, fell on Tsunade-ji's waist without the slightest pity. Boom. With a loud bang, Tsunade-hime flew out uncontrollably, smashing the outer wall of the ninja school. At the same time, system prompt sounded. successfully defeated Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime, and received a reward, 1,000 bait. As for the surroundings, quiet, deathly silence. You have actually opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, towards the peacock. Orochimaru only felt suffocated for a while. When he was fighting with himself, this guy actually hid his strength. Chapter 12. Boiling Konoha Village. There is so much movement in the school that it is difficult not to attract the attention of others. Especially the duel between Yagami Aoto and Tsunade Hime. The destructive power of the two was astonishing, the explosion shook violently, and even the outer wall of the school was shattered. The movement was so loud that many people had already gathered around. Everyone was stunned to see Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime, who were half-sized Yagami Kingdu, fighting with their own eyes. What happened? I thought there was an enemy attacking the village, but Tsunade Hime-sama was arguing with a child. Why did they fight? Could it be that this guy did something wrong to Konoha? Seeing with their own eyes the fight between Yagami Kingta and Tsunadeji and others, their hearts were shaken inexplicably. That is the elite Jonin. How could a half-year-old child compete with such a strong man? The most terrifying thing is that it even has the upper hand. At the same time, Jiraiya also came to the scene. I originally went to deal with Yagami Kanto's enrollment, but I didn't expect such a huge movement. After a little association, he guessed that 9 out of 10 had something to do with Yagami Kingdu. As expected. In front of the eyes are the terrifying ruins similar to the place where the ninja school playground and Konoha village were attacked by the whirlpool Kushina. I just saw with my own eyes that Tsunade Hime, who is famous for her strange power, was absolutely suppressed in terms of strength. Jiraiya's inner shock is no doubt words. Speaking of the whole Konoha, Tsunade Hime herself, who knows her strength best, must be Zillai. After all, eating and sleeping is also calling. It's just that even such a terrifying woman was suppressed alive by Yagami Kingdu. How far is this 8 gods Kingdu? Among the ruins, Tsunade Hime pushed aside the stones around her and stood up. The forehead fell off, the hair was messy, and the whole person was a little embarrassed, but there was no serious injury. Even if she is arrogant, she still has to admit, "You are strong, I lost." There was an uproar among many people around who didn't know the cause and effect. They never thought that Tsunade Hime would have to admit defeat one day. The object is still a half-old child who looks only 8 or 9 years old. Passionately attracted, there are many people from Konoha's major wealthy and aristocratic families. There are also many people who were suppressed by Tsunade Hime by force and shouted every day to fight back. Seeing such a scene, they simply didn't know what to say in their hearts. Could it be that the children of today have already perverted to such an extent? Ah, I see, I know him, a post-war orphan who likes to fish by the river, Yagami Kingta. Yeah, I also saw with my own eyes that Lord Jiraiya personally brought him into the ninja school. I thought it was for admission. Enrollment. What are you kidding me? Who can teach him if he can fight against the elite Junin? I'm afraid only Hokage-sama is here. Some people immediately recognized the identity of Yagami Kingdu and exclaimed in disgust. Hey, Jiraiya, where did you find the freak? You are too strong, are you really still a child? Tsunadeji rubbed her aching stomach and said with a pouted mouth. Jiraiya also smiled. Look, this is retribution. The students he recommended suppressed Tsunade Hime, who was always bullying him, so he felt more comfortable. Just happy and sad. No, Jiraiya didn't respond to Tsunade Hime, he couldn't help laughing. Tsunadeji dropped a fist. What? I can't take care of him, and I can't take care of you. Jiraiya immediately covered his bulging head, shaking his head and crying and laughing again and again. How can the gap between people be so huge? ... As the curious crowd gathered more and more, in order to eliminate the influence, Jiraiya asked Yagami Kanto to leave first, and handed him a key to a room. When I came to my exclusive residence, it was about 30 to 40 square meters, and everything I needed for daily life was readily available. Simple decoration, a separate bathroom, and a huge double bed that is enough for 2 people. Obviously, Jiraiya has also put a lot of effort into it. After the battle with Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime, the ninja school was temporarily unavailable, and the 8 gods Kingyu had already become the entire Konoha village, a child of someone else's family. Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime, who were as strong as the elite Joinin, were both defeated by him. Of course, the matter could not be concealed, and soon spread all over the streets and alleys of Konoha village. That is the elite Junin, or the direct disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage. The strength is strong, even in the battle of the ninja world, it is the mainstay that can reverse the crisis. Now the wheel battle is lost in the hands of Yagami Kangdu. The most important thing is that the identity of Yagami Kangdu was quickly confirmed, only a 9-year-old orphan after the war. A post-war orphan from a civilian background who likes to fish by the river every day, how did he cultivate to such a strong level? I heard that Ichiro Miura adopted him, and Yagami Kangta can only do simple basic fire escape and flame art, and he is best at 8 escape armor body art. There is nothing strange about it. It turned out to be the 8-door Dunjia. That's a nightmare-level physique that requires extremely tenacious will to successfully cultivate and improve slowly. What kind of perseverance does a child who is only 9 years old have to cultivate to a level comparable to the elite Jonin? Many people were talking about it, and it was lively. Generally speaking, he is inseparable from 10, and he has become a well-known evil boy in the mouths of others. I'm afraid there is another thing you don't know. It is said that Miura Ichiro was responsible for escorting the last bloodline of the country of Vortex, and the Vortex Kushina was attacked. My God, is this true? While people were shocked, they also felt it was right. A terrible boy who can defeat Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime in succession should have such strength. Recently, there have been frequent changes in Urin village, and the land and the country of the wind are also about to move. The entire Konoha village is shrouded in the tense situation on the eve of the storm. Now that a monster like Yashin Kangdu has appeared, it has dissipated their inner tension. After all, after the First Ninja World War, most of the most active Chinsho clan powerhouses fell. The strength of Konoha village has been greatly reduced, the Vortex Mito-sama is aging and dying, and the Nine-Tailed People's pillar strength has not yet been settled, and everything will take time. Chapter 13, Potential Super Shadow Grade, Hope for Konoha Revival. At the same time, Naruto office. Holding a pipe and blowing out a smoke ring, Hokage 3, Hizen Sarutobi sat on a chair. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizen, who is in his prime, is still in peak physical condition, and his eyes flashed with a gleam. I already know the general situation, but do you really think that the child of Yagami Kangdu is so terrifying? Sarutobi Hizen's gaze fell on the identities of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. They are all their own proud disciples, and their vision is naturally not bad. It's really unheard of for a 9-year-old child to be able to forcibly regret the elite Jonin, or even win a battle. Although I haven't seen that battle with my own eyes, from the perspective of the extent of the battle and its destructive power, it's really strong. Jiraiya was also the first to speak out. The battle in his mouth was naturally the battle of black-clothed ninjas outside the village sniping at the whirlpool Kushina. Yes, before the fight, I had a hard time believing that a 9-year-old could do this, but now I believe it. Orochimaru nodded. Very strong, whether it's speed or strength. Tsunade-ji echoed. Sarutobi Hizen sat in the first place, lost in thought. Before the incident at the ninja school, Sarutobi Hizen got a report from Jiraiya. A 9-year-old child, beheading 3 Shangnin and 3 Chunin, forcibly grabbed people from the hands of the god of death, and rescued Vortex Kushina and Miura Ichiro, which is truly incredible. But what surprised Sarutobi Hizen the most was that Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime actually challenged Yagami Soto. And in the end, the two of them failed miserably. It is of course a good thing to have such a terrifying evildoer rising, who is still their Konoha. But Yagami Kangdu's previous deeds were too ordinary, and he had to suspect ulterior motives. A 9-year-old child is so strong, it must not be something that can be cultivated overnight. I heard that this child likes to fish by the river very much, almost all day and night. The improvement of strength is too strange, and it needs to be carefully investigated. Zan exhaled a smoke ring and said very cautiously. Of course, Jiraiya understands his teacher's caution, so he has already investigated Yagami Kanto's information from the very beginning. Hearing Sarutobi Hizen's obvious doubts to himself, he explained directly, this teacher can rest assured. Yagami Soto has a very innocent background. He grew up in Konoha, his parents died in the war, and he was raised by Miura Ichiro. Pause. Jiraiya added his own thoughts. Look in another direction. Which village would be willing to send a 9-year-old child who can rival the elite Jonin as a secret post to another village? If you think about it carefully, you will understand. At the age of 9, he can be comparable to the elite Jonin, and it is almost a certainty to become a shadow level powerhouse. It is even possible to enter the super shadow level and reach the terrifying strength of the first generation Hokage and Chinchujuma. One person suppressed the entire ninja world, almost invincible. Even the complete body of the 9-tailed demon fox, which is helpless even for shadow-level powerhouses, was easily suppressed by Chinsho Hashirama. How could it be possible for a child to grow into such a strong person to be a secret whistle in his village? In terms of emotion and reason, it can't be said. Sarutobi Hizen nodded silently. I already understand the situation. Teacher, let me take him personally. Orochimaru suddenly said, he is very strong, but he is only good at physical skills. It seems that he is not good at others. I can teach him. They can't take a punch, so why take her? I'll take him, Tsunadeji said with her arms crossed around her chest. Orochimaru was at a loss for words, but Tsunadeheim was right after all. Hey, what do you mean? I found this child, of course I should bring it. Zilai also jumped in dissatisfaction. Shut up, Tsunadeheim and Orochimaru said in unison. Zilai was speechless for a while. Sarutobi Hizen looked at his 3 apprentices, blushing face and couldn't help laughing. I am more and more interested in a child who can make the 3 of you so fancy. After a short period of contemplation, Sarutobi Hizen already had a decision in his heart. Let him come to the Hokage office tomorrow, Sarutobi Hizen said with a smile. Tsunadeheim and the other 3 looked at each other, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. As Hokage, personally summoning a 9-year-old civilian child was unprecedented. They didn't care that Sarutobi Hizen didn't respond to their request, and they suddenly looked forward to it. I'll go in person, Zilai also said. The next morning. Konoha village was boiling early in the morning. The 3 generations of Hokage held a meeting in the Hokage building, and the patriarchs of the major wealthy families all went there. Including the 2 major advisors, Mito Gate Yan, Chuan Kaharu, Anbu Boss Team Battle, Uchiha, Hinata and other families gathered together. Such an unheard of scene has never happened except when the Ninja World War broke out. Now, in order to summon Kangdu Yagami, a 9-year-old from a commoner, many people have deep doubts. Especially the children of the major families, in fact, feel that the fuss is overkill. Why is Hokage-sama so aggressive? Just a commoner child, what kind of talent can he have? For him to summon the patriarchs of the major clans, the welfare of the clan will be cut before it. Is it so serious? It is rumored that he defeated Tsunadeheim-sama and Orochimaru-sama, and I think this is too exaggerated. It doesn't matter, it's all here, but I want to see if this child called Yagami Kangdu is as powerful as the rumored exaggeration. Behind many family patriarchs, they are all the children of their own family. As the patriarch, they couldn't say anything, but they were very unconvinced. The scale was unprecedented, the 9-year-old children, and many other reasons, made them clench their fists. For this Iori Kangdu, who has never met, is very disdainful. A lot of people came, and the meeting was simply held in the square below the Hokage office building. Sarutobi Hizen sat in the first place, smoking a cigarette and closing his eyes, looking very leisurely. He could clearly hear the discussions around Yagami Kangdu, and he didn't know whether Yagami Kangdu could deal with the hostility of these people. Standing next to Sarutobi Hizen, naturally Tsunade Hime, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Their faces remained the same, and they had expected such a scene from the time Sarutobi Hizen was about to summon Yagami Suto. It's just that they don't understand why Sarutobi Hizen did this. Deliberately provoking a fight. Ruin a genius. Totally unreasonable. Chapter 14. Sarutobi's Plan. The appointed time has come. Yagami Kangta walked slowly towards the plaza of the Hokage office building with the follower Vortex Kushina. Brother Kangdu, what are they doing? Vortex Kushina grabbed the hem of Yagami Kangdu's clothes. The black-clothed ninja attack happened, and the whirlpool Kushina was traumatized. Therefore, after all kinds of requests, I finally got Sarutobi Hizen's permission and arranged it in the same roof and 2 rooms of Yagami Soto. It's okay, just follow me. Comforting Vortex Kushina, Yagami Kangdu strode forward in front of everyone's eyes, without any timidity. With his appearance, the voices of many dissatisfied discussions gradually subsided. Looking around, there are huge crowds. In addition to the children of Konoha's major wealthy families, there are many civilians who are also surrounded by curiosity. It has to be said that, occupying the most fertile central area of Hokage, Konoha village is quite populated. There are also countless powerhouses of all kinds, and this is the combat effectiveness of the weakened Konoha village. If it explodes completely, the strength is unimaginable. It's no wonder that the big brother who can stand in the 5 major ninja villages does not fall. In the original book, the Second Ninja World War broke out, and the multi-line battle still achieved the final victory. This is the background of Konoha village. The square of Naruto's office is not too big, so other civilians who are watching the lively can only choose to stay around. It is precisely because of this that Yagami Kangdu can feel the attention from all directions and is full of various emotions. Jealousy, doubt, disdain, mixed flavors. Yagami Kangdu was puzzled, not because there were too many people at the scene. It's just the way these people look at themselves. Why are they so unfriendly? Looking back on my past and present, I don't seem to have done anything that is outrageous. It's not like Naruto Uzumaki. In order to attract the attention of others, he does all kinds of strange behaviors. However, Yagami Kangdu didn't care about the eyes of these little minions. What really deserves his attention is the existence in the crowd that can be noticed at a glance. His face was red, and just sitting, he gave people a powerful aura that was hard to ignore. He smoked dry cigarettes one by one, wore a red and white Hokage hat on his head, and had his signature mustache after get-off work. On both sides stood Tsunade Hime, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Even the patriarchs of the major families can only stand in front of him, and their identities are naturally ready to be revealed. The 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiyazaki. Legendary 3 ninjas, of the mega ninja world of later generations. Yagami Kangdu looked at the middle-aged Sarutobi Hizen, and he was ordinary. But if you go deeper, there will be an indescribable sense of oppression. If you don't do it, you will feel like you can't resist. It turned out that this is the shadow-level powerhouse. Iori Kangdu had a preliminary understanding in his heart and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Son, come here. Seeing Yagami Aoto looking at himself without fear, Hizen Sarutobi's inner curiosity became stronger and stronger. After Tsunade Hime and the others left yesterday, Sarutobi Hizen also specially summoned people from Anbu to report. Every move that happened in Konoha village could not escape the control of his Hokage. Getting the detailed information also made Hiruzen Sarutobi more and more looking forward to seeing Yagami Soto. He is almost incapable of escaping, and his physical skills are powerful. The 5th sect of the 8th door dungeon has already been opened, Dumin Konoha Whirlwind. The speed is fast, the destructive power is powerful, and the sensitivity of perceiving crisis is far beyond ordinary people. Although I don't know if he has the special ability of the blood-based limit, from the current performance, it is unlikely that he will die on the road of growth. As long as you give a certain amount of growth time and help, you can quickly become a strong one. As long as he is loyal to the village, he can even become a replacement for him. That's right, that's why, yesterday, Tsunade Haim and the three of them were red-faced, and Sarutobi Hizen didn't respond to them. I just want to meet Yagami Kingdu today, and if he is satisfied enough, I will teach him personally. The direction of future training will be Hokage. You are very good. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Yagami Kantu and said with great satisfaction. The family has a clean background and grew up from small leaves. In the face of so many bad eyes, calm and calm. Compared with Tsunade Haim, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, it is indeed more suitable to succeed him as the fourth Hokage. Do you have anything to say? Sarutobi Hizen asked. I have nothing to say. Yagami Kingdu looked a little indifferent. Don't you want to know why these people are looking at you like that? Sarutobi Hibiki became interested. It doesn't matter, just watch if they are bored, and I won't charge you. Yagami Kingdu shrugged. Ha ha ha, the little guy is really unexpected. The unsmiling Sarutobi Hizen suddenly laughed. But the surrounding crowd suddenly rioted. What's the situation? Just talk as you speak, why are you involved with us? People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Also, what are you talking about as a little brat? Bullish look, who do you look down on? More than them, even Jiraiya and others looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Doesn't this make the originally unfriendly atmosphere even more unfriendly? Sarutobi Hizen is worthy of being Hokage. After laughing, he lightly pressed his hand and said, Our village has always been friendly and helpful, so please put away your eyes. Hokage's influence is huge, even if there is a part of someone's heart, superficial effort still needs to be done. Soon, the bad eyes around him disappeared. It was just the fact that Iori Kangyu was able to defeat Orochimaru and Tsunade Haim, even more and more scornful. Although you don't want to know why they're looking at you, I feel the need to tell you. After the words fell, Hiruzen Sarutobi changed the conversation and said unexpectedly, They heard that you lost Orochimaru and Tsunade Haim in a row yesterday. They are deeply skeptical about this. For verification, if you want to challenge the proof, are you willing to fight? Don't worry, if you don't want to, no one can force it. As if afraid of Yagami Kingdu's misunderstanding, Sarutobi Hibiki added at the end. One night of fermentation was enough for the ninja school to spread to the ears of most people in Konoha village. Some people believe. Most were skeptical, and some even scoffed. Orochimaru and Tsunade Haim are both currently cultivated by Konoha, the peak powerhouses of the younger generation, and the top existences among the elites. The characters they all need to look up to, how can they be defeated by a half-year-old child? This is an insult to their Konoha village. Aside from the rumors, some people exaggerate, they can't think of any possibility. But there is no evidence to prove that it was fabricated out of thin air, and only the protagonist of this incident, Yashin Kingdu, fought. Chapter 15. Growing up so big, I have never seen such an arrogant person. Challenge. Everyone around. The eighth god's Kingdu was slightly stunned, looking around and uttering doubts. The bad look that had disappeared was projected again, even stronger than before. They have long wanted to try Yagami Kingdu. Especially in the past 2 days, there have been dazzling spreads, 1 punch and 1 Orochimaru, 2 punches and 1 Tsunade-ji. Now even Hokage-sama, just to summon him, has summoned almost all the wealthy families in Konoha village. A 9-year-old from a commoner, how could Hidehei receive such treatment? They are not satisfied. Do you choose to agree, or refuse? Sarutobi Hizen said towards Yagami Soto. Agreeing is equivalent to solving the trouble at one time, and you don't need to deal with these trivial things in the future. If you refuse, these people will also secretly take action. Even if they don't have the intention to kill themselves, but there are so many people, it's annoying to go back and forth. It is better to solve it once and for all. Of course there is no problem. I also really want to learn from the masters in the village. Yagami Kingdu nodded. Sarutobi Hizen smiled, not surprised. He had long expected that Yagami Kingdu would agree, so that he would be able to judge what kind of potential he has and what level of specific strength he has now. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude is very important. However, the challenge is okay. I need to grant me a request. Just when everyone was eager to try, Yagami Kingdu put forward his own request. But it doesn't matter. I'm an orphan, as you should all know. It's not easy for Uncle Ichiro to take care of me and raise me. Kushina will need money in every aspect to live with me in the future. Iori Kingdu looked around frankly and said, that's why I need money to challenge 100,000 Huobi once. As long as you give the money, you can play as many games as you want. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What the hell? This is obviously a time to prove yourself. Why do you still need a challenge fee? Moreover, it is rumored that you can defeat the existence of Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime. In other words, it is also an elite jonin. This style that fell into Qian's eyes is out of style. The most important thing is that Yagami Kingdu thinks that the price of 100,000 Huobi is very low, and everyone can get it. After all, a detonating talisman requires 90,000 coins. Unexpectedly, most people were isolated. Sure enough, it really is a fake. It must be in this way to avoid fighting with us. Insidious enough. He promised, and used money to raise the threshold, making it clear that he still wanted to escape the battle. Everyone was talking indignantly, and even the look in the eyes of Yagami Kingdu became even more vicious. Tsunade also helped her forehead helplessly. She likes to gamble and loves money, but Iori Kingdu is young and loves money even more than him. But also look at the occasion. Even if it is an elite jonin, in the face of so many people, why should you learn to give in? It offends everyone at once, aren't you afraid? Of course, Yagami Kingdu really didn't care in his heart. This is 100,000 Huobi, and I will weigh it for you. Just when everyone was filled with righteous indignation and distress that they were blocked from the threshold by 100,000 Huobi, someone from the Hyuga clan camp came out. One of the elders of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tongping. He has already practiced 64 palms and 8 trigrams, and with 360% no blind spots, this kid is doomed to lose. I know that he is especially strong at the level of Shang Nin. His strength is not as good as that of elite Shang Nin, but he is stronger than ordinary Shang Nin. Someone immediately recognized the identity of the person, and immediately showed a happy expression on their face. Special Junin, ordinary Junin with a particular outstanding talent, the combat effectiveness is no trivial matter. Besides, he was a member of the Hyuga clan, so he would have no problem taking a 9-year-old child. It's great. I can finally extinguish his arrogance. Teach him to be a good man, and understand that he is polite to his elders. Let him understand why the flowers are so red. Many people opened their mouths one after another, shouting loudly for Hai Shang Tongping to help out. With a cold face, he told the 100,000 Huobi to be thrown away. You can have a little bit, not a bad point. The words fell, and the coin had already fallen into the hands of Yashin Kingdu. Can we start? Seeing Yagami Kingdu collecting the money, Hyuga Tongping couldn't help urging. Naturally, Yagami Kingdu nodded. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the battle broke out suddenly. Don't hold back and teach him a hard lesson. The surrounding crowd erupted, wishing to personally go on the field and beat Yagami Kingdu. Boom boom boom. The battle scene was extremely lively. Hyuga Tongping didn't hold back at all. The 64 Bagua palms came out all at once, rubbing against the air, and there were bursts of sonic booms. Yagami Kingdu dealt with it calmly, and he was able to deal with it easily just by opening the gate of life, Lilianwa. Every time he moved, he was able to escape the 8 diagram's palm. Immediately afterwards, relying on the anticipation of the white-eyed, Bagwazon greeted the face of the 8 gods Kangdu again. At the critical moment, the 8 gods Kangdu can always just dodge the 8 diagram's palm. Half a day passed, the two of you came and went, and the fight was very lively. The enthusiasm of the people around was completely detonated, and the shouting was louder and louder. They also gradually recognized the strength of Yagami Kangdu. After all, being able to fight under the fierce offensive of the Hinata clan's Jonin had proved their strength. However, it is impossible for elites to be ninjas, and at most it is at the level of ninjas. But this was enough to stop everyone from underestimating Yagami Kangdu. In the Naruto world, where the strong are respected, strength is the easiest to be recognized by others. Obviously. In such a short time, Yagami Kangdu has been recognized by everyone in Konoha. What's going on? It's impossible to deal with this fellow Hinata Tonpei for so long. Tsunade Haim, who was standing beside Hizen Sarutobi, seemed very dissatisfied with the fighting for so long. Doesn't this mean that if she was defeated by Yagami Kangdu, it would be better than Hyuga Tongping? This kid, there are so many ghost ideas, take a good look, he will not release water for no reason. Orochimaru laughed and shook his head from one side. Jiraiya also smiled helplessly, clearly seeing Yagami Kangdu's purpose. The opportunity is here. At the same time, Hyuga Tongping deliberately sold a flaw to Yagami Kangdu. Using the shadow clone to attract Iori Kangdu's attention, he didn't know when, he had already circled behind him. Boy, you're still too young, the battle is over. With a confident smile, Hyuga Tongping slammed down. He didn't keep his hand at all, wrapped around Chakra's palm, and even rubbed the air with hot flames. Chapter 16. The Evildoer, the elites are all giving money. It was a surefire blow with Hinata Tongping's monstrous fighting intent. But Yagami Kangdu stumbled and avoided this attack by falling below the glasses of others. In the eyes of outsiders, this is simply that Yagami Kangdu stepped on shit luck. Next time, there will be no such good luck. But before Hinata Tongping could react, I saw Yagami Kangdu clenching his fists, wrapped in green energy, and punching straight. The mediocre moves, the speed is still slow. Hyuga Tongping only thought that Yagami Kanto was playing tricks on himself. Just when he was about to return to his senses to fight back, he was shocked to find that he was squeezed by the pressure of terror, and his movements were as slow as a turtle. Boom! The merciless punch hit the lower abdomen of Hyuga Tongping, and the whole person flew out like a rag sack, and was deeply embedded in the outer wall of the Hokage building. Chi and blood surged in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Okay, so strong. There is no way to avoid it. How can such a terrifying coercion erupt in an instant? Hyuga muttered to herself in shock as the colors on the same plane were cyan and red. So far. After half an hour of fierce battle, the extraordinary battle came to an end. With a mediocre straight punch, Yagami Kangdu narrowly defeated Hyuga Topei. You won. Hyuga Tongping was also straightforward, cupped his hands, and turned away without turning back to the family camp. Everyone thinks they can see everything clearly. Yagami Kangdu is very strong, and it is indeed not like a 9-year-old child can do it. He is a rare genius. But compared with Orochimaru and Tsunade Haim, Hyuga Topei is very different. In this way, it took half an hour to narrowly win. The rumors are indeed rumors and exaggerated. Even in their opinion, the 8 gods can't win the battle. Hinata Tongpei is getting old, and he is already physically weak. This is because the fighting time was stretched abruptly, and this was because of lack of physical strength and narrowly lost. In other words, if a quick-witted person goes up, Yagami Kangdu will definitely lose. Place me next. Someone from the Hyuga clan stood up. This person is also a member of the Hyuga clan elder group, much stronger than the previous Hyuga Tongping. Most importantly, young, energetic, and not afraid to fight protracted battles at all. He is also a particularly strong ninja. After just observing, he thinks that he has figured out the way of Yagami Kangdu. going up is a mad beat, and the battle can be solved in minutes. 100,000 fire coins, take it. The elder of the Hinata clan said coldly. Let's get started. HMPH, don't think that you look down on my Hyuga clan after defeating Hyuga Tongping, he is only the weakest of the elders. The Hyuga clan elder said coldly. Iori Kangdu laughed and shook his head, childish. If you lose, and there are so many reasons. Boom. The elders of the Hyuga clan suddenly turned red. This was ridicule, and it was unbearable. The battle has heated up from the beginning. The elders of the Hinata clan are all good at melee combat, and the elders who are playing at this moment are indeed much better than Hinata Tongping. Whether it is speed or responsiveness, it must be on the front line. It came up with the Bagua palm that fell like a storm, unreservedly releasing chakra, striving for a quick resolution. Hey, I can teach this little devil a lesson now. He's good at procrastinating, let's see how he procrastinates. Break him out and make him accept the cruelty of the world. Many people raised hope and shouted for support. Recognition does not mean that dissatisfaction with Yagami Kanto is eliminated. The character of the stinky fart, with an attitude of not taking the rest of them in the eyes, is simply unstoppable. Unfortunately, the ideal is very full. But reality is skinny. This time the battle lasted 45 minutes. In the end, it was an unremarkable straight punch that slammed into the opponent's abdomen and ended the fight. How is that possible? Unwilling to look at the eight gods Kangdu, the elders of the Hyuga clan were dripping with sweat. Not reconciled. How could you be willing? The loach-like guy doesn't fight him at all. No matter what the temptation was, it was steady, and he even took the initiative to sell his flaws a few times. As a result, his face was baptized with fists, not only did not have a quick solution, but even fell into a disadvantage. Damn. It's a pity that losing is an indisputable fact, and it's useless to be unwilling. Desolately got up, jumped a few times, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The scene was silent. Obviously a battle is full of dangers, why can't you lose? This little devil is very cunning. He doesn't choose to fight head to head. He can delay time well and retain his physical strength. It's too treacherous. Leans on two people. No matter how much you save your stamina, it will definitely consume a lot of energy. This time I will come. Don't give him a chance to dodge. If you seize the flaws, go after them. Many people were indignant and didn't want to see Yagami Kangdu continue to be so arrogant. The main reason, of course, is that they discovered the true strength of Yagami Kangdu, and desperately hoped that someone could teach him a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't the words that were ridiculed earlier fall on Lien himself? The third challenger who emerged from the crowd was also very powerful, specializing in physique cultivation. In 48 minutes, Iori Kangdu almost sent him off the field with a whip. Immediately afterwards, someone who did not believe in evil followed, and was going to use the wheel battle to not give Yagami Kangdu any rest time. 50 minutes later, there was no doubt that they lost, but Yagami Kangdu won. There are people from every family to fight, and the currency of 100,000 is naturally not a problem. It's a pity that each one is like giving money to someone. In the end, the elders of the Uchiha clan who could rank in the forefront stood up, and he was a master at opening the wheel. Even if it is just a hook, but with its own illusion, its strength is not trivial. The people who were a little decadent suddenly burned their hopes. The strength of this elder was ranked first in the entire Konoha village. They didn't believe it anymore. Under such a wheel battle, they couldn't defeat Yagami Kangdu. Unfortunately, the fact once again let them down. Yagami Kangdu is like a machine that won't get tired. He fights without stopping, and he can narrowly win every time. Completely unaffected by Uchiha's riding wheel eye illusion, the front is hard steel, and the battle is solved in 55 minutes. Freaks. It doesn't even work with illusions. Who the hell is this kid? Civilians. Ordinary talents. What bastard lied to us like that? The old strength of this Uchiha has almost reached the elite level, so the rumors we heard are true. Damn, I can see it when you say it like this. Every time it is a narrow victory, there is still more than enough energy. Being fooled, this is deliberately showing weakness and relaxing our vigilance. Tricky, so treacherous. Just now, it was just because of the fever in my brain that I didn't think about it that much. Now calm down, many people have found clues. Chapter 17, The First Genius Ever. From the beginning to the end, the speed of Yagami Kanto's action has not been changed in any way. His face wasn't flushed, he wasn't panting, he wasn't even sweating. Obviously, he has practiced physical skills to an extremely terrifying level, and it will never be only the fifth, Dumen Konoha whirlwind. Sarutobi Hizen laughed from the beginning to the end, but he did not expect that such a serious occasion would be taken seriously by Yagami Soto. Obviously, in Yagami Kanto's view, those challenged opponents are just moving vaults. Just give him money. If you win too easily, no one will give away any more money. Deliberately show weakness and keep getting hooked. One person is 100,000 huobi, and he has made a lot of money in such a long time. Even the elite Jonin was folded in his hands, and if he couldn't wake up again, that would be a real mental retardation. It's abominable, it's just fooling us for fools. If you lose your money, how can there be such a person? Countless people shouted in anger. Unfortunately, no matter how they struggled and protested, it was in vain. The money had already entered Yagami Kengdu's pocket, and it was impossible to spit it out. What's more, he is also a trophy won by relying on real materials. Many people around clenched their fists, gnashing their teeth so much that they could not wait to go up to fight the 8 gods Kengdu. Even the elite Junin, besieged by a group of them, I am afraid they will only be beaten. It's a pity, not to mention that Yagami Kengdu wouldn't stand stupidly and let them beat him. In front of Sarutobi Hizen, no one dared to mess around. Is there anyone else to challenge? To be honest, I'm a little tired, really, you see, I'm sweating. Iori Kengdu looked around and said loudly. It's so easy to make money, why don't you make a few fools? Money is not a bastard. Quiet. Deathly silence. The crowd who had been clamoring wildly before fell silent. No one dared to look at Yagami Kengdu, even if they were very upset. But the strength is there, unless it is a shadow-level powerhouse, who can teach Yagami Kengdu? But the film-level present are all high-level villagers, can they still bully a child? If you lose, you can't hang your face. If you win, you will be ridiculed and bullied, which is totally useless. Now they have accepted their fate and no longer doubt the rumors. After half a day of fierce battles, he was able to defeat the elite Jonin when he was young, and now he is still a quasi-elite Jonin. Uchiha is old enough to explain everything. This is a great opportunity, don't you all want to beat me up? Don't miss it. Seeing everyone bowing their heads, Iori Kengdu immediately grinned to persuade him. When the words fell, many people's expressions changed, and they cursed wildly in their hearts. Damn, you are an elite Jonin, who is your opponent? Lord Orochimaru and Lord Tsunadeheim were all defeated, and several elders in the village have been defeated by you. Are you going to seek abuse? If you don't have a shadow-level strength, go up to send people and money. Do you really think they are mentally retarded? 250. Uchiha's old and embarrassed appearance just now, they are still vivid in their minds. Are you still a 9-year-old? It's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Quiet. Seeing that it was almost over, Sarutobi Hizen finally made a sound, dismantling the embarrassing atmosphere of everyone. Yagami Kengdu shrugged and said nothing. Take it when you see it, you can't be too arrogant. If the people around hear this, it must be crazy again. Are you not arrogant enough? Growing up, I have never seen such an arrogant. You are strong. Everyone stopped talking, and Sarutobi Hizen looked at Yagami Aoto seriously and said. Seeing is believing. He had previously heard the report on the Yagami Kengdu and had already made an estimate. But the power of Yagami Kingdo still exceeded his expectations. 8-door Dunjia, according to each person's physique and talent, the strength they exert is also very different. If it were Matekai, the 5th Duman would definitely not be able to achieve the level that Yagami Kingdo showed. Even from beginning to end, Yagami Kingdo was still hiding his strength. 5th Duman will never be the true strength of Yagami Kingdo. At only 9 years old, after defeating elites like Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime, Yagami Kingdo's potential is limitless. Even now, it is definitely worthy of his attention, and he will do everything he can to cultivate. Can I ask you a question? Sarutobi Hizen asked seriously, looking at Iori Soto. Ask. Yagami Kingdo didn't mind. I heard that when you rescued the Vortex Kushina alone, you almost had 3 Jonin enemies in a split second. Then, how far you have cultivated your 8-door Dunjia, can you tell me? As soon as Sarutobi Hizen's words came out, everyone around him immediately boiled. What? 3 Junin in a split second, is he the one who rescued the whirlpool Kushina? Even an elite Junin can't do it at all, right? This kid is a monster. Listen to what Hokage-sama said, he seems to have retained his strength in the battle just now. No wonder even Lord Orochimaru and Lord Tsunade Hime are no match. It just doesn't make sense. They were completely kept in the dark. Guessing that Yagami Kingdo is very strong, at least he is also an elite Junin. Unexpectedly, if it weren't for Sarutobi Hizen's inquiry, they would not know, and the elites might not be able to stop them. The most depressing thing was that Uchiha in the crowd was old, and a mouthful of old blood suddenly spewed out. I thought I was on a par with Yagami Kingdo, and the difference was not far behind. It was only when I got older that I opened the distance. The thought of being played as a monkey made him dizzy and fell to the ground on the spot. Pissed off. This 8-god Kingdo is so contemptuous of people. But it also proves that those who lost before were not wronged. It is quite normal that they are not opponents for the perverts of the 3 Shangnan level powerhouses in seconds. Open the 6 doors to the peacock. Yagami Kingdo didn't care. With Anbu's ability, I'm afraid it can be guessed from the traces of the battle on the spot. Although I don't know what Sarutobi Hizen means, there is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Hi. There was an uproar in the crowd. Seeing Iori Kingdo burst out with astonishing momentum. Chakra surged wildly, and the 6 gates toward the peacock suddenly opened. Just standing there puts a mountain of pressure on them. Even those who were slightly weaker had their knees bent. Not wrong. It's not wrong to lose. Yagami Kingdo is definitely the first genius in the history of Konoha village. Faced with such a fearful opponent, it is said that Tsunade Hime-sama had to fight for dozens of rounds before losing. Already strong. At this moment, they no longer feel that the rumor of Tsunade Hime's defeat is an insult, it is simply an honor. Chapter 18. Become the captain of the dark part of Konoha. Sarutobi Hizen was very satisfied with Yagami Soto's performance. 9. He opened 6 doors and faced the peacock, and the pressure almost swept the entire square. Except for the strong ones above, more or less they have been affected. Okay, they can't take it anymore. Seeing someone knelt down a little bit, Sarutobi Hizen said to Yagami Soto. The pressure suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hizen looked at Yagami Kingdo again with a serious expression. You already have the strength to graduate from the ninja school, do you know if you are willing to contribute to the village? It's okay to contribute, but I have one condition. Yagami Kingdo said. You said. I'm going into the Forbidden Art Library to borrow for 7 days, but I won't take anything with me, just borrow. Yagami Kingdo's words were astonishing. But based on the potential he has shown, this condition is not unacceptable. The most important thing is that no matter how talented a person is, it takes a long time to learn the forbidden techniques in the Forbidden Technique Library. A minimum of 1 month is required. Most of them are also based on their own special physique. There is no problem with borrowing from the 7-day Forbidden Art Library. As long as you are willing to contribute to the village, you can also borrow other types of ninjutsu, and there is no time limit. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Okay, deal, Yagami Kingdu responded. Entering the Forbidden Technique Library is of course not to learn the forbidden techniques in it. Just for fishing in the future, it is very possible to obtain various powerful abilities. With this foreshadowing, any powerful ninjutsu used in the future will not be suspected. As for the ordinary ninjutsu loan supplemented by Sarutobi Hyjin, it is also expected. Just a little research will reveal that Yagami Soto is currently only good at taijutsu. Of course, a child with such terrifying potential can't only do physical exercises. You should be proficient in both ninjutsu and illusion. Of course, they didn't think that Yagami Kingdu couldn't learn, but only thought that the conditions were limited, so they proposed to let him borrow ordinary ninjutsu scrolls. Although procedurally speaking, it is easy to be criticized by others. There is no merit or honor to get such treatment. But if you want to win over a monstrous talent like Yagami Kingdu, you still need to pay for this. It's just that as soon as the voice of Yagami Kingdu fell, Sarutobi Hyjin directly announced, "Then from today, you will be the captain of Konoha's dark part." What? Hearing Sarutobi Hyjin's announcement, the people around couldn't hold back any longer. Yashin Kingdu is indeed very powerful and has great potential. At the age of 9, he has cultivated the 8-door Dunjia to the level of 6, which shows that his will is tough. But Anbu has always been affiliated with Shadow, and performed top-secret missions. It would be too hasty to have a 9-year-old as the captain of the dark section. Not only the children of each family, but also the patriarchs of other major families were shocked. Just wanted to speak to persuade, but realized their identities, and immediately shut up. On this occasion, in their capacity, they could never open their mouths to refute Shadow's authority. Tsunade Hime, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all looked at each other. Only then did they understand why the teacher had to summon the Yagami Kingdu so solemnly. He also ignored everyone's challenges and malice towards him. It turned out that he took a fancy to Yagami Kanto's future. And it will never be limited to the captain of the dark part. Most likely, it was cultivated according to the successor of Shadow. This little guy will soon climb onto our heads. Zillai also shook his head with a wry smile. But his heart was mostly happy. There is such a calm and potential talent as the heir of Shadow, which is much more reliable than him or Tsunade Hime and Orochimaru. Lord Hokage, borrowing the Forbidden Art Library, has already opened the back door. It is inappropriate for him to be the captain of the dark part. Just when everyone thought that the matter was done, Shimura Dan, who had half of his face covered in white bandages, hid his voice. Yeah, Hokage-sama, he's still too young. Being strong doesn't mean he has enough experience in leading a team. It's better to train and hone, and it won't be too late when you have enough experience. Yeah, Anbu is concerned with the safety of Konoha as a whole, so you can't be careless. With Shimura Danzo's opening, some people in the crowd gathered up the courage to stand up. The authority of the captain of the dark part is very high, and even some wealthy families have to be restrained. Putting a 9-year-old on top of them was a joke. Sarutobi Hyjin didn't care about everyone's opposition, took a sip of dry smoke, and announced, "Since you are against it, I will not force Yagami Soto to be the captain of the Dark Division." After the words were finished, before everyone could be relieved, Sarutobi Hyjin said again, "As long as any of you can defeat Yagami Soto, who will be the captain of this dark part." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. At other times, the crowd must be full of enthusiasm. After seeing the strength of Yagami Kingdu, how could anyone have the confidence to defeat this pervert? This is a perversion that cannot be measured by age. Everyone suddenly woke up. From the beginning to the end, even if Yagami Kingdu heard that he was going to be the captain of the dark section, his face was full of waves. In the face of the wave of rebuttals from the crowd, there was no emotion at all. Such calmness has surpassed most of them. Not to mention, his perverted strength does not match his age. Gradually, some people accepted the fact after psychological comfort. Even Shimura Danzo's facial muscles twitched, but Hishin Sarutobi was prepared. Of course he wanted to block it. But even if Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't say it, as Konoha's top executive, he couldn't make a move. Otherwise, the big bully the small, and it is clear that it is to refute the dignity of Hokage. The patriarchs of the major families also glanced at each other, and no one raised any objections. Since everyone has no opinion, from today onwards, Yagami Kanto will be the captain of my Konoha Dark section. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave everyone time to digest, and no one objected after a while, so he announced loudly. Yagami Kangdo's expression did not change from beginning to end. As the captain of the dark part, even if he needs to face the old silver coin of Shimura Danzo, he doesn't panic at all. So far, today's farce is a high level. Just don't know why. The fact that Yagami Kanto became the captain of Konoha's part quickly spread. The entire ninja world got the news. Chapter 19. Shocking the entire ninja world. Yuyin Village. In a huge conference room. As the well-deserved leader of Yuyin Village, Sanjiao, Hanzo sat in the first place, watching the information passed back by his subordinates. Konoha Village has added a dark part captain named Yagami Kanto. This was not something to be concerned about. But the most amazing thing is that this Yagami Kanto is only 9 years old. Iori Kanto. Hanzo looked at the name thoughtfully, and looked at the two people who brought information in front of him and said, "Have you heard of this family?" In front of Hanzo, standing is the leader of the Anbu of Yuyin Village and the captain. Under the leadership of Hanzo, Yuyin Village implemented a closed policy. The current 3 have already represented the top management. There is no big family with this surname in the data. It is said that it is a post-war orphan of Konoha Ninja Village. Both parents are civilian ninjas. There is nothing surprising, Yuyin Village Anbu captain said. This is very strange. A mere 9-year-old child, according to information, actually defeated Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime. The leader of Yuyin Village's dark clan frowned. 8th-door Dunjia has opened to the 6th door, and the elite children who defeated major families and wealthy families alone are not opponents, even elders. This child should be listed as a special concern. Indeed, if there is no error in the information, and it is not deliberately done by Konoha Village, the potential of this 9-year-old child is too great. Hanzo nodded. I thought that Konoha would not pick up. Except for the 3 disciples who were taught by Sarutobi Hizen, there are no more outstanding characters. It seems that the plan will be delayed for a while. Hanzo got up and paced back and forth, thought for a moment, and then said. Yes, it's not wise to take action at this time. The leader of the Anbu of Yuyin Village immediately agreed. In addition, we will spread the matter about Yagami Kanto as much as possible. Hanzo ordered. Yuyin Village Anbu Brigade nodded and left quickly. Soon. With the help of Hanzo, the 9-year-old boy, Yagami Kanto became the leader of the dark part of Konoha Village. At the speed of a hurricane, it spread throughout the 5 major countries, the 5 major ninja villages, and swept through almost the entire ninja world. Iori Kanto. Where did the characters come from? The land of soil, the village of Yinyan, the 3 generations of soil shadows of the garlic nose, Oyemu muttered to himself. In order to use the war to plunder profits, he has done a lot of things secretly recently. There was a Yagami Kanto in the sky, and the plan was going to change greatly. Lord Tukage, according to the information, the 9-year-old Yagami Kanto already has the strength to defeat the elite Junin. Even Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime are not opponents. Did you brag about it? Voice. Anaji's eyes were deep. Anyway, be careful, that guy Hanzo will definitely change the plan. The country of thunder, Union Village. After receiving the news that Yagami Soto became the captain of Konoha's dark part. A strong physicist, do you rely on strength, speed, and destructive power as your highest reliance? I really want to practice with him. His face was full of excitement and fighting spirit surging. This is a metamorphosis with hard steel that can go to the front of the 8 tails. When you meet someone of the same type, you always want to challenge yourself. If it weren't for the fear of detonating the war between the two countries, he would probably have the intention to go directly to Konoha village to challenge Yagami Kangdu. Foggy Village. The third generation of water shadows, sitting in the first place, looked ruthless. The collapse of the country of Vortex was his single-handed plan. Not long ago, a luxurious lineup was dispatched to hunt down Uzumaki Kushina. The result was actually the destruction of the entire army of 3 Shangnin and 3 Zongnin, and it was unknown who killed them. Thorough investigation in anger, to no avail. Now, looking at the 4 characters of Yagami Kangdu on the information, the third generation Mesuying suddenly understood. Lord Mesuying, are you sending others to assassinate again? I can't find many spells in the country of Vortex. I'm afraid I can only pass the little girl. The senior of Wuin village suggested. Outside Konoha village is our last chance. How can we take it away in the village now? Sandai Mizukage snorted. It's all to blame for this little devil of the 8 gods Kangdu, or else send someone to kill him, shame on him. Someone suggested. A 9-year-old strongman who can rival the elite Jonin, who will assassinate. Am I still you? Mizukage sneered. With a flick of his hand, he threw the information in his hand to the top of Wuin village. The senior officials of Wuin village circulated it one after another, and they were immediately shocked. The above information is very clear. The losing streak of Orochimaru and Tsunade Haim is still an absolute advantage. One after another challenged the elites of the major noble families in Konoha village, winning all the battles and winning a lot of Huobi. The 8 doors of Dunjia open 6 doors, the physical skills are super strong, and the strength evaluation is the lowest elite Shangin. If such a person wants to assassinate, it is still impossible in Konoha village. At the same time, he silently promotes the Black Jew of Ninja World War. Only 9 years old, a post-war orphan from a commoner, actually possesses the strength of an elite Jonin. When I first got the news, even Heiju couldn't believe it. But obviously, things won't come out of nowhere. In order to resurrect his mother, he does not allow any variable interference. The 9-year-old elite Junin is likely to have unexpected effects. It seems that he needs to prepare early. Brother Kangdu, are you there? In Konoha village, Yagami Kanto originally prepared to summon the system and counted the bait, and the voice of Uzumaki Kushina came over. Opening the door, I saw Uzumaki Kushina smiling sweetly, holding a delicate lunchbox in her hand. Because of Yagami Kangdu's terrible cooking skills, he lives by eating ramen every day. The little kitchen expert Whirlpool Kushina took care of all the meals and was responsible for 3 meals a day. Where did you go today? Iori Kangdu asked at the dining table. Uzumaki Kushina hardly left his sight these days, but disappeared for a morning. Going to see Grandma Mito. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Juchinai immediately burst into tears. The country of Vortex was destroyed, leaving only a relative of Vortex Mito. But just yesterday, Uzumaki Mito also left. In the entire country of Vortex, she is really the only one left. It's okay, Kangdu brother will always be with you. Yagami Kangdu sighed secretly. He touched Uzumaki Kushina's little head and comforted him. There is one more thing, I think I must tell brother Kangdu. After sobbing for a while, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly stopped crying and said. Go ahead. Yagami Kangdu nodded. I decided to inherit my grandmother and become the pillar force of the 9-tailed people. Uzumaki Kushina said firmly. Yagami Kanto wanted to say something. But obviously, Uzumaki Kushina was already prepared and shook his head. I know what this means, but I have already decided. Brother Kangdu, I hope you don't blame me for my willfulness. After all, this is the mission of our Uzumaki clan. Quote. Okay, I will support your decision. Iori Kangyu had no choice but to say no more. The two were speechless and ate in silence. Uzumaki Kushina's mission is just a cover, and the real intention has not been said, nor is it going to be said. Her brother Kangdo is too good, and she doesn't want to fall behind too much. With his own talent, he can't do it at all. But if he could become the nine-tailed Manzuli, then everything would be different. Chapter 20. A single draw destroys a lifetime, 10 consecutive miracles. Early the next morning, Uzumaki Kushina was picked up by Jiraiya himself. According to Yagami Kangdo's knowledge, there is no danger in a short period of time, so I don't care. Turning on the system, Yagami Kangdo integrated what he had obtained in the past few days. They are the rewards for being the first person in the class, 100 bait. 1000 bait obtained by defeating Orochimaru and Tsunade, a total of 1110 bait. There is also the big head who gave the money yesterday, who contributed a total of 2.8 million huobi, which is a considerable wealth. After packing the 2 million coins, Yagami Kangdo called an Anbu member. Except when performing tasks, these Anbu members are no different from ordinary ninjas, and are also responsible for doing some trivial chores. After several days of struggle, the members of the Dark Division team belonging to Yagami Kangdo all accepted their fate. At first, there were people who were tantrums. How can a 9-year-old child be qualified to lead them? Anyway, at least they are all special chunin, the highest even has upper ninja, which is too insulting. But when they learned that Yagami Kangdo defeated the elites of the major wealthy families in Konoha village as a 9-year-old child. Even Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime failed miserably. Immediately from indignant emotions to capitalized conviction. There is even a hint of happiness in my heart. The stronger the leader who leads oneself, the higher the survival rate of those who carry out the task seems to be. Don't look at Anbu's full name: Assassination Tactics Special Forces. Life and death must be put aside. But to be alive, no one wants to die. Others don't know for the time being, but the strength of Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime is obvious to all. The elite Junin also bears the name of Hokage disciple. Victory in the entire Konoha village is an extremely advanced existence. Even if they can defeat them, can I explain the strength of Yagami Kangdo? The most important thing is that Yagami Aoto has a good character. In the past few days, he would never rely on the position of the sub-commander to dictate to them. Also a handsome super lady. Under the circumstances of various factors, who can object to such a person serving as his own team captain? Captain, is there anything I need to do? A subordinate quickly came to Yagami Kangdo. There are a total of 2 million fire coins here, you can send them to Uncle Ichiro. Yagami Kangdo said. The subordinates wrapped up the package and left quickly without any hesitation. Miura Ichiro raised him from childhood to adulthood, and now that he has the ability, he should naturally repay. After everything was properly prepared, Yagami Kangdo plunged into the Konoha Forbidden Art Library again. I thought that after becoming the captain of the dark part, there were a lot of things to worry about. But in fact, under normal circumstances, the captain of the dark part has nothing to do at all. Trivial chores are naturally handled by the people below. Even if it is some major event, if you have to pass the 8 gods Kangdo, it is to make a final decision. Therefore, Yagami Kanto has plenty of time. He was immersed in the Forbidden Art Library for 7 days, which made Hizen Sarutobi, who had been paying attention secretly, very satisfied. However, when he couldn't go to the Forbidden Art Library to pretend, Yagami Kangdo felt itchy. Now that he is the captain of the dark part, he can't grow up fishing by the river. In particular, he changed to an inaccessible pond and started his fishing career again. It doesn't matter where you fish anyway, everything comes out of the special space provided by the system. System, start fishing. Soon, Yagami Kangdo rested on the beach chair in the posture of lying down as an uncle. A fishing rod appeared out of thin air, and the other end was thrown into the pond. First day. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the experience and practice of 8-door Dunjia for 3 months. The next day. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 3 months of immortal body experience training. Day 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a physical skill promotion card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 3 months of ability training. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Tsunadeji's photo. Time flies. A month passed quickly. Yagami Kangdu had been fishing for a whole month before he knew it. During this month, Uzumaki Kushina will deliver meals on time, and he will not be hungry enough for Yagami Kangdu. After all, Shangnan is also a human being, so it is absolutely impossible not to eat. However, sleeping or something can completely compress the time. With the current Iori Kangdu's physique, he can do it for a month without sleep. One bait can be fished for 8 hours. In the past, the physique was weak, and at most one bait was consumed a day. Now that his physique is strong, sitting for 16 hours in a row and taking a short rest is another day full of energy. Result, the original 1100 bait will take more than 3 years. Now it is greatly shortened, as long as 1.5 years is enough. Every bait represents an increase in strength, isn't it fragrant? System, open all bubbles. After accumulating the bubbles for so long, Yagami Kangdu did not rush to open it, just to wait for today. A single draw destroys a lifetime, 10 consecutive miracles. Boom. 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 The sound of bubbles breaking one after another sounded, accompanied by a system prompt. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 40 months of 8-door Dunjia experience training. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 40 months of immortal body experience training. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 20 months of white-eyed experience training. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the X4 Taiju promotion card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting Tsunade Haime's photo. In the blink of an eye, all the bubble rewards came out. The white eyes and the immortal body have been greatly improved again. Relying on the physique promotion card, Baman Dunjia can also go to the next level. What the hell? And Tsunade Haime's photo. Holding the exquisite photo book in hand, isn't it the photos of Tsunade Haime wearing various costumes and poses? If this is published, the publishing business of Jiraiya's Intimacy Paradise may suffer a huge impact. But will Yagami Aoto publish this photo book? Good stuff, of course you have to hide it yourself. Hokage I'll become stronger when I'm fishing, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21. Fishing is fun for a while, fishing all the time, fun all the time. System, Summon Character Attribute Panel. Host, Yagami Kanto. Realm, Elite Shangnan. Special Ability, Immortal Human Body, Level 7, Level 10. Blood Follower Limit, White Eyes, Level 8, Level 10. Teishu, 8 Gates of Dunjia, 7 gates, 8 gates in total. Ninjutsu, Fire Escape, Fire Technique, Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet, Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Each ability has been slightly improved, although the overall ability is still elite. But Yagami Kangdu felt that if he fought Orochimaru or Tsunade Haime again, he would be able to defeat them in a shorter time. The same as the elite Jonin, the difference is still very big. In terms of ninjutsu, I also got 3 ninjutsu, at least I can fool the old man Sarutobi Hibiki. The thing that makes Iori Kangdu the happiest is that the 8 gates Dunjia has been upgraded to the 7th gate. Jingmun Day Tiger, the power is extremely amazing. The damage range can reach several kilometers. This is an extremely fast slaying punch, capable of compressing into a high-pressure gas bomb in the form of a tiger to attack the opponent. When facing Ludaoban, he even achieved a frontal repulsion. Even if Madara was careless for a while, it was enough to show the strength of the Day Tiger. The disadvantage is that even with the current progress of the immortal body, it is still impossible to guarantee that Yagami Kangdu will start the Day Tiger mode without injury. But for a short time without injury, there should be no problem. It's just that there is no place to experiment, and the specific situation is still unknown. The strength has been greatly improved, and the mood of Yagami Kangdu is quite good. Lying on the beach chair, opened Tsunade Hine's photo. Just at first glance, Yagami Kangdu had to sigh, it is really a talent that is ingenious. As for which aspect and what kind of talent, only God knows. It was also when Yagami Kangdu took a short rest and was ready to continue his fishing career. At his residence, Sarutobi Hizen himself came to visit. Still a child, even if he is strong, he still needs to be persuasive. Good guidance and strong strength are the blessings of Konoha village. If it's like Madara, it's a disaster. Dong dong dong. The door was knocked, but Yagami Kangdu did not appear, but Uzumaki Kushina opened the door. It's Kushina, good boy, what about big brother Kanto? Sarutobi Hizen asked kindly. Brother Kangdu is at Hokage Rock. Uzumaki Kushina replied. He's still at Hokage Rock. Sarutobi Hizen wondered. I heard that Iori Kangdu was in Hokage Rock half a month ago, why is it still there? Kushina, tell Grandpa, what is brother Sudo doing in Hokage Rock? Sarutobi Hizen said kindly. In order to avoid the misunderstanding of Yagami Kangdu, he didn't send anyone to follow him, otherwise he wouldn't have come to find him in person, and he wasted no time. Brother Kangdu is fishing, Uzumaki Kushina said bluntly. Fishing? Sarutobi Hizen wondered, how long has he been fishing? 1 month. What? Sarutobi Hizen suddenly changed his face. A month. Haven't been home. No. I don't understand why Sarutobi Hizen's face changed. Uzumaki Kushina nodded innocently. As the third generation grandpa going to find brother Kangdu with me? Lifting the lunchbox in his hand, Uzumaki Kushina asked. No, you go. Sarutobi Hizen waved his hand, thinking that he had already found a reason for Yagami Kanto. Fishing, develop patience, personal hobbies, that's fine. Like him, also likes to smoke, not a big deal. As long as the responsible thing is done, everything will be fine. Going all the way to the exclusive office of the captain of the dark part, looking at the processing documents on the desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't edit it anymore. When did your squad leader start not processing papers? Suppressing his emotions, Sarutobi Hizen asked. Anbu members did not dare to neglect, and said directly, 1 month. Me. Sarutobi Hizuki, who was almost swearing, took a deep breath. Remind yourself that this is a rare evildoer of Konoha, and you must not be angry. Must be calm. After all, Yagami Kangdu is only a 9-year-old child, with strong strength, but still a child's temperament. It must be so. Must. Soon, a month has passed. Instead of going to Yagami Kangdu's residence, he went directly to the office. The documents that were originally piled up were already as high as a hill. I tell Hokage-sama, the squad leader is fishing behind Hokage Rock. The Anbu member bit the bullet and said. As calm as Sarutobi Hizen, when he heard this sentence, his face turned ashen. 2 months, 2 full months. As the captain of the dark part, you don't care about anything, don't do anything. Still fishing. This boy Kangdo never came back in the middle. Sarutobi Hizen suppressed his anger and asked. If you train and improve your strength, he will have nothing to say. The results of it, in addition to fishing, are fishing. Not dealing with affairs, not cultivating, is this going to heaven? The 9-year-old, the elite Jonin, is indeed the first genius in the history of Konoha village. But such talent, don't waste it so much, right? If he had such talent, would he wish to practice 24 hours a day? Go, let him meet me in the Hokage office building, and say it's my order. Sarutobi Hizen made a decision. You can't fight, you can't scold, and it's always alright to educate them well, right? How many months are there in life? Such a waste of money, what a pity. Soon, Sarutobi Hizen sat in the Hokage office. The more you think, the more angry you are. He had high expectations and basically went to train Hokage. Why don't you cherish it at all? Practice hard and become a super shadow level powerhouse. Famous in the whole ninja world, isn't he fragrant? Either fishing or fishing every day is a waste of talent. Jiraiya on the side also looked at Orochimaru, and they all heard about Yagami Kingdo's strange behavior. To be able to anger 3 generations of old men like this. Yagami Kingdo is the first. Chapter 22. The goal finally appeared. Soon, when Yagami Soto came to Hokage's office, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade Hime, and even Hiruzen Sarutobi were taken aback. A 9-year-old child, the vicissitudes of life are unbelievable. Long hair and a dusty face. There was no clean place anywhere. Hey, 3-generation-old man, are you looking for me? Iori Kingdo said calmly. If it hadn't been for hearing this outrageous remark, others would even think that Yagami Kingdo had been faked. Unexpectedly, Yagami Kingdo actually fell to such a level. Did something happen? At the beginning, Sarutobi Hizen, who had planned to teach Yagami Kingdo a hard lesson, immediately forgot what he said earlier. What kind of blow did you suffer? Lovelorn. Zillai also exclaimed in shock. Idiot, how could a 9-year-old child be lost in love? Tsunade-ji gave Jiraiya a shudder. Iori Kingdo suddenly realized, and replied to himself, are you guys wondering about my dress? It's nothing, I just went fishing, and I didn't pay much attention to the time. 2 full months, you told me you didn't pay attention to the time. It passed by accidentally. Orochimaru was stunned. He considers himself a cultivator, but he still can't do it to such an extent. Is fishing so fun? To be able to make a 9-year-old so obsessed. Don't hesitate to waste your talent. This is too crazy. Sarutobi Hizen also saw the madness of Yagami Kingdo, but he didn't expect a hobby to be so paranoid. The anger in my heart that hated iron as not steel disappeared, but I couldn't help but exhort. It's okay for children to be playful, but you still have to pay attention to your body. It's not necessary to be so embarrassed for yourself. The teacher is right. Everything must be done in moderation. You are young and powerful. You do have the capital to be proud of, but you can't waste your talent too much. Zillai also reminded. Orochimaru and Tsunade Hime also nodded in agreement. Wasting talent. Yagami Kanto laughed. I can improve myself all the time, why have I ever wasted any talent? But this kind of thing can't be said, the biggest secret can be exposed from the front. Nodding on his face, pretending to listen to their persuasion, Yagami Kingdo said, I will. Okay, go back and clean up yourself. When others saw it, I thought that all the captains of Konoha Anon were like this. Tsunade-ji also reminded aloud. The 3 generations of old men called me over here, don't they have something to explain? Yagami Kingdo was puzzled. Sarutobi Hizen was stunned for a moment, then waved his hands again and again. I'm getting old, and I'm a little forgetful, so I can't remember it for the time being. Go back and sort yourself out. Hurry up, hurry up. Good. Yagami Kingdo responded and turned away. Fishing for a full 2 months. The image of Yagami Kanto has indeed undergone great changes. Although Uzumaki Kushina would bring a change of clothes from time to time, but every time Yagami Soto forgot. After all, it's a race against time to concentrate on fishing. Through the reflection by the river, Yagami Soto also understood. Why was everyone stunned when they first entered the Hokage office? Soon, back to the other side after washing and trimming the hair neatly. After eating the special lunch of Uzumaki Kushina, Yagami Soto came to the dark part captain's office assigned to him. Looking at the documents to be processed, Yagami Kingdo did not panic at all. Some even wanted to laugh. He won't handle it, but someone will handle it. The people under the command were driven, and all the documents were processed in just one morning. The trivial ones are executed by the following people, and he only needs to issue accurate instructions. When the documents were processed, Yagami Soto went home. The matter was quickly reported to Sarutobi Hizen. Hearing that Yagami Kangdu handled things in an orderly and fast manner, he felt relieved. That's right. To be a sub-captain, one must have the appearance of being a sub-captain. Of course, the subordinates of those detachments would definitely not reveal that Yagami Kangdu was in fact still a hands-off shopkeeper. At this moment, Yagami Kangdu has returned home. Kushina, let's go. She shouted at the room, and Kushina, who had been prepared for a long time, jumped out. A month ago, Uzumaki Kushina successfully became the nine-tailed Manzuli. This matter is a top secret, and few people in the entire Konoha village know about it. During the period, some people came to investigate, but they were all blocked from the outside. In those days, the defense of the entire Konoha village was raised to an unprecedented level. Even Soto Yagami, who was fishing, could feel it. Right after all. Now in the entire ninja world, no one can suppress the runaway nine-tailed demon fox. In the original book, the blackened Obito caused the Nine Tails Rebellion. If it weren't for the seal of Uzumaki Kushina's own, and finally at the expense of Naruto's childhood, I am afraid that Konoha village will be greatly damaged. Where do we go to practice? Uzumaki Kushina asked, sticking to Yagami Kangdu's side. Behind Hokage Rock, there's no one there. Yagami Kangdu asked. Soon, the two came to the back of Hokage Rock. Uzumaki Kushina looked a little nervous. Can I? Believe in yourself. Yagami Kangdu encouraged. It won't hurt, right? Uzumaki Kushina was still hesitant. Don't worry. Then shall I start? Yeah, Yagami Kangdu tirelessly. Fire escape how fireball technique. With a loud shout, Uzumaki Kushina almost finished the seal in the blink of an eye. The chakra gathered in the throat spewed out, forming a huge fireball that swept the pond ahead. Yagami Kangdu prepared in advance, opened the door, Bialianwa moved at high speed, and smashed the giant fireball with one punch. I succeeded, Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Yagami Kangdu also smiled. At least it has the strength of Chunin chakra, which is very powerful. He stepped forward and touched the head of Uzumaki Kushina, expressing his approval. As the Chunin strength, Kangdo brother is more powerful, so he can smash it with one punch. When Uzumaki Kushina heard the words, she instantly turned into a little fangirl. Next, the two continued to try various fire escapes. Uzumaki Kushina, who has the teachings of Yagami Kangdu, has made rapid progress, and has almost mastered all kinds of low-level fire escapes. It's just that the intensity of Huodun depends on the mood, and Uzumaki Kushina still can't send and receive freely. But this is not bad. At least, Uzumaki Kushina already has the ability to protect herself. When the two returned home, the sky was completely dark. The whirlpool Kushina, who spent a lot of chakra, quickly fell asleep. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the window. It was from Anbu. Captain, I have done what you explained. Are you sure? Yagami Kangdu asked. 100%, she often haunts around there. The subordinate nodded earnestly. As early as 2 months ago, Yagami Kangdu sent someone to observe that person secretly. As a modern man, he understands the truth. In Hokage, there is no absolute direct line of his own, and he does not know when he will be calculated. Anbu is the world of Danzo again, who knows if there is a flag he planted around him. Of course he wouldn't make a big move to remove it, anyway, at least when it comes to issues in Konoha village, no one would dare to mess around. However, Yagami Kangdu also needs to cultivate his own direct line. And this subordinate who came to report was sent by Yagami Kangdu to find such existences in others. Of course, Yagami Kangdu also kept a hand, investigating in a reasonable way, and wouldn't leave anyone a clue. And now, finally, the opportunity has come. Chapter 23. Yi Kang, let me change your destiny. Yagami Kanto opened the map. On the map, there is a spot marked with a red cross. The location was nothing else, it was the location where Yagami Aoto wanted to find that person. Are you sure that burning escape Yi Kang is here? Yagami Kangdu asked earnestly, looking at his subordinates. Subordinate nodded and responded cautiously, absolutely correct, Captain. The subordinate has been squatting for a long time. This person is indeed the owner of the blood-sustaining boundary, or a very special burning escape. But he seems to be about the same age as you, Captain, and his strength is still unknown. But at least in the eyes of his subordinates, he is not her opponent, so he did not dare to get too close. The other details have not been investigated yet. Enough, you're doing well. Yagami Kanto did not hesitate to praise this subordinate. Similar to himself, the owner of Burning Escape, a little girl with unusually powerful strength, isn't that Yi Kang? Good. The person Yagami Kangdu wants to cultivate is Yi Kang, the Scorching Escape. At present, Yi Kang has just awakened to the limit of blood and has not yet entered the eyes of the high-level officials of Cheyenne Village. This is an opportunity. After more than 2 months of confirmation. Now that her identity has finally been determined, her trace has been found. Fortunately, no time wasted. The group of idiots in Cheyenne Village hadn't found Yi Kang yet. Is it difficult, Yi Kang? I have to make an appointment. In the Third Ninja World War, it will be in the battle against the hidden village of Kiri. Yi Kang used absolute scorching ability to restrain Shui Dun and the Frost Dun of the Mizunoyuki clan, making Wuyin village a thorn in his side. Later, he was tortured by the 4 generations of Fengying Luosha and died tragically. This kind of talent is used to kill, why not grab it and leave it to Cheyenne Village as cannon fodder? What's more, she's very good looking now, and it's good to be seductive. 5 days later. After saying hello to Miura Ichiro and arranging the affairs of Uzumaki Kushina, Yagami Soto set off. The reason for Hirosaki Sarutobi is that he needs actual combat to improve his combat effectiveness. Konoha Anbu. How could they be here? The leader is obviously a child, could it be Konoha's new leader of the dark part? What is he doing here? Is it to stir up trouble? There are many guards at the border of the Land of Wind, and some of them recognize the identity of Konoha Anbu, and quickly speculated the identity of Yagami Kangdu. The 8 gods Kangdu did not hide it, and entered the country of the wind openly. The guards of the Kingdom of the Wind on the border were moved when they saw Konoha Anbu dispatched. This is not something they can deal with, and they can only quickly report the matter to the village. Are you sure? Konoha's new leader of the dark part led people into the country of wind. And hasn't it been concealed at all? The one guarding the border is a member of the Sandian village. After getting the news, Shokten repeatedly asked, are you sure you read it right? There is absolutely no mistake. Everyone else is wearing a mask, but the child has an unfamiliar face and is not wearing a mask. The guard explained. Hi. Sandian village Chunin sucked in a breath, and quickly ordered, send someone to monitor them. Remember, don't get too close. That is Konoha Anbu, we are definitely not opponents. Be sure to remember, just watch what they are going to do from a distance, and I will inform Lord Fengying now. Sand-hidden village Chunin quickly took action. Konoha Anbu, they dare not provoke. But you enter my territory and surveillance is normal and no one is to blame. As for hands-on. As everyone knows, Konoha Anbu has the earliest origin. Everyone is the best of the best. If the rumors are correct, the leading little ghost is the strongest, even comparable to the elite Junin. If such people want to run rampant, they can only watch. Go up. Just looking for death. But okay. They didn't look like they were picking quarrels and provoking trouble. When they discovered their existence, they didn't care. This is good news. When he was not far from the target, Yagami Soto asked the Anbu members to wait for him in place. Now Yi Kang is still a 9-year-old child, so many people, such a big battle, it would be a bad thing to be scared away. Soon, Yagami Kanto arrived at the destination. Weird, the scope looked. In such a big place, there is only one lonely little house. Even the roof leaked a little to the east and one to the west, which looked very shabby. Grandma, go in quickly, your body can't stand such torment, I can. Soon, a little girl's voice came over. As far as the eye can see, a little girl is supporting an old lady. The little girl was covered in torn clothes, and the old lady was on crutches, her hair was gray, and it was difficult to walk. Hey, old lady, don't pretend to be sick, you owe us money, but it's still not paid off. On the other side, there are a few vicious people standing. One by one, they had their waists tucked into their arms, looking like they were invincible. Good sir, I really don't have any money to pay back this month. I'll make it up for you next month. The old lady's face was wrinkled and she begged bitterly. Grandmother, stand up quickly. The little girl stubbornly helped her grandmother, but with her own strength, she couldn't pull it up at all. Turned around and said to the clamoring crowd, you guys are going too far. The promised 1,000 wind coins a month have now become 10,000. Where are we going to get so much money? Then I don't care, it's your own business, I just need to get the money. The Ronin who led the way of Bushido said disdainfully. That's obviously not the money my grandma owes. If you want to find it, just find that person to settle the account. The little girl was about to cry, how could he have seen such a rhetorical person? Obviously it's not the money they owe, and now they need to pay it back. But from 1,000 wind coins at the beginning, it has risen to 10,000 a month wind coins now. They are old and young and have no source of income at all. They can only rely on picking and selling food from the wild to earn a small salary, all of which have been exploited. Even if he's not your grandmother's biological child, he took care of him. It's only right and proper to pay the debt to the mother. The leading Ronin mentioned the shrinking middle-aged man next to him and said, are you right? Yes, what the uncle said is right. Yi King, you were just picked up by my mother, don't mind your own business, take out the money. The middle-aged man flattered and responded to the Ronin, and turned back to Yi King fiercely. This kind of scum, Yi King could not wait to smash his front teeth with one punch. However, if you really have no money, it's not impossible to use you to pay off your debts. The leading Ronin said suddenly. He didn't realize it at first, but as he got older, Yi King became more and more beautiful. Even if he is only 9 years old, it can already be seen that he is a beautiful embryo. Such a person, if sold to the rich in the village, will definitely get a good price. You deceive people too much. When Yi King heard this, he gritted his teeth. His eyes were red, and a dangerous aura appeared on his body. It was at this moment that a tender palm was held on her wrist. Chapter 24. Covetousness is the original sin, an act of death. The icy coldness instantly made Yi King's mind clear. The dangerous breath dissipated. It came too fast, and there were ordinary people around, so naturally I didn't notice anything. Oh, a hero saves beauty. I didn't expect to find a man to protect myself at such a young age. The leading Ronin took a closer look and found that he was only a half-year-old child, and immediately sneered. How much they owe you in total, tell me the amount, and I'll pay them back. Yagami Kingdu said indifferently. When everyone around heard the words, they all looked at Kingdu, the 8 gods. With clean eyes and a standout temperament, it really doesn't look like a child from an ordinary family. But the Ronin wanted to take Yi King away more than money. Therefore, looking at Yagami Kingdu with a bad face, he said, where did you come from? Iori Kingdu shrugged. I'm just a passerby. If you're passing by, get out of the way. Don't think you can control everything. Don't you just want money? I can give you money. Yagami Kingdu didn't care. You give money. Okay, a total of 300,000 wind coins, do you have it? The Ronin sneered. The people around were also roaring with laughter. Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense, a total of 100,000 wind coins. Yi King said in a timely manner. It was 100,000 wind coins just now, but your grandma stained my clothes, so that's 300,000 wind coins, do you have any opinion? The Ronin said viciously. When everyone looked at his hem, there were indeed water stains. However, the rainy season in Wuyin village is pervasive, and there may be frosted weeds everywhere, making it clear that there are strong arguments. 300,000 is 300,000, it doesn't matter. Yagami Kangdu pulled Yi King behind him. 60,000. The Ronin changed his tune again. 600,000. You really dare to think about it, but it doesn't matter. Yagami Kangdu said indifferently. The time has passed, 600,000 is not enough, I want this little girl to follow me. Ronin looked at Yagami Kanto with a foolish look. Everyone around was smiling. They have long been accustomed to this situation. Just bullying ordinary people with no background. They have ninjas as their backers, so they don't panic at all. Big brother, let's go, leave us alone, there are ninjas behind him, and we have no chance of winning. Yi King tugged on the sleeve of Yagami Kangdu and said. She didn't want this big brother who stood up for her to be hurt. These people are all vicious people, and the village knows it. But no one cares. Obviously, they have a huge background. When you encounter such a thing, you can endure it. Yes, boy, you're a good boy, but leave us alone, let's go. The grandmother also echoed. Want to go now? It's too late. It was at this moment that the Ronin suddenly spoke. He is wicked and courageous. Seeing Yagami Kangdu's good looks, he was able to take out hundreds of thousands of wind coins when he opened his mouth, and he became greedy. Not only did he want to take away Yi King's money to sell, but also the hundreds of thousands of wind coins promised by Yagami Kangdu, he would also take all of them. It's alright, I'll leave it to Big Brother to deal with it, okay. Ignoring the greedy face of the Ronin, Iori Kangdu turned his head and said to Yi King. The warm smile made Yi King suddenly stunned. The words fell, Iori Kangdu turned his head, 1,000,000 wind coins. The Ronin laughed suddenly. He thought that the 8 gods were afraid, and sneered, I will take the money myself, you can't leave today, this little girl, you won't leave either. If you haven't experienced the cruelty of society, you won't understand it. Let me teach you today. Ha ha ha. The surrounding Ronin's subordinates suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. Just a 9-year-old. Can it still be turned upside down? They settled on the 8 gods Kangdu, and the money and goods took all. No, I mean, you need to come up with 1,000,000. Yagami Kangdu said. Clang. Ronin suddenly looked furious, pulled out the samurai sword from his waist and shouted, Little devil, you are not tired of living, do you know who we are? The lead Ronin makes a move, and the helpers behind him will naturally not be indifferent. Almost everyone has a katana sword and is aggressive. He looked at the 8 gods Kangdu fiercely, and there was a big disagreement, meaning that he would be rectified on the spot. Is that all you rely on? Yagami Kangdu looked around and smiled, very contemptuous. Yi King, who was behind him, didn't know why. He should have been worried, but was inexplicably relieved. It seems that as long as Iori Kangdu is there, no one can hurt her. This feeling was strange, but Yi King didn't know why. Go on, teach me a lesson to this brat. The Ronin waved his samurai sword and ordered. More than a dozen helpers behind him swarmed up, waving their weapons. The katana shone with a cold glow, swung vigorously and even made a slight cracking sound. This is not holding back at all, to beat Yagami Kangdu to death. It was as if I saw the scene in which Yagami Kanto was dismantled into 8 pieces. The Ronin smiled and was very happy. That kind of blood-spraying picture is very exciting to think about. Okay, only strong enough strength can protect the people around you. Facing the dozen or so Ronin, Yagami Kangdu turned his head and said to Yi King. Yi King was a little ignorant and didn't quite understand the meaning of Yashin King's words. But soon, a terrifying aura swept out with Yagami Kangdu as the center. Yi King unexpectedly discovered that his own burning escape couldn't help but boil, and he protected himself. Big Brother also has the same ability as me. Yi King was very puzzled. Boom. At this moment, Yagami Kingdu directly opened the fifth, Dumin Konoha whirlwind. The temperament of the whole person and kindness suddenly became extremely aggressive. Originally ferocious, the dog legs who were madly waving their weapons and rushing up, were suddenly unable to move. They are just ordinary people. In the face of the terrifying eight-door Dunjia, the oppressive force emanating from the Shengnan-level powerhouse could not lift a single finger to resist. Only now did they realize that they were not dealing with a 9-year-old at all, but a terrible existence. Chapter 25. Burning Escape Yi Kang, True Talent. How? The leading Ronin's eyes burst out, watching this scene in disbelief. He had never seen this type of taijutsu ninja, so he couldn't tell the difference. I just felt that there was an oppressive force in the air, and my subordinates' weapons were all lost, and I couldn't get up when I lay on the ground. Not just Ronin. Even Yi Kang was stunned. It looks like he is a half-year-old child. But the ability that Yagami Kanto has shown now is simply appalling. Big brother is awesome. A childish cry rang out. Yi Kang was very excited. These bullies should have learned their lesson. Even the grandmother with limited mobility clenched her fists and said with a mouth that leaks. Yagami Kangdu stepped on the bodies of the dogs and walked to the leader of the Ronin step by step. Wherever he passed, there was a sound of broken bones. Ah! Accompanied by a truly shrill cry, it resounded in the air. When he came to the leader of the Ronin, a series of slaps from Yagami Kangdu landed on his face. In an instant, he was beaten into a pig's head, but he controlled his strength and did not kill him. I said earlier that he would be asked to take out 1 million wind coins as compensation. How could it be so easy to let him die? Now, it's your choice. Iori Kangdu chuckled lightly. 1 million, buying your own life is a good deal, right? Does the Ronin leader dare to say nothing? He has been able to mix up to this day, of course he has eyesight. The child in front of him is most likely a ninja, and he is not an ordinary person. The people behind him didn't give him such a terrifying feeling, he couldn't afford to offend him. 1 million, no, 1.5 million, I gave it. Please forgive me, the villain is wrong, please forgive me. The Ronin leader fell to his knees with a plop. Yagami Kangdu smiled and walked back towards Yi Kang. Do you understand? Yagami Kangdu said, rubbing Yi Kang's head. Understood. Yi Kang clenched his fist. I want to become stronger. Then leave with me, Yagami Kangdu said directly. Leave? Where? Yi Kang's big eyes flickered with deep doubts. I'm not from the land of wind, I come from the land of fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Yagami Kangdu explained patiently. Yi Kang heard the words, lowered his head and froze. There was no reply for a long time. What? You don't want to? Iori Kangdu frowned. Life here doesn't seem worth remembering, does it? Yi Kang shook his head and said apologetically. I'm sorry big brother, I really want to go with you, but I can't. My grandma is old, I can't leave him alone. It turns out that this is the case. It's not a problem, I was going to take your grandma with me. Yagami Kangdu laughed and shook his head. Ah, really? Yi Kang was surprised. Just blinking, Yi Kang's face was filled with deep sadness. But everyone says I'm a monster, I can't implicate big brother. Monster. Yagami Kangdu stepped forward. You look so cute, how can you be a monster? That's all their nonsense. No, they didn't talk nonsense. I'm really a monster. My parents went to heaven because of me. Yi Kang's eyes were red, obviously thinking of a bad past. You don't want to say that sometimes the body will suddenly burst out with fireballs that can evaporate all the water. Yagami Kanto guessed it. Big brother, do you know? Yi Kang didn't know what to say at first, but he didn't expect to be broken by Yagami Kangdu. Actually, this is not a bad ability. You are a genius. This is a kind of Shueiji boundary, a very powerful ability. Yagami Kanto explained. Blood succession boundary is a technique that can only be inherited by blood relatives under normal circumstances. Usually, other than those of the same bloodline who can inherit it, others cannot learn or imitate it. So I'm great. A child is a child, and the spirit is easily attracted. Yagami Kingdu nodded. Try to concentrate and see if you can summon a fireball. Boom. After the words fell, 3 small fireballs appeared in Yi Kang's hand and rotated alternately. She also looked innocently at Yashin Kangdu and said, "Is that so?" Iori Kangdu was suddenly depressed. It turns out that this is the limit of blood, no wonder Naruto is known as the eyeshadow ninja. Whether or not there is a bloodline limit and a special physique are two different things. The realm that a commoner may have been able to achieve after a lifetime of hard work, Yi Kang's outbreak reached the level of Chunin in an instant. Just can't control it yet. But after practice and training with Chuck, after reaching a certain level, you will be able to show extreme terrifying combat effectiveness. As soon as the burning escape technique came out, he rubbed the bomb in his hand. It also has a negative state. If you are not careful, the water in your body will be evaporated, and you will instantly turn into a mummified corpse and die. You will cast Burning Escape. Yagami Kangdu looked at Yi Kang and thought of a possibility. Although Burning Escape is the limit of blood, the way of use may be contained in blood. But Yi Kang was only 9 years old, so using Burning Dun was too handy. Yi Kang's face turned slightly red. He walked over to Yagami Kangdu, and said in a low voice, "Actually, my father taught me once, so I will." "I'm sorry big brother, I didn't hide it from you on purpose." Yi Kang felt very sorry. It was as if he had deceived Yagami Soto. "It's okay, your father taught me well. Then can you tell me why you always endured when these people bullied you just now?" Yagami Kanto asked. "My father once taught me that the strange power in my body is dangerous and cannot be used in front of people. Unless it is a life-threatening moment, you must restrain yourself no matter what." Yi Kang didn't hide it at all. Yi Kang instinctively felt close to this big brother whom he had just met. This is a girl's sixth sense. Let's have a fight with big brother. Iori Kangdu smiled. "Ah, it's not good, I'm afraid of hurting the big brother." Yi Kang was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head. Although she felt that Yagami Kangdu was very powerful, she was also very worried about her own scorching escape. What if I hurt my big brother? It's okay, big brother is very powerful. Iori Kangdu patted Yi Kang's head and said, "Big brother also wants to show you how powerful he is." Then. Yi Kang was still a little hesitant, but he was still persuaded. "Grandmother, is it okay?" Yagami Kangdu also smiled at the old grandmother. "Go." The grandmother nodded kindly. She liked the little guy Yagami Kangdu very much, with a good face, not like a bad person. The two quickly came to an empty field. Chapter 26, Terrifying Burning Escape Fireball Bursts. "Big brother, is it really okay?" Yi Kang, who was standing opposite Yagami Kangdu, asked Chi-Chi. Under the guidance of her father, she once accidentally killed a beast. A tiger several times taller than his father, a ferocious pack of wolves. Once faced with her full-blown scorching escape, it would turn into a mummified corpse in minutes, or the ground was full of debris. Yi Kang was very frightened when he thought that Yagami Kangdu might become like that. "Come on though, this is your time to change your destiny." Yagami Kangdu said, "If you have no value at all, I will not take you away." Seeing that Yi Kang, who was young at this time, seemed to be very indecisive because of the previous affairs, Yagami Kangdu chose to use verbal stimulation. Really? Based on his trust in Yagami Soto, Yi Kang gathered up his courage. Boom! Yi Kang erupted, and a large number of fireballs appeared around him, several times more than the 3 fireballs he had just summoned. Each one spins in an orderly manner, constantly rubbing and shooting sparks. The surrounding vegetation quickly withered, crumbled, and turned into debris. A gust of wind blew, and the Ronin and his party, who were almost scared to pee, were stunned. They are simply unimaginable. The little girl who was wanton bullying in the past is actually such a terrifying existence. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. They couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts, but fortunately, they didn't take extreme actions and hurt their lives. He was even slightly grateful to Yagami Kangdu. If it weren't for him, his group might have been turned into ashes. There are no traces of existence. Boom. At the same time, the 8 gods Kangdu directly opened the 5th of the 8 gates Dunjia, Duman Konoha Whirlwind. A terrifying bloodline boundary that deserves careful consideration. Yi Kang, who was still a little worried, felt relieved when he saw Yagami Kangdu, who was even more terrifying than before. The big brother is so strong. In the past, as long as she released her momentum, any beast would be suppressed. It was the first time that she felt that after she opened the terrifying bloodline limit, her aura was actually suppressed by others. The group of Ronin was frightened one after another, and the whole person was about to collapse. I thought Iori Kangdu was a very powerful child. But only quite powerful. As a result, they were completely shocked at this moment. Where are these 2 9-year-old children? It is simply impossible to measure them with common sense. What's wrong with this world? Are the children of today so scary? Boom. The ground he stepped on shattered, and Yi Kang's figure disappeared with a whoosh sound. I saw bursts of sonic booms flashing in the air, accompanied by afterimages. Yi Kang's manipulator scorched, and quickly got close to him, bursting out with all his strength. Boom. The scorching and condensed fireball slammed into the fist of Yagami Kangdu, and an earth-shattering sound broke out. A puff of dust and smoke flashed past, and Iori Kangdu was not only unscathed, he even stretched out his hand and crushed 2 scorching fireballs. The two collided strongly. There are even hurricanes squeezing out from the middle. The ground where they fought shattered inch by inch, and cobweb-like cracks spread out. The Ronin group was immediately swept away and slammed into the big tree in the distance, feeling a burst of blood in their chests. One move didn't work. Yi Kang launched a brazen offensive again. The hands turned into afterimages, and the scorching fireballs were continuously released, smashing at Yagami Kangdu. The popping sounds continued. Even Yi Kang let go completely. Burning escape released without reservation. Dozens of scorching fireballs suddenly appeared, surrounding Yagami Kangdu, like a scorching sun. Under the control of Yi Kang, the terrifying pressure crazily pressed on Kangdu, the 8 gods. Even the air is distorted visible to the naked eye. Very well, just like this, don't have any reservations, and use your full strength. Yagami Kangdu dodged a lot of scorching fireballs, and even shouted to encourage Yi Kang. With the encouragement, Yi Kang immediately became full of energy. The speed of summoning the scorching fireball is getting faster and faster, and the movement speed is also a lot faster. Ordinary people can't bear this terrible pressure at all, and the Ronin dare not escape, far behind the big tree to avoid being affected. At the same time, some ninjas from Sandian Village arrived. They are people from the Anbu of Sandian Village, they belong to the vanguard, and they are specially dispatched to keep an eye on the Yagami Kangdu. According to the information, Yagami Kangdu has elite Jonin level strength. Therefore, the Anbu of Sandian Village also dispatched an elite Jonin. There are also some strong families in Cheyenne Village who felt the huge movement and rushed over. Among them, there are many strong Chunin, and even Shang Nin haunts. But the high-end combat power of these battlefields in the past. Facing the battle scene of 2 children. We're stunned. Simply incredible. What's going on with this devastating situation? Who can tell them? 2 children fighting, how could such an amazing fight break out? All eyes on the scene were focused on the 2 children on the battlefield. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The little boy is Kangdu Yagami, the new captain of Konoha Anbu." The Sanshellfish Hanzo contributed to the flames. The news about Yagami Kangdu has long spread throughout the entire ninja world. There are even pictures circulating. Many people have seen the portrait before they recognize Kangdu Yagami. When everyone heard the words, they all looked at it. Compared with the portrait in my memory, I found that it was Yagami Kangdu. The sub-captain of Konoha Anbu, "Stay away from Konoha village, what do you want to do in such a swaggering way to my Sandian village?" The Anbu elite of Sandian village said with a frown. After thinking about it, he didn't understand the purpose of Yagami Kangdu. Currently, 3 generations of Hokage also got the news that Yagami Kangdu came to Sandian village. It just didn't say much, just let it be closely monitored. As long as you don't do anything that will damage the village of Cheyenne, you must not take action. But they also organized several small teams, as many as 3 elite Junin to sit in to prevent accidents. Burning escape fireball bursts. That's when everyone's minds are different. Yi King fully erupted. The dense scorching fireballs instantly surrounded Yagami Kangdu. This is the strongest move of Yi King Club at present. Horrible oppression. Even the onlookers in the surrounding Cheyenne village couldn't help but be stunned, and their expressions changed drastically. This pressure is terrible. Even if they were only affected, they even felt the fear of death. Not only the weaker Chunin, but even the strong at the upper level, feel the scalp tingling. Is this really a child? Please be yourself. It's too perverted. There are such terrifying children around the village, how come no one in the village knows about it? The people from Cheyenne village secretly looked at Yi King, and their faces were vaguely familiar. Only, when the fear that everyone around felt was extremely frightening, it was about to fall on Yagami Kangdu. Yagami Kangdu moved. "Lift your feet to the ground." The earth shattered, and the earth and stone splashed. A terrifying shock wave swept from top to bottom, and a whip leg swept out. Doomin Konoha whirlwind. Boom boom boom. Intensive explosions continued to sound. Yi King's strongest move, the scorching escape and the burst of fireballs, were instantly disintegrated. Yagami Kangdu's punch and whip swept across, and all the fireballs were kicked into the air and exploded directly. Chapter 27. 3 Generations of Fengyin, the strongest in all dynasties. Big brother, so strong. Yi King was stunned. My most powerful move, I thought it would at least bring a certain threat to Yagami Kangdu. But now, the understatement was kicked away, and it exploded in an instant. Such a situation. Yi King was both surprised and delighted. Even the onlookers around him also widened their eyes. Just now, Yi King erupted in a burst of scorching escape and fireballs. The coercion exuded, even Joinin can feel the threat. Not an exaggeration. If Shenzhen is really defenseless against this move. Absolutely irresistible. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. This is the power of the bloodline limit. But even such a terrifying offensive. He was actually kicked by Yagami Kangdu with a whip leg. This is too scary. The Anbu elite Junin of Sandian village woke up and found himself in a cold sweat. I finally understand why the 3 generations of Fengyin adults are so strict. No matter what Yagami Kanto does, as long as it doesn't threaten the safety of the village, he must not do it. At the time he scoffed. How could a 9-year-old child be an elite Jonin-level powerhouse, let alone a threat to the entire Cheyenne village? But now, he is thankful that he did not act stupidly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight here alive. It's all right. Kicking the scorching fireball, Yagami Kangdu immediately came to Yi King's side and supported her. I'm so weak, I'm so sleepy. Yi King said weakly, am I going to die? How come? This is because of the excessive use of the blood base limit. Go to sleep, just wake up. Gently scratching Yi King's nose, Yagami Kanto explained. When the words fell, the little girl closed her eyes and fell asleep in Yashin Kangdu's arms. The princess hugged Yi Kang back to the room to rest for a while, and then she had to solve other troubles. 1.5 million wind coins. Send someone to deliver it. If you can't see it for half an hour, just use the head to pay off the debt. Yagami Kanto said. Yes, don't worry, my lord. The Ronin leader nodded again and again. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard Yagami Kingdu say, Wait, you, come here. Me. Sandian village Chunin, who was hiding behind the big tree, looked back and forth in a daze. When he found that he was alone around, everyone else hid away in an instant, and the speed should not be too fast. Come here, Yagami Kingdu beckoned impatiently. Cheyenne village couldn't bear to be neglected, and hurriedly jumped to Yagami Kingdu's side, politely said, Little friend. Oh no, what do you want to tell me? Originally, I wanted to call the children, but when I recalled the scene of the crazy battle just now, Sandian village Chunin suddenly became shocked and changed his words quickly. You stare at him, you can't get back 1.5 million wind coins, so just kill him. Yagami Kingdu said. This, my lord, if you kill people in this village indiscriminately, I will be punished and even deprived of my ninja status. Sand-hidden village Chunin was about to cry. The 3 generations of Kazekage practice benevolent governance and do not allow ninjas to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Then tie it back and I will handle it myself. Yagami Kingdu waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Sand-hidden village Chunin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, turned around quickly, pressed the Ronin leader and left. Not bad. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared in the field. As the wind passed by, none of the Shang Nin level characters noticed anything. The Anbu elite of Cheyenne village, who had been hiding in the dark, was keenly aware of it, his eyes widened, and he quickly appeared. See you, Kazekage-sama. What? Lord Fengying actually showed up in person. Most of them were surrounded by ninjas from Sandian village. Originally, he wanted to wait for Yi Kang to wake up, but Kingdu, the 8 gods, stopped when he heard the words. Looking back, I saw a middle-aged man. Blue hair and yellow eyes, wearing a white cape, lined with a blue ninja suit. Seeing the direction in which many ninjas were kneeling around, it was certain that it was the 3rd generation of Kazekage. I didn't expect a character like you to appear in Konoha village. The future is limitless. The 3 generations of Fengying looked very kind, taking 2 steps forward with gentle eyes. But before Iori Kingdu could speak, the conversation changed. It's just that this child, after all, is from my Cheyenne village. It's not appropriate for you to take it away like this, right? Is she from Cheyenne village? As far as I know, she has not been naturalized, and her parents have migrated here. Can't you talk about it? Facing the legendary Kazekage, Yagami Kingdu was not afraid at all. Everyone around was stunned. Is this a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers? A mere 9-year-old child, even if he can rival the elite Jonin, his attitude is too wild, right? That's a shadow-level powerhouse. Existence far beyond the elite Junin. Hello. Be polite. Of course, the people of Sandian village were screaming in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. Having seen the metamorphosis of the 8 gods King Yu, that is, Ying can suppress it. So, I'll give you the chance to take her away. Sandai Mufengying smiled. What do you want? Yagami Kingdu raised his eyebrows. I only have one move. If you can block it, leave with you. I will also send personnel to escort to the border of the country of fire. How about this proposal? 3 generations of Kazekage said. It's that simple. Iori Kingdu raised his eyebrows, feeling that things were not so simple. HMPH, that's because you don't know the power of Lord Fengying. That's right, Lord Fengying has a special blood-based limit magnetic escape. The destructive power and attack power are amazing, and even the powerhouses of the same level dare not take it hard. Are you crazy? It's easy, don't brag and make people laugh. Hearing the words of Yagami Kingdu, the ninja of Sandian village said boldly. Anyway, Lord Fengying is here, so it's not impossible to keep them, right? How is it? Sandai Mikazekage asked again, as if he didn't hear the words of the people around him. Yes. Yagami Kanto immediately agreed. It just so happened that he also wanted to give it a try. The attack power of the Shadow class was extremely outstanding. How powerful is the third generation of the so-called strongest wind shadow? Boom. In the face of Ying, Yagami Kangdu did not dare to care. Instantly opened the sixth, Jingmun towards the peacock. The whole body is covered with energy film, exuding amazing momentum. Not that Yagami Kangdu doesn't want to use Jingmun Day Tiger, but that it has greatly exceeded the limit of physical safety. If you are not careful, you may be attacked. Therefore, it is not a life and death crisis, there is no need to use it. Yagami Kangdu wouldn't be able to use it either. Let's get started. Prepare for defense, Yagami Kangdu raised his eyebrows and said. Magic done sand and iron rain. The storm suddenly rose, and the spiral in mid-air continued, summoning the sand and iron like waves out of thin air. In an instant, the iron sand formed countless fine needles visible to the naked eye, flashing with a dangerous cold glow. When everything is ready, a huge amount of fine needles like waves swept away toward Yashin Kangdu. Sand Iron Shiu's attack range is very large, and it lasts for a long time, making it difficult to avoid. At the same time, it also has extremely powerful lethality. Chapter 28, Conspirator Shimura Danzo. Yagami Kangdu felt the pressure for the first time, but he smiled. As expected of a shadow-level powerhouse, he has already understood the gap between himself and the shadow. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. From the ground where Yagami Kangdu was originally fighting, there was a deep cave-in. The cobweb-like cracks continued to spread out for hundreds of meters. The afterimage of Yagami Kangdu kept rubbing in the air, erupting a monstrous flame, comparable to a B-class fire escape. Facing the thin needles formed by the sand and iron in the sky, Yagami Kangdu chose the front hard steel. This made the jaws of the surrounding Cheyenne village ninjas almost drop to the ground in surprise. That kid. Everyone was stunned, never thought that anyone would dare to meet the bloodline limit of the 3 generations of Nifeng like this. That terrifying oppressive force is terrifying from a distance. Even the elite Junin of Sandian village felt dizzy when looking at the dense needles. He is confident that he can survive this move, but he will be seriously injured. The premise is that you also need to do everything you can to avoid it. If it is directly hard steel like Yagami Kangdu, he can't. Must die. The power of the shadow is absolutely beyond imagination. Boom boom boom. Intensive explosions are continuous, and dust and smoke are everywhere. Yagami Kangdu's figure was completely wrapped, and there was no sound. It's over, this kid is too big. That's a shadow, I don't know if I am going to challenge Lord Sandemu. This incident tells us that we can't be too arrogant. The ninjas of Sandian village talked about their origins and vented their inner tension. Just thinking about being frightened by a 9-year-old just now makes me feel ashamed. Now, I can finally vent. No, look at it. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed not far away. The smoke began to fade, and a figure appeared. What? Soon, the unscathed Yagami Kangdu revealed his figure. Apart from the fact that his hair was ruffled by the violent explosion shock wave, there was no other injury at all. The 3 generations of Mu Fengying saw this, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Thinking that Yagami Kangdu could resist this move, he didn't expect such an understatement. Unscathed. Is his Fengying shameless? Helplessly shook his head and said nothing. The 3 generations of Fengying turned into an afterimage and left. The surrounding Cheyenne village ninjas looked at each other in dismay, and hurriedly fled. For fear that the taunts just now would be heard by Kangdu Yagami and beat them with blood. So strong. After everyone left, Yagami Kangdu shook his aching arm and couldn't help sighing. Just now, relying on the super recovery of the immortal human body, he opened the Jingmun Day Tiger for a moment. But even so, he was still injured by the rain of sand and iron. If it weren't for the terrifying resilience of the immortal human body, I'm afraid people would see clues. After all, he is a shadow-level powerhouse, and Yagami Kangdu is confident in himself, but he is not blindly confident. If the 3 generations of Mifengyin go all out, he will not be able to hold it for a while. Sure enough, the current self is still too weak. With a sigh, Yagami Kangdu walked towards the house and came to Yi Kang's side. If his self-deprecating words were heard, they would surely think that he was pretending to be the best in the world. The 9-year-old elite Jonin, facing the sand and iron Shiyu of the 3 generations of Kazekage. Gee. It's a pervert at all, it's a monster, okay. Is that weak? So what are they? A pile of scum. Soon, Yi King woke up, and the Ronin leader also brought back 1.5 million wind coins. Leading Yi King and her grandmother, escorted by Konoha Anbu all the way back to Konoha village. With the authority of Yagami Kangdu, Yi King successfully entered Konoha Anbu and became the first intern. The exclusive Yagami Kangdu detachment does not enter the file, and has obtained the permission of Sarutobi Hyjin. The happiest is none other than Uzumaki Kushina. Yagami Kangdu was always busy and didn't have much time to accompany her. Now that Yi King, who is about the same age, has a topic of conversation. The most terrifying thing is that they have a common belief. We must strengthen our strength so that we can stand by Yagami Kanto in the future. Rather than being able to hold back because of lack of strength. After returning to Konoha village, of course, he also responded to the inquiries from Jiraiya and others. However, the fact that Yi King had a clean background and possessed a burning escape also told Sarutobi Hyjin. After some investigation by Anbu, after confirming that there is no problem, Yi King also successfully naturalized and became a member of Konoha village. For several days, Uzumaki Kushina and Yi King were holding Yagami Kanto to practice their abilities. One has a large amount of chakra and can release fire ninjutsu indefinitely, as long as the spirit can support it. A talented scorching escape talent, the two complement each other, and the power has been greatly improved. After the improvement of Yagami Kangdu, the tacit understanding after the two fought together, the strength has been comparable to the General Junin. Of course, this is limited to attack power. There is still a big gap to keep up with their reflexes, control and chakra levels. Once a protracted battle is waged, they will surely lose. But a 9-year-old child, who can do this to such an extent, is already proud enough. It's just that the target they are chasing is Yagami Kangdu, and the attack power of ordinary Junin is still too weak. The two girls practiced day and night and were full of energy. Yagami Kangdu wanted to say something, but found that there was no reason to dissuade him, so he let it go. Captain, we have a mission. On this day, as soon as Yagami Kangdu returned to his hut to sleep, the members of the Dark Army came to the door. A traitor appears in the Uchiha family, unite with Yuyin village, and prepare to attack us. The Dark Troops said cautiously. Iori Kangdu suddenly regained his energy, and raised his brows slightly. The whole Uchiha clan is involved. According to the development of the plot, it should not be so fast. No, it's your classmate, Uchiha Makoto's father, who is dissatisfied with the village's mistreatment of the Uchiha clan and made an assertion. Members of Anbu shook their heads and explained, it is said that he has been expelled from the family, and even the Uchiha family has issued a wanted order to kill him. What is our mission? Yagami Soto asked. He is going to contact the people of Yuyin village tonight. According to the information, it is near the country of Chuan. Our task is to control him and bring him back to the village for trial. Anbu member said. This matter, who else but us? Yagami Kangdu was thoughtful. Our mission is directly assigned by Hokage-sama. In addition, Danzo-sama also sent a team to go there. Anbu members said honestly. Sure enough, it coincides with Yagami Kanto's idea. Shimura Danzo must be involved in this matter. For the Uchiha family, Danzo wants to destroy them all the time. Chapter 29. the first mission, a surprise. Whoosh whoosh. At night, in the dense forest, several figures galloped like ghosts. Captain, continue to move towards the southwest, it will be there in a moment. Anbu member reminded. Slow down, approach quietly, don't let the target notice. Yagami Kangdu waved his hand. The 5 Anbu members suddenly slowed down, leapt gently, and continued to move forward. Soon, everyone came to the border between the country of fire and the country of Sichuan. Looking around, there is a sneaky figure looming by the river. Don't scare the snake. Iori Kangdu waved his hand and commanded softly. Boom. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a huge fireball appeared out of thin air, smashed to the ground, and a huge explosion occurred. People from the Uchiha clan. Yagami Kangdu's eyes flashed, and when he turned around, he found a Uchiha clansman with a fan icon behind him. The dust and smoke dissipated, and the original sneaky figure had long since disappeared. Yagami Kangdu rolled his eyes instantly, looked around, and suddenly found a figure running on his right. You guys here, don't let anyone come over. When the words fell, Yagami Kangdu moved at a high speed. Open the third, after Shungman Lilianhua, the speed skyrocketed, and soon caught up with the sneaky figure. Boom. Yagami Kangdu threw a punch, and the sneaky figure immediately turned back to fight back. There was severe wind pressure between the two, and the sneaky figure hurriedly fought back. A gust of wind passed, and Yagami Kangdu came to the sneaky figure. Just as he was about to start, he heard the sneaky figure hurriedly say, "Wait." The waving fist fell temporarily, and Yagami Kangdu quietly watched the sneaky figure. I know you, Yagami Kangdu, the most talented evildoer in the history of Konoha Ninja Village. The sneaky figure took off the hood that covered his face, there was blood on the corner of his mouth, and he made a miserable voice. Iori Kangdu looked indifferent and did not respond. Judging from the face of the sneaky figure, it is very similar to Uchiha Makoto. Come to think of it, it is his father Uchiha Hirakawa. I've heard about you, even you are willing to be Danzo's lackey and act for him. Uchiha Hirakawa said. It has nothing to do with Danzo, I just received an order from the old man of the 3rd generation. Yagami Kangdu shrugged, but he didn't hide it. You defected to Konoha and wanted to unite with Yuyan village, I was ordered to come and take you back to the village. Yagami Kangdu said. Defecting Konoha, united Yuyan village. Danzo is really a good plan, a good plan. Uchiha Hirakawa looked straight at Iori Kangta. Hee, I should have thought of it earlier, I'm so stupid. Actually believed Danzo's nonsense and stepped into his trap. Uchiha Hirakawa suddenly had a ferocious face, and smashed the ground with his fist hammer, dripping with blood. I won't go with you, just kill me. After a long while, Uchiha Hirakawa finished venting, and bowed his head and said. Once he returns to the village, he will definitely be used by Danzo to deal with the entire Uchiha clan. Even if it is death, he can only die outside. The purpose of the Uchiha clan who suddenly attacked just now is exactly the same. My duty is to take you back to the village. Yagami Kangdu was indifferent and uncompromising. Uchiha Hirakawa's eyes flashed with determination. Then I will do it myself. Clang. Just as Uchiha Hirakawa was about to take out his shuriken and pierced his throat to commit suicide, he was immediately kicked away by Yagami Kangdu. Don't you want revenge? Yagami Kangdu suddenly asked. Danzo is scheming, you will not be his opponent. Uchiha Hirakawa said. For a moment, he was indeed full of hope. 9-year-old elite Junin is unheard of. But Yagami Kangdu is too young and has no team of his own. If you want to deal with the deep-rooted Danzo, there is nothing you can do. You don't have to worry about what I do, just answer whether you want it or not. Of course, if you insist on seeking death, I can kill you now. However, the situation of Uchiha Makoto in the family will be difficult. Yagami Kangdu took out his shuriken and revealed his murderous intent, not like a joke at all. Hearing Uchiha Makoto's name, Uchiha Hirakawa's eyes flashed a trace of struggle. What are your conditions? Uchiha Hirakawa finally made up his mind. Joining Anbu. Since then, I have no name, only a code number 1. Your only task is to secretly search for the evidence of the village's hidden betrayal for me. Yagami Kangdu was well prepared and said, I will take Uchiha Makoto out of the Uchiha clan, so that you will have no worries. Are you sure? Uchiha Hirakawa asked. It is bound to be one. Yagami Kangdu responded. He knew what Uchiha Hirakawa was asking. Danzo, this old coin, can do anything in order to sit on the Naruto throne. Once discovered, Yagami Kangdu stood on the opposite side of him and would definitely deal with it at all costs. But compared to the threat of Danzo, the value of the entire Uchiha family is obviously greater. Destroy the Uchiha clan. Yagami Kangdu had no such plans. Instead of perishing, why not gradually erode, gather, and use it for one's own use? When he first watched Hokage, he felt that Sarutobi Hizen was too stupid. This will make Danzo unscrupulous, and eventually the entire Uchiha clan will be exterminated. The Uchiha family does have a different heart, but they also have incredible strength. Instead of forcing them to rebel, destroying them and taking them for themselves is the best way. Of course, the premise is that there is enough strength to suppress. Sarutobi Hizen did not have such confidence, but Yagami Aoto did. How do you want me to trust you? Uchiha Hirakawa asked. Iori Kangdu frowned. How can this be proved? It's easy, just play with me. Uchiha Hirakawa then said, if you beat me, I can also give you the evidence that Danzo betrayed the village in my hand. Huh. Fighting and killing. In fact, Yagami Kangdu doesn't like it very much. But there are benefits to take, and that's another story. Yes. Yagami Kanto nodded. Uchiha Hirakawa nodded, then the next thing would be easier to handle. Whether it is infiltrating the Uchiha clan, or dealing with Danzo, there is a certain bargaining chip. Even Uchiha Makoto. Mr. Fuyu, I'm sorry. Uchiha Hirakawa adjusted his breath for a while Yagami Kanto stood quietly opposite. I won't keep it, Uchiha Hirakawa said. Yagami Kanto nodded. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two burst out with momentum and collided. Chapter 30. Mission accomplished, conspiracy to hide. Terrible wind pressure swept out from the middle of the two, almost affecting the entire forest. The ground shattered, earth and rocks splashed, and even trees were uprooted. The terrifying wind pressure is overwhelming, like the end of the world. Writing round eyes, open. Uchiha Hirakawa let out a loud shout, and his eyes suddenly turned crimson, and the three-wheeled Guyu spun on them. The illusion is coming, trying to confuse the 8 gods Kangdu. Fire escape howling fireball technique. At the same time, a huge fireball was exhaled from the throat. The surrounding flowers and plants dried up in an instant, and the heat waves swept through, shrouding the Yagami Kangdu. Yagami Kangdu did not advance but retreated. 5th, Duman Konoha's cyclone opened. A whip leg was thrown out, facing the terrifying fireball. Boom. The fireball burst, and sparks sputtered all over the ground. It's not over yet. Uchiha Hirakawa's offensive came again, and his straight fist slammed into Yagami Kangdu's abdomen. Once hit, it is bound to lose the ability to move for a short time. Bang! Yagami Kangdu hurriedly punched out, and the fists collided. The terrifying wind pressure swept through again, but it was too concentrated, the ground shattered even more, and the ground shook. The radius of the collision between the two was dozens of meters, and it completely collapsed. Anbu and the others who were entangled in the distance also looked in this direction in horror. So strong. With such a huge movement, what kind of powerhouse should it be fighting? Is this the true strength of the captain? It's scary. For the first time, the members of Yagami Soto's Dark Division team felt the terror of their captain. Even the inhabitants of the river country were awakened from their sleep by the huge movement. Looking at the smoke in the distance, I was horrified. The battle between Yagami Kanto and Uchiha Hirakawa continues. The two are evenly matched and have contacts with each other. Uchiha Hirakawa knew that Yagami Kanto's physical skills were very powerful, and he didn't fight at close range at all. From time to time, I use the Shaker Eye to perform illusions, supplemented by a terrifying fire escape. All kinds of skilled articulation of wheel eye illusion and fire escape ninjutsu made Yagami Kanto unable to approach him in a short time, and naturally he could not take him down. But the longer it took, the more terrified Uchiha Hirakawa became. Whether it is to cast the wheel eye or the fire escape, it will cost a lot of chakra. But by now, he was out of breath, and Yagami Kanto seemed to be fine. His face was not red, and he was not breathing. "You're careless." Just when Uchiha Hirakawa was shocked by Yagami Kanto's fighting power, he punched him in the abdomen vigorously. The unsuspecting Uchiha Hirakawa. The whole person flew out uncontrollably, and hit the ground with a boom. The soil and stones splashed, and he fell deeply into the soil. 15 minutes of battle. The final result ended with the defeat of Uchiha Hirakawa. Collapsing to the ground, Uchiha Hirakawa was pale and gasping for breath. He has tried his best, and the chakra is almost exhausted. Unexpectedly, even so, he was not able to hurt Yagami Kanto in the slightest. However, that doesn't matter. Even if he lost, it made Uchiha Hirakawa even happier. The stronger the Yagami Kanto, the greater his hope of revenge. "Very good, you are really strong." After regaining some strength, Uchiha Hirakawa couldn't help but praise. "Enough to prove it." Yagami Kanto smiled. "Enough." Uchiha Hirakawa nodded. "Are you really only 9 years old? It's really hard to imagine. After all, he is also an elite Junin, and he is also a famous master of the Uchiha clan. But in the face of Yagami Kanto, he has a feeling of powerlessness." "No, if I remember correctly, the intelligence said that you have opened at least 6 of the 8 doors." Suddenly, Uchiha Hirakawa blurted out as if thinking of something. Yagami Kanto nodded and did not deny it. Uchiha Hirakawa smiled bitterly. "Not only did you lose, but also when others didn't do their best. The 5th door is so easy to abuse yourself. If you open the 6th door, then what?" Impressed. Uchiha Hirakawa was completely convinced. In recent years, the friction with the Kingdom of Thunder has caused us to lose a lot of strong people, many of whom were Shangnin. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Hirakawa began to fulfill his promise. Without exception, they are all those who oppose Danzo's policy. According to the information I have obtained, Danzo has close contacts with Zu Libuliu, the current 8-tailed person, which may be the medium for contacting the senior management of Union Village. "Ulubi, ya-tailed Yuri." Yagami Kanto heard the words and muttered to himself. "In addition, if you want me to work for you, you need to promise me a condition." Uchiha Hirakawa said. "You have no room for bargaining, and I'll kill you if it's a big deal." Yagami Kanto's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Don't get me wrong, it's just a little effort. My condition is that you protect my daughter, Uchiha Makoto." Uchiha Hirakawa spoke quickly, for fear that Yagami Kanto would misunderstand. "Protect your daughter?" Yagami Kanto was puzzled. "Yes, you have to take her by your side and keep her safe. Then, my life is yours," Uchiha Hirakawa said with a serious face. "It's that simple. I was going to die just now, but agreeing so easily now makes Iori Kanto suspicious. Makoto's mother passed away early. I'm just such a daughter. If I didn't want her to become a victim of the power whirlpool of the family's top leaders, how could I have stepped into Danzo's trap?" It turned out that the reason why Uchiha Hirakawa took the risk was to oppose Uchiha Makoto's marriage. In order for Uchiha Fuyu to serve as the next patriarch, his father wanted to unite with Uchiha Hirakawa and use Uchiha Makoto as a bargaining chip. "Okay, I promise you, I will protect Uchiha Makoto." Yagami Kanto thought for a while, then nodded. "This is not difficult. As long as he is in Konoha, he thought, no one can hurt the person he wants to protect. Number 1. See the master. Uchiha Hirakawa immediately knelt down on one knee and quickly entered his role. Release the shadow clone, leave the coat, and then go to the land of thunder first. I will go soon. Yagami Kangdu ordered directly. Uchiha Hirakawa didn't ask why, released the clone of the shadow, and quickly turned away. Yagami Kangdu waited for a short while, when he heard a shrill voice coming quickly from a distance. Move your hands together. A terrifying shock wave slammed on Uchiha Hirakawa's shadow avatar, and the ground collapsed, and the scene was extremely shocking. The members of Anbu, who just arrived, were stunned when they saw this scene. Captain, sorry, we really can't stop it. Yagami Kanto's team members reported. Iori Kangdu. At the same time, another team of Anbu members jumped over. On the order of Danzo-sama, I came to arrest Uchiha Hirakawa. Where are the others? Asked the captain of the dark section sent by Danzo. Yagami Kangdu didn't bother to respond at all, waved his hand, and led the team back to the village. Damn, how dare this kid ignore the captain so much? When someone saw Yagami Kangdu being so rude, they clenched their fists and felt indignant. The captain of the regiment's dark part stretched out his hand to block it and shook his head. It is important to carry out the task of your lord. He was also flustered. He had seen the horror of Yagami Kangdu with his own eyes. People like me dare to provoke, but they are not enough to get in their teeth. Chapter 31. Fulfill the promise and go to the Uchiha clan. Going forward to check, there are only dark pits. There were broken clothing residues on it, as well as a blood spit out by Uchiha Hirakawa. The clothes residue mixed with blood was quickly taken back by the members of Anbu. Konoha Village, Danzo office. My lord, this is what happened, and this is the only thing left at the scene. The leader of the dark part handed the blood-stained clothes residue to Shimura Danzo. After inspection, it is indeed Uchiha Hirakawa. The captain of the dark part immediately said again. Danzo nodded thoughtfully, and then said, I see, you go down. The captain of the dark part left quickly. At the same time, behind Danzo, a ghost appeared silently. Danzo was not surprised and ordered, contact him and say that another prey has arrived. The words were inexplicable, but the shadow quickly responded, yes. Turn around and disappear. In a competition, Uchiha Hirakawa was willing to erase all his identities and became the intelligence officer of Yagami Kangdu. So far, Yagami Kangdu has taken the first step in cultivating the team. Back in the village, everything is fine. Early the next morning, Yagami Soto went to the Uchiha family to fulfill the promise. By the way, there are follower bugs burning escape Yi-Kang. Uzumaki Kushina was taken away by Jiraiya, and the nine-tailed Manzuli needed to reinforce the seal every once in a while. Kang-do, why did you come here? On the way, I happened to meet Uchiha Fuyu who was going out. Little sister is so cute. Yi-Kang didn't say anything, and shyly hid behind Yagami Kangdu. He grabbed the hem of his clothes and buried his head deeply. Uchiha Fuyu smiled kindly and didn't care. I'm here for something. The 8 gods Kang-do Dao. There is only the Uchiha family stationed here. Have you come to the wrong place? Uchiha Fuyu asked suspiciously. I haven't heard that Yagami Kangdu has anything to do with his family. I came to take Uchiha Makoto away. Yagami Kangdu didn't want to say it at first, but after thinking about it, he finally said it. There's no need to hide it anyway. What did you say? Uchiha Fuyu's pupils shrank, and a shocked voice blurted out. Before waiting for Yagami Kangdu to respond, Uchiha Fuyu said again, don't get involved in this matter, it will not benefit you. Helpless smile. In fact, today's Uchiha Fuyu is also involuntarily. Even after he became the patriarch, many decisions were beyond his control. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would not have been annihilated. If you want to stop me, no problem, just beat me. Iori Kangdu is bound to win, he said seriously. Are you really going to keep doing this? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank slightly. Yes. Good. Hearing Yagami Kangdu's answer, Uchiha Fuyu also made up his mind. I'll help you. Actually, I don't like this arranged marriage either. It's unfair to Sister Makoto. Seemingly seeing the doubts on Yagami Kangdu's face, Uchiha Fuyu explained with a wry smile. He is destined to be the puppet of the family. After all, he is in the direct line of the patriarch, and he was born that way. But Uchiha Makoto has the right to choose. She is still young and should not be buried in the whirlpool of the family's high-level struggle for power. Uchiha Fuyu led the way, followed by Yagami Kangdu. Wherever they passed, many people greeted Uchiha Fugaku. The signal is obvious: as long as he marries Uchiha Makoto, it won't be long before the Uchiha patriarch will fall on his head. Most people don't know the Yagami Soto who follows him. I just thought it was the child of a friend of Uchiha Fuyu, and I didn't care. Going straight all the way, Uchiha Fuyu went straight into the conference room of the Uchiha family. At this moment, in the conference room, high-level officials just gathered to discuss Uchiha Hirakawa's defection. And, the wedding of Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Fugaku. Fuyu, why is there no big or small? Don't you know we're having a meeting? As soon as the door opened, the first middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Uchiha Fuyu immediately scolded. Father, everyone just happened to be here, and I have something to say. Uchiha Fuyu summoned his courage and did not back down. What's so urgent? A group of elders are here, you are no big or small, how will you lead my Uchiha clan to become stronger in the future? Fuyu's father scolded coldly. Okay, Fuyu has always been measured in things, just listen and see what he wants to say. At this time, an old man with gray hair and sitting in the first place spoke up. He is the great elder of the Uchiha clan, and many decisions require his approval. Seeing the elders speak, Uchiha Fuyu looked at everyone in the conference room. Facing their doubtful eyes, he said amazingly, I reject this marriage. There is at least one thing in my life, I hope I can be the master. Having said that, Uchiha Fuyu is not as heavy as he imagined, but is extremely happy. This matter has been in his heart for too long, and the pressure is really too great. Bastard, what are you talking about? Your brain is broken. Get out of here, and I won't teach you a good lesson afterwards. Fuyu's father suddenly burst out. Furious. This is all to pave the way for him to become the patriarch, and I have never seen such a foolish child. I have already decided that it is useless for you to persecute. Uchiha Fuyu bite the bullet and talked back to his father for the first time ever. You, evil son, how did I give birth to such a bad boy? Fuyu's father was going crazy. If it wasn't for too many people at the scene, I'm afraid going up would be a fat beating. Fuyu, can I know why? The chief elder of the Uchiha clan asked. You clearly agreed before, why did you suddenly regret it? His face was calm, not angry. I know about Uncle Hirakawa. Sister Makoto shouldn't have suffered such a thing, and I don't want everything to be controlled. Uchiha Fuyu explained. Son, there are some things you don't understand yet. But know that we won't hurt you. Everything is for your own good. Elder followed suit. We regret the matter of Pingchuan, but it was also a choice he made in a moment of confusion. No one can blame others. As the son of the patriarch, you have to shoulder more, don't be self-willed. But, after a few words, Uchiha Fuyu was speechless and was about to speak, but was interrupted. If you don't marry Makoto, do you know what her situation will be in the future? We can't justify anything for her. After all, Hirakawa did something wrong and should be punished. Elder continued, only if you marry Makoto, she will have a place in the clan. Otherwise, it will be a difficult life, can you bear it? She is just a child. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, applause resounded through the conference room. The first elder said in such an eloquent manner that people who didn't know it would almost cry. Look, The determination that Uchiha Fuyu just made has been disintegrated. Yagami Kanto was originally blocked by Uchiha Fugaku, so he did not see him. At this moment, he stood up in particular, and instantly got everyone's attention. Chapter 32. Brother Kingdo's name, are you worthy of mentioning it? Iori Kingdo, what are you doing here? This is my Uchiha clan's land, discussing clan secrets, you are so bold. Suddenly, someone screamed in anger. Previously, Uchiha was defeated in the hands of Yagami Kingdo, and the Uchiha clansmen were already very unconvinced. Helpless, it was an open and fair competition, and they couldn't take revenge for it. Coupled with the talent displayed by Yagami Aoto, Sarutobi Hizen paid great attention to him, and no one dared to do it at all. Once someone loses his mind, it is likely to drag the Uchiha family into the abyss of death. However, if Yagami Kingdo took the initiative to pick things up, the situation would be different. Kingdo, he is the younger brother of the elder you defeated last time, the 8th elder in the clan. Uchiha Fuyu's eyelids jumped, and he quickly explained to Yagami Kingdo. HMPH. Do you really think that with Hokage-sama or you can do whatever you want? The arrogant 8th Uchiha elder immediately stood up and looked at Iori Kingdo angrily. The reason why you are a genius, you must be able to grow up. Elite Junin is not qualified to be presumptuous in my Uchiha clan. When the words fell, the people of the Uchiha clan all looked at Yagami Kingdo. Although he didn't say anything, his bad eyes were very obvious. Even, the Uchiha clan began to gather around when they heard the movement. A large group of people surrounded Yagami Kanto and Uchiha Fugaku, forming a sharp contrast. Kingdo, why don't we leave today? Uchiha Fuyu suddenly panicked, but he didn't care, but he didn't want to hurt Yagami Kingdo. Now, apologize and retire obediently, I don't care about you as a kid. At the same time, the 8th elder of the Uchiha clan took a step forward and said aggressively to the 8 gods Kingdo. 8th elder, Kingdo didn't do anything, are you going too far? Uchiha Fuyu is angry, this is simply robbery. From beginning to end, Yagami Kingdo never did anything out of the ordinary. If my brother loses in the battle, it is also not strong enough. How can he take the opportunity to avenge his personal revenge? Fuyu, are you going to turn your elbows outside? The 8 elders of Uchiha narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately buckled a bucket of shit. You. Just as he was about to refute, he saw Yagami Kingdo stretched out his arm and stopped Uchiha Fugaku. Humph. It seems that you refuse to agree, then I will teach you a lesson today. Give it to me. The 8th elder Uchiha snorted coldly, waved his hand, and rushed up unreasonably. Surrounded by Uchiha people. Outnumbered, Yagami Kingdo is at an absolute disadvantage. Unfortunately. The Naruto world has never been a world where many people represent a powerful world. There was a terrifying hot breath in the air. Yi King actually took the lead. After a period of rest, her body has fully recovered. Coupled with Yagami Kingdo's targeted training, the control of his own power has also been greatly improved. Hearing that the 8 elders of Uchiha were farting all the time, Yi King couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. At this moment, they actually dared to be the first to act rudely. It's just looking for death. You dare to be so arrogant to Brother Kingdo, you should all fight. Yi King was like an angry little tiger. Dozens of scorching fireballs were instantly summoned, causing the entire conference room to be emptied of oxygen almost instantly. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation, and many Uchiha executives even smashed the fireball. Once it explodes in a confined and narrow space, the consequences are unimaginable. But Yi King's original goal was not to kill, but to teach him a lesson. The ordinary people of the Uchiha family who turned around and leaned over, ready to do it. Punch and kick. Wherever he went, no one was Yi King's opponent. At the beginning, Uchiha Fuyu wanted to stop him. After all, he couldn't make the family suffer heavy losses. But seeing Yi King was just a lesson, the Uchiha people who fell to the ground were not in danger, so they just let it go. Indeed, these arbitrary people deserve to be taught a lesson. Seeing his own clansmen being beaten to the ground, the 8th elder Uchiha was angry and wanted to do it himself. Get out of the way. If you beat the young, naturally the old must come out to save face. The Uchiha clansmen stepped aside one after another, quickly helped the clansmen who fell to the ground, and made way for a large open space. The 8th elder Uchiha looked at Yi King with a sneer and sneered, "A little girl who comes out of nowhere has the same virtue as some people, it's all uneducated." Bang! A complete sentence is not finished. Yi King's body flashed, and a scorching fireball was directly attached to his chest. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the 8 elders of Uchiha fell and flew out. The clothes were broken, the hair was messy, and the whole person was extremely embarrassed. But it's not over yet. Yi King quickly followed, and one fireball after another was smashed out. Boom! 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 The continuous explosion made the ground sink deeply. The 8 elders of Uchiha were embedded in it, and it was difficult for him to come out on his own. Seeing that the other party fainted, Yi King got up coldly, "Just because you are worthy of mentioning brother Kang Do's name." Saying that, he turned back, surrounding the surrounding Uchiha clan. Seeing that even the 8th elders have no power to fight back, the Uchiha clansmen dare to step forward. Quickly back away, far away from Yi King. If it wasn't for the other elders and patriarchs still here, and this is their clan's land, I'm afraid they would have disappeared long ago. Say I can, but if you say brother Kang Do, just ask the fireball in my hand if he agrees or not. Looking around coldly, Yi King was not at all timid even when he met the gazes of the old group Uchiha and the others. In the past, Yi King, who was relying on Yagami Kangdo like a kitten, was like a schizophrenic. The huge movement even disturbed Uchiha Makoto. Ben locked himself in the room because of the grief of his father's disappearance. But the movement caused by Yi King was too great. The smoke billowed out, and it was hard not to notice. What happened? Quickly came to the scene and crossed the crowd, Uchiha Makoto saw an incredible scene. In the past, the 8th elder, who was aloof, actually lay in a deep pit, unconscious. He was covered in blood, and although he was still alive, he was definitely seriously injured. Iori Kangdo, what exactly do you want to do? Uchiha Fugaku's father held back his anger and spoke out. It's very simple, take Uchiha Makoto away, and from now on, she will be taken care of by me. Yagami Kanto said calmly. Impossible, change the condition, let you propose it. Fuyu's father rejected it on the spot, but it was a step back. Can teach Yagami Kangdo, but absolutely cannot kill. There are too many people, no reason, and no way. But if you want to subdue such a pervert, the ghost knows how the Uchiha clan will be beaten. For the sake of the family, Fuyu's father could only choose to compromise. Chapter 33, Uchiha Makoto's Decision. Nothing, just Uchiha Makoto. Yagami Kangdo repeated again, his tone unquestionable. No negotiation. Fuyu's father's eyes were furious, and his heart was uncertain. The group of elders also changed their minds rapidly, thinking about how to solve this matter. Meanwhile, the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, the captain is making a fuss about the Uchiha clan. It seems like a fight has started. The members of the Anbu department got the information and quickly came to report. Kang Do, make trouble with the Uchiha clan. What's the reason? Sarutobi Hizen suddenly got up. It seems that the captain is going to take Uchiha Makoto away. Anbu members answered honestly. What the hell is this kid doing? Sarutobi Hizen was stunned for a moment and smiled helplessly. He thought he had a grudge with the Uchiha family, which made him nervous. How about it, who of you are going? It just so happened that Jiraiya, Tsunade Haim, and Orochimaru were all there, and Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked a cigarette and asked directly. I'll go, After all, it's the talent I discovered. HMPH, it's better for the Uchiha family not to hurt Kangdu, or I'll never finish with them. Zilai also snorted coldly and quickly turned to leave. This guy is walking very fast. Tsunadeji helped her forehead helplessly, she also wanted to go. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything, and he didn't have any expression. But from his subconscious half-turning action, he can also see the true thoughts in his heart. It's a pity that it was preempted by Jiraiya. It's not negotiable. Yagami Kangdu looked at Uchiha's top executives with firm eyes. Why? Uchiha Makoto came out of the crowd and came to Yagami Kanto. Why do you do this to me? Yagami Kanto turned back and looked at Uchiha Makoto, tears welling in her eyes. She has not yet come out of the sadness of her father. Why did some people risk their lives for her? She also heard what her father had done. After that, she couldn't raise her head in the whole Uchiha and even the whole Konoha. Compared to Naruto, he is regarded as a monster because of his power. Uchiha Makoto's situation will be even more difficult. But this is the case, why did Yagami Kangdu have to bear such a huge pressure to regret the entire Uchiha clan? Your father is not dead, believe me, just follow me, and I will protect you in the future. If you refuse, I will do my best, and it's up to you to choose. Leaning to Uchiha Makoto's side, Yagami Aoto whispered. Don't make a sound, or your father will surely die. Uchiha Makoto's eyes widened, and just as she was about to exclaim, she heard Yagami Ongta's warning. At the same time, seeing the appearance of Uchiha Makoto, the elder Uchiha flashed a plan. Iori Kangdu, there is no grudge between us about this matter today. I don't know why you want to take Makoto away, but as long as it doesn't hurt her, it's not impossible. The elder Uchiha suddenly said. Facing the astonished gazes of the people around him, he continued, but no matter what, we are always outsiders in this matter, and everything has to be decided by this child. Makoto, are you right? When the surrounding Uchiha clansmen heard the words, they were suddenly stunned. The big elder is indeed a good strategy. It seems that the right to choose is handed over to Uchiha Makoto, and she also shows her loving side. But in fact, such a result will only embarrass Uchiha Makoto. If you don't leave, the situation that you stay behind may be regarded as the sacrifice of the family. Go, bear the name of betraying the family, and can't get along in Konoha village. Either choice is extremely difficult and completely useless. I have to say, this strategy is a no-brainer. If she didn't know that her father was still alive, Uchiha Makoto might choose to stay in the Uchiha clan instead of dragging down the Yagami Kangdu. Bear humiliation. But, since his father is still alive, and only Yagami Kanto knows such a secret. Obviously, there was something she didn't know. Bet. It may be a gamble that weighs on life. Afraid. A 9-year-old child is impossible not to be afraid. But looking at Yagami Kangdu's eyes, Uchiha Makoto felt at ease for no reason. No matter what decision Makoto makes, you will not obstruct, and will not interfere with your life in the future, right? Yagami Kanto looked at the elder Uchiha and said with a smile. Yes, with the honor of my Uchiha clan. The elder Uchiha seemed very confident. He believed in his own judgment, and believed that Uchiha Makoto would make the same choice as he imagined. Then Makoto, tell them what your decision is. Yagami Aoto looked at Uchiha Makoto. Woo. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Makoto raised her head and raised her chest. Looking around, facing the eyes of many clansmen, he said, I'll go with Brother Kangdu. Hi. Immediately, there were bursts of cold breaths coming from the surroundings. No one could have imagined that Uchiha Makoto would actually make such a decision. She thought it was a sure thing, she would never leave with Yagami Kangdu. But now, even the elder Uchiha's complexion changed greatly, which was different from what he expected. Let's go. Iori Aoto ignored the emotions of everyone in Uchiha, nodded at Uchiha Makoto, and then went outside. Wait. Just as he turned around, the voice of the elder Uchiha came again. Are you going to regret it? Yagami Kangdu turned his head, his face was not good. He doesn't like when others go back on their word. Even in the Uchiha clan, other people's territory, it's a big deal to do it. The elder Uchiha hesitated. He wanted to regret it. But with all the eyes on it, how can you go back on it? How can the Uchiha family's oath of honor be easily broken? Big brother is a Hokage-sama, do you look down on yourself too much? It was at this time that an old man with a ferocious expression stood up. Uchiha Fuyu's pupils shrank slightly and reminded in a low voice, Kangdo, this is enough, let's go. This person is the third elder of our clan, the strongest fighting force in the clan. Although he is still an elite Jonin, his strength is infinitely close to that of the shadow. You must not be able to beat him. Infinitely close shadow. Yagami Kangdu raised his eyebrows, not surprised. The Uchiha clan dared to be so picky in Konoha village, and they dared to covet Hokage, who was supported by many great clans, indicating that it was impossible to have no background. If the elite Jonin was the pinnacle of combat power, the Uchiha clan would have been suppressed long ago. I don't care about the fact that the little girl you brought hurt my family members. But if you continue to entangle, don't blame me for being rude. The third elder of the Uchiha clan said with murderous intent. Yagami Kangdu smiled and said nothing. Looking around, no one at the top of the Uchiha clan spoke. Obviously, the behavior of the three elders of Uchiha was acquiesced. Boom! A gust of wind suddenly swept through. The eight gods Kangdu opened the 8 gates of Dunjia. 6th, Jingmun, towards the peacock. Talking too much is nonsense, and he rushed directly to the three elders of Uchiha. Chapter 34. One punch kills the three elders of Uchiha. Boom boom boom. Under the rapidity, the air continued to resonate with sonic booms. Along with the sparks in the sky, a brazen punch fell directly to the third elder Uchiha. The three elders of Uchiha were suddenly angry. He hasn't started yet he dares to attack first. Do you really think he's old and can't move? Writing wheel eye, 3-hook jade open. More terrifying than Uchiha Hirakawa's pupil power, the illusion makes Yagami Kangdu seem to be in a boundless sea of fire. Crack. Just a moment, as if there was a sound of glass breaking in my ear. The environment of the third elder Uchiha suddenly collapsed, and Yagami Kangdu punched him in the abdomen without reservation. The eyes of the third elder Uchiha burst violently. He could never have imagined that the illusion that he was proud of would not work on Yagami Kangdu. The strength of a body that is infinitely close to the shadow did not have time to use it, and the whole person slammed against the wall and fainted. It is exactly the same as the 8 elders of Uchiha just now, and even the posture is exactly the same. You know, normal ninjas are all output types. Super attack power, super destructive power, super strong dodge sensitivity. The only thing missing is the body. For a physique expert like Kagami Kangdu, the most fearful thing is getting close. It's a pity that the third elder Uchiha is too confident. This led to the fact that the strong man who approached the shadow dignifiedly was killed by a single punch. Everyone around was stunned. I have long heard that Iori Kangdu is very powerful, and one punch is an elite Jonin. But I didn't expect that the powerhouse connected to the close shadow couldn't hold a punch. Let's go. To deal with the three elders of Uchiha with one punch, Iori Aoto seems to have done something trivial. Turning back, he took Uchiha Makoto and Yi Kang, and left with a swagger. Uchiha Fuyu didn't dare to stay too long, although the matter had nothing to do with him. But Yagami Kangdu followed him back to his family after all. The elders of the family have no way to settle accounts with Yagami Kangdu. Is he in a good mood when they see him? When Yagami Soto left, Konoha Anbu, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned. They stared at the scene in front of their eyes, unable to believe it. OMG. That is the third elder of the Uchiha clan, infinitely close to the shadow level combat power. In terms of strength alone, in the entire Konoha village, there are not many people who can suppress it. With such terrifying strength, coupled with the strength of the Uchiha clan, how could anyone dare to fight him? Rao is so as strong as the third elder Uchiha, facing the 9-year-old Yagami Kangdu, is it a matter of one punch? Yagami Kangdu, so perverted. Those who were defeated earlier couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not wrong to lose. Even those who are close to the shadow-level powerhouse can't hold a punch, let alone them. The 3 Uchiha elders are really good people. One person came forward to save them the embarrassment of being talked about. How incredible is it that Dang Shangren was defeated by a 9-year-old child? How embarrassing. Now there are the 3 elders of Uchiha, good people. Brother Kangdu, the third elder Uchiha, looks so powerful, but he can't even take a punch from you. Is he too weak? On the way, Yi King put his waist on his back and said very disdainfully. PFF'd. Someone around suddenly heard it, and a mouthful of water spurted out. The 3 elders of Uchiha. That is the peak combat power of the Uchiha clan. Beaten with one punch. OMG. What kind of victory is this Yagami Kangdu? I thought the elite Junin was already the upper limit. But it's only been so long, and every day is full of surprises. The eyes of everyone looking at Yagami Kangdu are like looking at monsters. Kangdo. At this moment, Zilai also hurriedly ran over to face him, and made a light noise. Going forward, he kept looking at Kangdu Iori, wondering, it's strange, Uchiha's group of guys, how can you easily bring people out? Is no one embarrassing you? There is no reason to fight. It makes sense to even talk back to the teacher. It makes no sense to let you leave easily. Tsunade Haim, who followed, was also puzzled. Although Orochimaru didn't speak, his eyes still showed curiosity. Brother Kangdu is so powerful. He killed the third elder Uchiha with one punch. They were stunned and watched us leave directly. Before Iori Kangdu could reply, Yi King waved his fist and said proudly. What? Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaimed, you mean the third elder Uchiha? That is an existence close to the shadow level, Uchiha's peak combat power. Is this guy a punch? OMG. Every time they see Yagami Aodu, Jiraiya, Tsunade Haim and others feel refreshed. Anything else? I have to arrange Makoto's accommodation. Compared to the excited Yi King, Yagami Kangdu seemed very calm. I didn't think it was an honor to defeat the 3 elders of Uchiha. It's alright, if there is something that can't be solved, remember to find me. Jilai also shook his head and warned. Yagami Kanto nodded, and quickly left with Uchiha Makoto and Yi King. 3 days. Uchiha Makoto finally accepted the fact that she left the family and followed Yagami Soto in the future. Father is not dead. But the specific situation, Yagami Kangdu did not intend to explain to her. Uchiha Makoto didn't ask for that much, and she felt at ease knowing that she wasn't dead. Honestly, live at Yagami Kanto's house. The 3 little girls, all about the same age, soon became romantically involved. The original Yagami Kangdu's residence was not enough. Fortunately, there is still 1.5 million wind coins from the leader of the Ronin in Sandian village. In addition to the 2 million fire coins given to Ichiro Miura earlier, there are still 2.3 million fire coins on hand. Huobi of the 5 major countries is interconnected, and the ratio is also 1:1, which saves Iori Kangdu a lot of trouble. After renting the house, Uchiha Makoto, Yekora, and Uzumaki Kushina were each assigned a room. Yagami Kanto has 1 room and the house has a large courtyard. The courtyard was originally planted with some flowers and plants, but now it has been transformed into a suggested practice field. The basic ninjutsu of small particles, the training of shuriken, etc., can basically be satisfied. For Yagami Kanto, there is no need for a vase at all. Uzumaki Kushina and others are also very high-spirited, and they are working hard to cultivate every day, trying not to hold back Yagami Kangdu. On this day, Iori Kangdu had just finished assigning tasks to them, and Jiraiya also came to them. "You kid, do you want to do such a scary thing every time?" He came up and yelled. Yagami Kangdu was puzzled, but the intelligence letter in Jiraiya's hand suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that the information was written on that day, when he fought against Sandai Mikazekage. Very concise description. Yashin Kangdu, 9 years old, facing the magnetic tunnel Sand Iron Shiu, no injuries. Chapter 35, The Second Ninja War is Inevitable. This information is not only obtained by Konoha, but also in other shinobi villages. Each village will send a large number of spies. As the saying goes, know yourself and the other. The most shocking information recently is about Yagami Kanto, the youngest captain of the dark part of Konoha. Now to add one more. Hard to regret the 3 generations of Wind Shadow. Obviously, it was just a trick of all-out sand and iron, and there was a lot of rumors from the outside world. I can't wait to say that Yagami Kangdu has shadow-level strength, and he has a strong duel with the 3 generations of Mefunging. The battle was devastated, and the sun and the moon had no light. In short, how to exaggerate, how come? It is not known who spread the rumors, but the purpose is very malicious. The 9-year-old elite Junin is enough to kill, comparable to the 9-year-old child of the shadow level, that is the sure kill target. It's a pity that Yagami Kangdu doesn't care about all this. Rather than worrying about these messy things, it is most practical to improve your strength. Go home and have a good night's rest. Early the next morning, Yagami Kangdu came to the pond behind Hokage Rock, ready to go fishing. Just as he was about to put down the bait, the members of the Dark Division team came up. "Captain, Lord Hokage, please come to Hokage's office, he has something to look for you." Here isn't Sarutobi looking for himself? Yagami Kangdu raised his eyebrows, put away his fishing rod, and headed to Hokage's office. Opened the door and walked in. Jiraiya, Tsunade Haim, and Orochimaru were actually there. "Come on." Sarutobi hissed and waved at Yagami Kangdu and motioned to come forward. "Is something wrong?" 3 generations old man. Iori Kangdu said in doubt. He felt that this battle was a bit unusual. Especially seeing Sarutobi Hizen's face. He has always been expressionless, but now he seems to be very worried. Union Village, something happened to the 8-tailed man Zuli. Jiraiya looked at Yagami Kangdu and didn't hide it. It turned out that during this period of time, the major ninja villages were constantly in friction, and Konoha had been in secret contact with Union Village. Hoped to help the leader of the peace faction in Union Village to take the stage. It's a pity that today's Raikage 3 is too powerful, suppressing everything and successfully taking the stage. Recently, they have been changing frequently. There was also the 8-tailed person Zuli, and the disappearance of Bulubi disappeared. If only that was the case. But everything pointed to Konoha Village. At first, everyone thought that Bulubi was just going somewhere to relax. After all, since he became a human pillar, he felt that he lived in the fear of death every day, almost depressed. There will often be things that disappear for 10 days and a half months, and then reappear. Over time, Union Village followed him. But this time is completely different. A full 3 months. It has been 3 months since the last time I contacted Bulubi. Recently, the 3 generations of Raikage have been sending people to look for clues. As a result, there were various signs that everything was related to Konoha Ninja Village. Therefore, the top priority now is to find Bulubi as soon as possible. You can't give Union Village an excuse to attack Konoha Ninja Village. Although Konoha Village is not afraid of a mere Union Village, other ninja villages have not been peaceful recently. Friction intensifies. According to Sarutobi Hizen's guess, the Second Ninja World War may be inevitable. Now, he can't give other shinobi villages a reason to attack Konoha Village. At present, Konoha is still in preparation, and many aspects are not sufficient. If you can buy more time, you will have a better chance of winning. Teacher, could it be that the third generation of Leian deliberately framed things, just wanting to start a war against Konoha? Tsunade Hime speculated. It's unlikely, he just took the stage, and there are still many obstacles in the village. The most important thing for him at the moment is to carry out a big purge to consolidate his rights. Jiraiya also shook his head, hitting the nail on the head. That's right, and the importance of the eight-tailed person Zuli is self-evident. Union Village will not be so stupid. Using him as a bait will be counterproductive. Orochimaru nodded and agreed. That's it, teacher, I will go to Union Village in person to see if I can find any clues. Said also. Sarutobi Hizen heard the words, nodded and said, okay, you must be careful. Jiraiya is a fool on weekdays, but when he is serious, he is still very reliable, and Sarutobi Hizen feels relieved about him. I see, Zilai also responded. Only. Just when Zilai was about to turn around and leave to prepare. Yagami Kingdu said, leave this matter to me. This thing is full of weirdness everywhere. Even the intelligence system of Konoha village didn't have any clues, Yagami Kingdu only wanted one possibility. Black absolutely. Now that it has not been exposed for the time being unknown is the most dangerous. Even if it is stronger than Jiraiya, once it is calculated, I am afraid that it will not escape death. Kagaya Otsutsuki, why did he resurrect in the end? Is it really that other ninja villages are too wasteful? On the contrary, Heiju is too cunning. With Jiraiya's current temperament, it is difficult to deal with even if he meets him. But Yagami Kingdu is different. He really wanted to meet this guy Heiju. He has no strength, but it can stir the muddy water of the entire ninja world, which makes him very curious. Although he didn't know why Bulubi disappeared and where he was now. But a targeted search is much more efficient than a random, aimless search. Jiraiya looked at Yagami Kingdu. He really had a lot of things to do recently. If he wants to go to find Bulubi, he also needs to deal with the recent affairs of Yuyin Village and Wuyin Village. Exactly. Yagami Kingdu volunteered. Zilai also thought about it carefully, and finally nodded. Okay, this matter is left to you. Bulubi is missing, and all the evidence points to Konoha. This is too coincidental. In any case, it is best for everyone to prepare for the worst. Yagami Kanto reminded. When the words fell, he nodded at the crowd. Turn around and leave. On the same day, Yagami Kingto led an unmanned dark team, left Konoha village, and went to the Land of Thunder. The Second Ninja World War is getting closer. Looking up at the sky, Yagami Kingdu was thoughtful. Running all the way, smooth sailing. The team members led by Yagami Kingto are all in the Chunin and have rich experience in performing tasks. There are not many people, but the essence. Going to other people's sites, you may have to face the pit bull of Heiju, and everything needs to be more cautious. As for preventing the occurrence of the Second Ninja World War, no need, no need. This is the inevitability of history. After nearly 2 decades of peace, a war is inevitable. Unbalanced distribution of resources, in order to increase fair privileges, get resources that they think are in line with themselves. The armed forces of the major ninja villages have raised their heads and tried to expand their territories by force. Plunder resources. The Second Ninja War is inevitable. Chapter 36. The Strongest Shield, the Third Eye Raikage. It was when Yagami Kingdu was thinking about what to do next. Captain, there is a fight ahead. The members of Anbu who were sent to investigate ahead came back to report. Someone fighting. Yagami Kingdu glanced at the map, and now they have entered the territory of the Land of Thunder, infinitely close to Union Village. Is it infighting? Shouldn't it? Can you confirm the identity of the other party? Yagami Kingdu asked. Captain, one of them is very skilled in using Lei Dun, and according to the image comparison, it is confirmed that he is the 3rd generation of Raikage. As for the person who is chasing, he is covered in black clothes and cannot distinguish his identity. Anbu member reported, but seeing that he can insist on escaping under rakeage, I am afraid that he is at least a Shang Nin level powerhouse. Oops, listen to the sound, it seems to be coming towards us. As soon as the Anbu members finished speaking, there was a great rushing movement not far away. The 3 generations of Megumi Raikage are gentle and kind to their own family, but they are very aggressive towards people in other villages. If he was discovered, it would be inevitable to fight. In the face of the 3rd generation of Raikage, who is known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, they have no chance of winning. Bypass. Yagami Kanto ordered. He came out on this trip just to find the trace of Bulubi. Other unnecessary things can be avoided. Everyone ran quickly and continued to move in the other direction. Huh. Suddenly, Iori Kangdu raised his brows and ordered, "You all continue to go to the designated place, I will be there later." When the words fell, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Just now, he suddenly felt an abnormal fluctuation different from chakra. Doubt in mind, need confirmation. The Dark Part team suddenly pulled their faces, and the team's strongest combat power was not there, but don't be unlucky enough to run into rakeage. How do you know? The less you want to get involved in unimportant things. Things come to you on their own. Boom. With a huge roar, 2 chasing figures have come to the eyes of everyone. The figure shrouded in black robe slammed into the ground, directly smashing a deep pit. When the dust and smoke rose, there was a bang sound. Tall, like a beast in the shape of a human, the 3rd generation Meg Raikage appeared in front of everyone. Ben also wanted to continue chasing the man in black, but when he saw a group of Konoha ninjas, his eyes suddenly burst. People from Konoha Ninja Village. What are you doing here in my country of thunder? You have long suspected that you did what happened to Bulubi, and it seems to be true. Sandame Raikage panted like a cow, and said in a thunderous voice. Everyone only felt a buzzing in their ears. Second only to Iori Kangdu, the vice captain of the Dark Division team stood up and said quickly, "We are passing by on a mission and don't intend to disturb, so I will leave." Humph. Sandame Raikage snorted coldly and said nothing. There is no evidence for Bulubi, and he can't rashly attack Konoha Ninja. Although he doesn't pay much attention to it on weekdays, Anbu's name is still very famous. These people wearing masks in front of them are obviously people from Konoha Anbu. At present, he has just ascended to Yunyin's position, and his power is not stable, and he cannot provoke Konoha Village. Leave Union Village quickly and let me see you again, don't blame me for being rude. The 3rd generation Raikage snorted coldly and quickly walked towards the man in black robe. After sneaking around outside Union Village for many days, the 3rd generation Raikage had reason to suspect that it had something to do with Bu Lubi. The dark troops and others fled quickly as if they had been granted amnesty. The 3rd generation Raikage was instantly surrounded by thunder and lightning. There was a sudden gust of wind, the clouds were dense, and the lightning flashed. The terrifying aura swept out, and the Dark Division team could clearly feel the aura of destruction even after running for hundreds of meters. As soon as the 3rd generation Raikage started, the man in black robe immediately moved. He knew that he was not a Raikage opponent, but at this time, running away would only aggravate death. Rather, work hard. Hell Assault 5 books consistent. Concentrating chakra on 5 fingers, the penetration is extremely terrifying. The power of this technique can be greatly enhanced as the number of fingers decreases. The 3 generations of Raikage in the original work once smashed the super defensive ninjutsu set up by the Ninja Coalition with the help of Hell Thrusting in 4 books. Dun Wan Li Tu Lu Wall and Rong Dun Stick Wall. The attack power is obvious. In the eyes of the 3rd generation of Raikage, the person in front of him is no more than a mere jonin. 4 copies are wasted, and 5 copies are enough. Wrapped in monstrous thunder and lightning, the 3rd generation Raikage who turned on the Thunder Chakra mode was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to the man in black robe. Wu Bengguansho quickly reached out and released it almost at 0 distance. Boom boom boom. The air was squeezed, and a large amount of flames erupted with sonic booms. The terrifying airflow swept toward the black-robed man before his fingers landed on his body. Boom! With a loud bang, the man in black robe tried his best to complete the next 5 books. At the same time, the hands formed seals, and the fire escaped. Fire escape how fireball technique. A terrifying scorching fireball crashed down, hitting Raikage 3, sputtering a lot of sparks. But the 3 generations of Meguraikage did not suffer any damage. Too weak, how dare you come to Union Village even with this little ability? The 3rd generation Mu Raikage sneered. The man in black robe did not respond and was trying his best to adjust his state. Seeing this, the 3rd generation of Mu Laying also discovered the intention of the black-robed man, and shot again directly. The captain between the two was extremely fast. Although it was a one-sided crush, Raikage 3 didn't seem to want to end the battle prematurely. If the man in black hadn't had the strength, he would have scolded him harshly. You're not an actor, so don't make these gimmicky plots, okay? Is cat and mouse fun? But he couldn't say it at all. The powerful pressure made him tired of dealing with the 3-generation Meg Raikage attack. Really can't say a word. The 2 afterimages were constantly fighting, and the wind pressure swept recklessly. The surrounding trees, flowers and plants are pierced by thousands of holes, telling how intense the battle scene between the 2 is. Hell Assault 5 books consistent. Thunder and lightning circled around the fingers of the 3rd-generation Raikage, wrapped in terrifying destructive power and oppressive power, and stabbed. Boom boom boom. The sonic boom was loud, accompanied by the collapse of a large number of trees. The jumping arc radiation range has increased, and the 3rd generation of Raikage seems to be tired of playing. Want to end the fight with one move. In the face of the 3 generations of Raikage from the previous game, the black-robed man still only has the instinct to cope. Now faced with even more terrifying power, it is naturally unstoppable. This is the price paid for invading Union Village. The arc was released from the hands of the 3rd Meg Raikage, directly hitting the black-robed man who was unable to resist in midair. The black-robed man suddenly flew out like a rag sack. Falling to the ground, blood was sprayed from the mouth, and the whole person's breath was sluggish. It's over, let's live up to the master. The black-robed man smiled bitterly. I also wanted to perform well on the first mission, but I didn't expect to encounter a life-and-death situation. The black-robed man has completely lost hope of surviving. The 3 generations of Raikage are just too strong, to the point of despair. He closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Chapter 37. Baman Dunjia vs. Lei Dun Chakra Mode. Waiting hard, the sound of his body being penetrated did not come. He felt that a rather terrifying powerhouse appeared beside him. Opening his eyes in disbelief, the man in black robe was stunned. Standing in front of him is a half-year-old child. With a very familiar back, the man in black robe immediately blurted out and exclaimed his master. But he held back. He cannot reveal his identity. Otherwise, it will bring unnecessary trouble to the owner, or even a fatal crisis. 1 hit from hell and 5 books, I thought I could instantly make a black-robed man. But something unexpected happened. Someone actually intervened and let the man in black robe survive. Such a result was unacceptable to the 3rd generation of Raikage. 3 generations of Megumi Raikage immediately cast his gaze and saw the Konoha forehead on Yagami Kingdo's head. He was angry. It's Konoha Ninja Village again. Do you really want to go to war with my Union Village? Under the fury, the 3rd generation of Ai's Raikage faintly felt that Yagami Kingdo was a little familiar. After scratching his head and thinking for a moment, the 3rd generation of Megurai suddenly woke up. Are you the captain of the dark part of Konoha Shinjin? Yagami Kingdo. At such an age, it is possible to have a child with the strength to take over his 5 books, and I am afraid there is only one option. But so what? You are very strong. At your age, I am far weaker than you. However, a genius who has not grown up is always easy to die. 3 generations of eyes, Reikage said with burning eyes. He really wanted to kill Yagami Kanto directly. But anywhere, in any world, there are rules and bottom lines. Obviously, Yagami Kanto is the bottom line of Konoha village. Otherwise, the 3 generations of me Reikage can't think of any reason why Konoha village can let geniuses like Yagami Soto run around the world. Aren't you afraid of dying? Obviously, don't be afraid. Having reached the strength of Yagami Kangdu, he can't be killed without a name, and all he can kill are big names with names and surnames. Once this kind of person makes a move, Konoha will definitely never die. Don't think that the information shows that Yagami Kangdu is only a commoner. In the eyes of other shinobi villages, this is simply a rhetoric that confuses them. How could such a terrifying genius be a civilian? Most likely it is the Hokage candidate. Killing a commoner, or even shangnin, as long as it is handled cleanly, that's all. But if you kill a monster like Yagami Kangdu, then things will be bad. Don't look at the tragic war of the ninja world, it is not to the extent of the elite. It really angered Konoha village, at least Union village couldn't bear it. Therefore, the 3rd generation Reikage restrained his murderous intentions and said calmly, "What is this person related to you?" A gang. No wonder he has a strange smell unique to Konoha people. Although a paragraph is made up, but Yagami Kanto has to admire the 3 generations of Reikage. Guess exactly. At the same time, Iori Kangdu didn't know that his identity had long been made up by people. It is the only seedling and hope of Konoha's future prosperity. I don't know him and have nothing to do with him. Iori Kangdu waved his hand and changed the subject, but I'm a kind child, I can't watch you kill innocent people indiscriminately. The reasons are lame, untenable, and untenable. But that's okay. There is no one here, no matter how lame, as long as there is an excuse. So, you want to stop me from killing? Sandaime Reikage was furious. Seeing Yagami Kangdu nodding, Lei Dun chakra mode started again. A terrifying blue arc flashed all over his body, and his originally tall and burly figure became more and more terrifying. Do you really think I dare not do anything to you? As long as I don't kill you, Konoha village will not dare to do anything. The 3rd generation of Mu Reikage finished his words and started directly. Up as the stab of hell, 4 books. The terrifying arc surged, giving people a huge pressure. The 3rd generation of Reikage did not hesitate to act. The wind pressure swept through, and the destructive power was extremely amazing. The 4 fingers that wrapped the arc came together and went straight towards Yagami Kangdu. Yagami Kanto is only a 9-year-old child after all. Even the so-called elite Jonin, for the 3rd generation of Reikage, it is not necessary at all. For such a little guy, Reikage 3 intends to kill with one hit. Boom boom boom. Horror sonic boom soars into the sky. The arc of terror nearly overturned the ground. Sandaime Reikage's face was full of grimness, but his eyes widened in a moment. The ground on which Yagami Kangdu was standing collapsed layer by layer. The strong wind pressure centered on him, swept out, and competed with the wind pressure detonated by the 3 generations of Reikage. 5 doors Konoha whirlwind is not enough. That's 6. Exploding towards the peacock, it has already achieved a slightly weaker wind pressure of the 3rd generation of Reikage. 7th shocking door Day Tiger. Boom boom boom. I am afraid that the air pressure will be swept away, and the air pressure caused by the 3 generations of Reikage's 4 hands will collapse in an instant. 7th, Jingmun Daehu has broken through the limits of human safety, and his strength has skyrocketed exponentially. 6th, Duman Konoha Whirlwind is still able to defeat the elite Jonin. At this moment, Iori Kangdu has officially possessed the strength to challenge a Bening-level powerhouse. Although this time is limited. But judging from the current situation, the Yagami Kangdu, who started the Day Tiger, has been able to faintly suppress the 3 generations of Reikage. The pupils of the 3 generations of Lei shrank, and he secretly said in his heart, "It really is." Such a terrifying little devil is definitely the heart of Konoha Shinobi Village. Fortunately, he didn't hit the killer directly, otherwise it would be bad. However, in the current situation, it seems that he can't kill Yagami Kangdu. But you can't lose face. Hee, very good. I'm also worried that you are too weak, and you can't even resist my move. Sandaime Reikage said coldly. It's too early to talk. Yagami Kangdu said with an expressionless face. When the words fell, a tyrannical aura erupted, sweeping all around. The pressure of fear almost enveloped most of the forest. In the forest, birds and beasts screamed. The sudden oppressive force even slowed down the speed of the Thunderbolt Chakra mode of Reikage 3. Originally, it relies on the infinite loop of Lei Dun Chakra to activate body functions. In this way, it is equivalent to weakening the strength in disguise. 4 books in one hand. Feeling the pressure, the third generation of Reikage did not dare to neglect, and wanted to seize the opportunity. If a dignified shadow-level powerhouse loses to a 9-year-old kid, it will be a real shame. Sibin Guancho was directly thrown away by Yagami Kangdu with a whip leg. Yes. A whip leg. I am afraid that the attack that was enough to seriously damage the elite Jonin was disintegrated by a whip leg. The 3 generations of Reikage erupted again, and the Lei Dun Chakra mode broke out in an all-round way, crashing into the Yagami Kangdu. Yagami Kangdu waved his arms, aiming in the direction of the 3rd generation of Reikage, and it was a straight punch. Chapter 38. The legend is broken, the strongest shield is broken. Boom. I thought it was a wonderful scene of a strong confrontation, but it turned out that the 3rd generation of Reikage flew out uncontrollably. Flying upside down quickly, hitting more than a dozen towering trees in a row, it was worthy of a stop. If anyone sees the 3rd generation of Reikage so embarrassed, I am afraid they will be stunned. That is the terrifying Reikage 3, known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Legend has it that he was able to pity the 8-tailed bull ghost with his bare hands, and ended in a tie when he was exhausted. Where can I think? Such a terrifying existence was actually blown away by Yagami Kangdu. Is this really just a 9-year-old? Reikage Sandai expressed deep suspicion. Standing up from the rubble, Reikage 3 found himself injured. The place where Yagami Kangdu hit his chest was slightly sunken and slightly fractured. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely stir up the entire ninja world. The strongest shield is by no means a false name. With the 8-tailed ox ghost, he was unscathed except for exhaustion. But now facing the Yagami Kangdu, the 3 generations of Reikage, the myth of the strongest shield has been shattered. Even if it wasn't a fatal injury, it was enough. For a time, even the 3rd generation of Megumi Reikage was stunned. Such a result was unacceptable to him. Come on, I haven't lost yet. The arrogant 3rd Reikage quickly regrouped. Hell Assault 3 books. Above the sky, thunderclouds are densely covered. The arc of the sky flickered and poured down, which was a move by the 3rd generation of Reikage to break through the current limit. Before facing Yagami Soto, this was the first time that Sandaime Reikage took such an adventure. I would rather hurt 1,000 myself than 800 enemies. Unfortunately, Yagami Sudo will not give Sandaime Reikage a chance to gather strength. Boom, and left the place. The figure burst into a flash and slammed into the 3rd generation of Reikage with a punch. He was knocked into the air again, and the 3 books had not yet been brewed, and were directly strangled in the cradle. The earth shook, and countless trees burst. Sandaime Reikage was furious. How is that possible? When the Hell Thrust is cast, the surrounding area will be filled with a large number of thunder arcs. Although its lethality is not high, it is better than its own paralysis effect. Once someone approaches, even if it is an elite Jonin, the speed will drop suddenly, and the movement will be hindered to some extent. It is based on this confidence that the 3 generations of Reikage will choose to brew 3 books. But how to know? Could this be the result? It's always been you, it's my turn. Yagami Kangdu sneered as he looked at Reikage 3. He quickly came to a big tree that needed 5 or 6 adults to be surrounded by, and uprooted it in the blink of an eye. Like holding a cotton swab, he waved it easily, and smashed it hard at the 3 generations of Reikage. The 3rd generation of Reikage gritted his teeth, and Lei Dun chakra was working at full power again. Pushing hard upwards, throwing a punch. Boom! His calf sank deep into the ground, but fortunately, the towering tree was shattered by his punch. Just before he could catch his breath, a towering tree that covered the sky fell. Boom boom boom. The 3 generations of Reikage can't dodge, and can only choose hard resistance. With the powerful physical strength, the previous attacks were indeed resisted abruptly. But Yagami Kangdu was too fierce. The towering trees were pulled out one after another, and the hammers fell one after another. 3 generations of Reikage's body kept sinking into the ground, his wrists were numb, and he had almost no strength to fight back. Although he knew that he couldn't kill him, Yagami Soto also had to teach Reikage a profound lesson. Age doesn't mean strength, but it shouldn't be underestimated just because the other party is a child. This moment. The earth trembled, earth and rocks splashed. The ground collapsed deeply, and Yagami Kangdu was still hammering. 3 generations of Reikage had disappeared, sinking deep into the ground, but the offensive was not over yet. Not far away, Konoha Anbu, who heard the huge movement and secretly groped to check the situation, was stunned. All of them were silent. I have long known that the strength of my own captain is very strong, but I think it is comparable to the elite Junin. And they are all from the same village, so they keep their hands somewhat. But now, he was facing the strongest in Union Village, the 3rd generation Meg Reikage. This is the terrifying shadow-level powerhouse known as the strongest spear and the strongest rear shield. The terrifying Reikage who was exhausted and ended in a tie, that stubborn 8-tailed bull ghost. There is no need to doubt the strength of the 3 generations of Reikage. Against Reikage, Yagami Kanto was able to achieve an absolute overwhelming victory. Especially when one punch broke the 5 books, and the towering tree hammer was continuously smashed. That kind of earth-shattering scene made them all clench their fists, not to mention how refreshing. Just now. In the face of the 3 generations of Reikage, they still need to avoid it. But now, look at their captain. It's just a wave of blood abuse, let alone face. They also did not expect that the strength of their own captain would be so terrifying. If they weren't Anbu, they needed to remain mysterious. After returning to the village, I will definitely have to brag about it everywhere. The 3rd team, the leader of the dark part, Yagami Soto, the 3rd generation of Reikage who is the strongest shield of blood abuse. What kind of powerful strength does this have to be able to do such a thing? Just when the 3rd Dark Division team was secretly excited, the man in black robe covered his stomach, and a big mouthful of blood spurted out. He was hit by the 5 books of the 3rd Meg Reikage, and he suffered serious internal injuries. Just now, it was just to not affect the master, so he insisted on it. But now, seeing the battle over, he couldn't take it any longer. Boom, and fell to the ground. Captain, are you all right? Soon, members of the dark team quickly stepped forward to ask. Iori Kangdu waved his hand. Have you found any clues? Yes, in a wasteland not far away, the wreckage of a fierce battle was found. The scale of the battle was huge, and it is suspected that the Yatai people Zuri disappeared there. Anbu members nodded. Continue to chase and kill this person. I will take this person away for an investigation. He is chased and killed by the 3 generations of new Reikage. There must be some important secret. Yagami Kanto ordered. The members of the Anbu did not doubt that the black-robed man who suddenly appeared was indeed suspicious. Soon, everyone left, and the 8 gods Kangdu took the black-robed man away from Union Village. The next day. A gloomy cave. Yagami Kanto leaned against the entrance of the cave. In the entrance of the cave, the man in black robe gradually woke up from the coma. He clutched his stomach and seemed to have some sequelae. When the spirit is clearer, I only feel pain all over my body, it is like falling apart. immediately after. But when he looked around, he found that the surroundings were unfamiliar, and he suddenly became alert. You can see the back of Yagami Kanto. He suddenly remembered what happened before he fell into a coma. He was hit by the 5-boned hands of Sandai Mirakage and was seriously injured in a coma. Chapter 39. Reborn, Turn Hatred into Power. Subordinate number 1, See the Master. Supporting his weak body, the man in black robe knelt down on one knee and said respectfully to Kangdu, the 8 gods. Get up. Yagami Kangdu waved his hand indifferently. The man in black robe was naturally Uchiha Hirakawa, who was dispatched to the land of thunder first. It's useless to subordinates, and it hurts the master. Uchiha Hirakawa did not get up and said ashamedly. If Yagami Kangdu didn't happen to pass by that day, I'm afraid his little life would have been explained. It's okay, it's not bad to be able to escape in the hands of the 3 generations of Reikage. Yagami Kanto doesn't care. Only after playing against each other did I know the strength of the 3 generations of Reikage. If it wasn't for the opening of the Day Tiger, I am afraid that even he would be explained. Why are you working so hard? Do you have any unresolved grudges with Danzo? Suddenly, Iori Kangdu asked. Seeing that Uchiha Makoto trains with all her strength every day, and stops until she is paralyzed, Iori Aoto is a little curious. Uchiha Hirakawa's eyes flashed, and the whole person became a little decadent. But after looking at Yagami Kangdu, he still explained, it probably started from 8 years ago. My lover, Makoto's mother, died on the battlefield. At the beginning, Uchiha Hirakawa and his wife belonged to Anbu and were directly under the jurisdiction of Danzo. It is a hostage left by the Uchiha family to Konoha. But accidentally, Uchiha Makoto's mother discovered Danzo's secret. Often contacts with other ninja villages, plotting to seize Hokage's position. At the same time, the dignified dispatch mission will kill all those who stand on the opposite side of him. It was precisely because of this secret that Uchiha Makoto's mother received the same treatment. Sent to perform a secret mission, he was intercepted halfway by a ninja disguised by Korean village, and was pierced by countless shuriken. But when Uchiha Hirakawa arrived at the scene, he could only see a broken body. As a result, Uchiha Hirakawa has been pretending not to know, secretly investigating Danzo's evidence. But he acted very cautiously. After so many years, the first few days were the best chance. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Hirakawa's identity was exposed, and Danzo deliberately deceived him to the border. At the same time, secretly sent people to intercept. On that day, the 3rd Anbu team led by Yagami Sudo didn't meet Anbu at all. Instead, they are directly affiliated to the root members of Danzo. Because of the uniform mask, it is difficult to be recognized. Uchiha Hirakawa's mood was very low, obviously thinking of the scene from that year. His pale face was full of sadness and helplessness. Do you want revenge? Can you bear any price for it? Yagami Kangdu silently looked at Uchiha Hirakawa and asked. Uchiha Hirakawa looked up and looked at Yagami Kanto, not understanding why he asked that. But he still nodded resolutely and said, I want to. Take this, if you can survive, your strength will be greatly improved. If you can't survive, I will burn your body on the spot. Yagami Kangdu reached into his arms and took out a bottle of green potion from the system space. This is one of the rewards obtained by fishing. The ability to recover from physical injuries is a side effect, and the most important thing is to be able to improve strength to a certain extent according to individual physiques. But this is tantamount to promoting the growth of seedlings, and there is a price to pay. The heart-piercing pain will make peoples will collapse, and those who can't bear it will burst with blood and die. At the same time, the potential is completely squeezed, and there is no hope of improvement in this life. Of course Yagami Soto doesn't need it, but Uchiha Hirakawa is obviously a good choice. Uchiha Hirakawa respectfully turned out the potion, and without any hesitation, opened the bottle cap and drank it directly. Ah! Just after entering, Uchiha Hirakawa's face turned red. His body fell to the ground, crouching and struggling. The blue veins on the forehead burst out, and the cold sweat broke out, sweating like rain. That kind of tragic pain to the bone makes Uchiha Hirakawa's life worse than death. In order to avoid screaming, Uchiha Hirakawa actually bit his arm by himself. Large pieces of flesh were torn off, and the smell of blood permeated the entire hole. But the potion's powerful recovery power works at the same time, and it can heal the injury in a flash. There are pros and cons. The injury can be recovered in an instant, and the spirit will always remain in a state of abundance. Every time Uchiha Hirakawa felt that he was about to faint from pain, but was stimulated by a coldness, his nerves were instantly stimulated. Waves of severe pain eroded, and Uchiha Hirakawa's will has become somewhat blurred. His eyes, nose, ears and other 5 senses have blood escaping, looking terrifying and hideous. Yagami Kangdu watched this scene silently, with no mercy on his face. The adult world is not easy. This is Uchiha Hirakawa's own choice, and the price needs to be borne by himself. A full 2 hours. Uchiha Hirakawa felt that he had walked countless times before the gate of hell. Suddenly, I don't know when, the intense pain disappeared. Instead, a cool breeze swept through his body. He didn't know how to describe the comfortable feeling. It's like being in a hot spring, wrapping yourself warmly, making people fluttering. Not only were the new wounds completely healed, but even the dark wounds and old diseases that had been left over for many years were repaired. The whole person is very relaxed, as if reborn. What a powerful force! Clenching his fist, Uchiha Hirakawa couldn't help but exclaimed. The pain is gone, and the pain is gone. The most important thing is that strength makes Uchiha Hirakawa unprecedented confidence. He looked at the empty medicine bottle he drank in disbelief. What kind of potion is this? So amazing. PFF'd. With a sound, Uchiha Hirakawa knelt down. It was originally because of the transaction between the two that Uchiha Hirakawa was willing to be a dead man. Thank you, Master. From now on, if the Master wants me to die, I will definitely not talk about it. Although Uchiha Hirakawa would do this before, but at this moment, it is really from the heart. Yagami Kangdu shook his head. Stupid. Uchiha Hirakawa was slightly stunned, and Iori Kangdu said, it's more useful to save your life. Thinking about dying all day long, isn't this a waste of my medicine? Yes, what the master taught is. Uchiha Hirakawa was stunned and responded again and again. Okay, don't talk so much, what about the things that you have to investigate? After the conversation changed, Yagami Kangdu asked. There are eyes and ears. The disappearance of Zuli Bulubi, the 8-tailed person, is indeed related to Danzo. Uchiha Hirakawa hurriedly said, but Danzo seems to want to kill him directly, detonating the conflict with the Kingdom of Thunder. As a martial artist, Danzo is eager for war. In his opinion, only through war and plunder can Konoha become stronger. Of course, there is the most important point. Detonate the war and cut Sarutobi Hiro from power. He led Anbu to establish merits and successfully took office as Hokage. Chapter 40. The 8-tailed bull ghost suspects that he is going to be cold. But according to his subordinate's investigation, it was found that Bulubi did not die, but was rescued. It is strange that it is still impossible to find out who rescued the people. Uchiha Hirakawa continued. Yagami Kangdu was thoughtful. Suddenly, Uchiha Hirakawa seemed to think of something again. But I got some black residue on the scene with faint chakra fluctuations on it, but I have never met a ninja of the same type. Black residue. Show it to me. Uchiha Hirakawa quickly reached into his arms and carefully took out a package. Spread it out, there is a pile of black powder on it. The 8 gods Kangdu raised his brows immediately, and it was indeed Heiju. It's just that he has always acted carefully. Before the 4 ninja world wars, no one even knew of his existence. How could there be any traces left? Where did you find these black residues? Take me there. Yagami Kangdu said directly. Yes. Although Uchiha Hirakawa didn't know why, he quickly brought Yagami Kanto to the past. Coming to a wasteland that had clearly experienced a tragic battle, Yagami Soto saw the residue. It is exactly the same as what Uchiha Hirakawa got. With the powerful perception of his white eyes, he found another clue. Followed all the way, and soon, came to a cave. The cave is hidden and covered with weeds. If it hadn't been discovered by Yagami Kingdu by accident, it would have been really difficult to find. Push aside the weeds to reveal a deep cave. Strangely, it rains a lot these days, but the mouth of the cave is very dry. I'm going to explore the way first. Master, wait outside. Looking at Yagami Kanto, Uchiha Hirakawa said immediately. Soon, Uchiha Hirakawa entered. Yagami Kingdu was not idle either, looking around for anything suspicious. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the sand suddenly filled the surroundings. A black shadow flew out, and it was Uchiha Hirakawa. Master, there is indeed a problem. I found Bulubi and a black monster inside. Uchiha Hirakawa drank for the first time. Black monster. It must be black. The 8 gods Kingdu heard the words and just left. Suddenly, the earth shook. Roar. With a loud roar, terrifying chakra fluctuations swept all around. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge explosion in the direction of the cave, and then a huge behemoth appeared in front of everyone. The head of the bull, the tail of the tentacles of the octopus, is an 8-tailed bull ghost. Darkness. At first glance, Yagami Kingdu noticed Heiju, who was following the bull ghost. Just as he was about to pursue, the manic bull ghost blocked his way. Little devil, although I don't know how you found this place, just enjoy the gift prepared for you. Heiju sneered, and his figure quickly merged into the ground. Roar. The 8-tailed bull demon roared again, and the terrifying chakra surged. Attached to the giant octopus tentacles, it slammed towards Yagami Kanto. Towards the peacock. Iori Kingdu frowned, and quickly opened the 8 doors to welcome him. Boom, Yagami Kingdu and Yatai Niyugi slammed into each other. In the center of the fight between the two, the pressure of terror swept through, no less than the previous battle with the 3 generations of Reikage. But the 8-tailed chakra is more terrifying, only inferior to the 9-tailed demon fox with the mark of the god of fire. Under the covering of a large number of chakras, the attack power of the octopus feet is extremely terrifying. The ground of Yagami Kingdu's combat power collapsed in the blink of an eye, and the earth and stones splashed. Just the aftermath, more than a dozen big trees were smashed into powder. After improving his strength, Uchiha Hirakawa wanted to join the battlefield, but was shocked to find that he could not intervene. The amount of chakra has increased to an infinitely close to the level of shadow, and self-estimation, the strength should be similar to the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan. But in terms of physical strength, it can't be compared with perverts like Yagami Soto and Yatai Niyugi. In this way, the inflated self-confidence suddenly diminished. Uchiha Hirakawa smiled bitterly. People are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away. But okay. Such a terrifying person is his master, not an enemy. Otherwise, it would simply be difficult to sleep and eat. The 2 physically strong perverts collided with a bang, and the movement was extremely huge. The battlefield is constantly on the ground, and the sound of explosions is endless. Such a huge movement is naturally impossible to hide from Union Village. What's the situation? Why does it feel like the sky is about to fall? Oops, it's the chakra fluctuation of the 8-tailed bull ghost. Why the seal will be lifted, go and determine the situation. At the same time, notify the seal team and prepare for support. The 3rd generation Reikage had just been dug out of the deep pit, and his body function had not recovered, so he was unable to participate in the suppression of Yao this time. The elders of Union Village quickly achieved results and made arrangements in an orderly manner. Soon, a large number of Yun ninjas were dispatched to the place where the explosion sounded. Meanwhile, in the other direction, an old woman with a cane raised her head, looked in the direction of the explosion, and muttered to herself, "What the hell? This is not what was planned." The words fell, and the seemingly old body suddenly moved at a high speed. At a rapid pace, it quickly approached the source of the explosion. Boom boom boom. The two perverts are still fighting each other. Yagami Kangdu said that the fight was very enjoyable. Compared with the explosive attack of the third generation of Meguri, the attack of the eight-tailed bull ghost is relatively constant. High-intensity continuous attacks are the main attack methods, relying on massive chakras in the body. But the eight-tailed cow ghost was depressed. Although he fell into a manic state, he did not completely lose his mind. The offensive, which has always been unfavorable, did not expect that one day, it would be stopped by weak humans. Still looks like a child. Haven't been out of the village for so many years, are all the children so terrifying now? The eight-tailed bull ghost became more and more frightened. He found that he couldn't help this half-year-old child at all. No matter how fast he was or how fierce his attack was, he could always be easily intercepted. Even, he has been able to feel the rapid reduction of chakra. But Yagami Kangdu, who was fighting against him, was not blushing or panting. Uchiha Hirakawa was stunned. So horrible. Is that human being? Even if the attack strength can be comparable, even the endurance is so strong. As we all know, very few ninjas can have chakras comparable to tailed beasts. At least Uchiha Hirakawa has not seen it. But at this moment, he has opened his eyes. The eight-tailed bull ghost with full combat power was suppressed in all aspects. The massive amount of chakra could not even give him a sense of security. Crash. The eight-tailed bull ghost turned around and was about to run away. No way. He suspected that if he fought like this, he might get cold. This little devil from nowhere is too strong. Hokage I'll become stronger when I'm fishing, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41, Sweeping Union Village Ninja. Tap tap. At this moment, a large number of footsteps suddenly sounded. Soon, hundreds of ninjas from Union Village appeared and found the eight-tailed cow ghost who escaped. What's the situation? What happened to the eight-tailed bull ghost? Could it be that the person who fought with him has already been killed? It is estimated that this is the case, otherwise how could it rush towards us? Everyone, prepare for battle, go and don't let him escape. Union Village ninjas seriously watched the eight-tailed bull ghost galloping, and prepared to deal with it. Roar. But they saw the eight-tailed bull ghost roaring at them. Without the mighty and domineering arrogance of the past, I actually heard a trace of pitiful emotion. What the hell? Hallucinations. But soon, the eight-tailed bull ghost who attacked indiscriminately after the violent beating did not attack the ninja in Union Village at all. Quickly hide behind them, using huge octopus tentacles, constantly pointing in a certain direction. Everyone in Union Village was stunned. This is... Ask them for help. What the hell? Could it be that the shadow-level powerhouses of other ninja villages quietly sneaked into the country of thunder? This is bad. The highest of these people is the elite Shangnin, and in the face of shadow-level powerhouses, they are simply serving food. Soon, the figure of Yagami Kangdu appeared in front of them. The ninja of Union Village was stunned for a moment, and found that the other party was just a child. With a big wave of his hand, a large number of Yunren surrounded Yagami Kangdu. The water is blocked, and they are all from Union Village. People from Konoha Village, why did you come to our country of thunder? Want to spy on information. Don't want to live anymore. Yunyin Murakami, who took the lead, sneered. Yagami Kangdu glanced at this Union Village ninja, who is also a strong ninja. Why has no brain at all? Spying on information, is there such an open and above board? Idiot. Don't want to pay attention to this idiot. Yagami Kangdu will continue to rush to Yatai Niyugi. HMPH, sneak into my land of the land of thunder, how dare you be so arrogant? Take him down for me. Seeing Yagami Kangdu so ignoring him, Union Murakami directly gave the order. Looking for death. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud shout, and Uchiha Hirakawa, who was shrouded in black robes, shot violently. Fire escape. How fireball technique. The number of people has levels, but those who don't want to use it have completely different powers. At this moment, Uchiha Hirakawa, whose ability has been greatly improved, summoned a fireball that almost covered the sky. It spewed out from the throat in an instant, wrapped in a terrifying heat wave, and swept over the ninjas in Union Village. They were all startled. They stopped one after another and quickly formed a seal with their hands, "2 done 2 lubi." Immediately, a khaki-colored stone wall emerged from the ground. Hundreds of ninjas use it together, and the scene is extremely spectacular. The terrifying fireball failed to cause any damage, and the Union Village ninja was about to sneer. Boom! Uchiha Hirakawa hugged him again. The moving speed was fast, turned into afterimages, and rushed into the crowd. One shuriken pierced the enemy's chest, and the other fireball directly burned the enemy to ashes. A sword fell to the ground. The Union Village ninja at the scene has no heat at all and is his enemy. This is Uchiha Hirakawa after his strength has been enhanced. The violent Uchiha Hirakawa alone quelled all the ninjas in Union Village. Iori Kangdu wanted to make a move, but immediately put his arms around his chest, watching this scene with interest. Such a powerful Uchiha Hirakawa is a bit of a chaotic capital that makes him fancy. Get out of the way. Genin and Chunin are not opponents, and the leading elite, Shainin, will naturally take action. The ninjas of Union Village scattered one after another, making way for the elites of Union Village. Union Village elite Junin looked solemn, and walked towards Uchiha Hirakawa step by step. It turns out that there is such a reliance. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in my country of thunder, but today, when you meet me, you die. The ninja of Union Village stepped forward and sneered in disdain. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Hirakawa disappeared. A terrifying fireball suddenly appeared, shrouding Union Village's elite Jonin. He tried his best to dodge, but he just bumped into Uchiha Hirakawa who was waiting on the side. The storm-like offensive fell, and the Union Village elite Junin was blasted into the ground. One punch after another, Uchiha Hirakawa's eyes were red. Thorn Lala. The blood splashed and dyed the clothes red, but Uchiha Hirakawa hadn't stopped. After a long while, the body of the Union Village elite Junin was still outside, but his head was deeply immersed in the earth. There was blood, and the flesh was blurred. Seeing that Union Village's elite Junin was no longer moving, Uchiha Hirakawa said coldly, "With such a little strength, you dare to shout. Waste." He turned around and looked at a group of Union Village ninjas. Even if he didn't show his face, but looking at the blood-covered Uchiha Hirakawa, the Union Village ninja lost their will to fight. They didn't dare to resist at all, and immediately turned into birds and beasts, fleeing one after another. Only the eight-tailed bull ghost was still in a daze. Boom! Iori Kangdu stepped forward with a punch, and the eight-tailed bull ghost suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Captain! At the same time, the members of the captain of the third dark part arrived at the scene and were shocked. Even the eight-tailed bull ghost was stunned by a punch from his own captain, which is too perverted. Captain, there are people from all sides. There is too much movement here, we have to leave quickly. Pressing the shock in his heart, the deputy captain of the third dark division team reminded. A pause, he looked at the fainted eight-tailed bull ghost and said hesitantly, we must not be able to take it away. After all, this is the territory of the Kingdom of Thunder. Before Iori Kangdu could speak, a shredding voice came from the grass in the distance. Who? The deputy sub-commander threw the Lysian directly, and there was only the sound of, ding 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 dong, a metal symphony. Immediately, an old figure appeared. Deputy squad leader's pupils suddenly shrank. Mother-in-law Chio. In the land of wind, Sandian Village's super-class puppet master. It is not a shadow, but it has the strength of a shadow, which is very terrifying. Anbu of Konoha Village. Grandma Chio frowned as soon as she appeared. Patrolling back and forth, I found the eight-tailed bull ghost that was transported, and immediately said, "Leave quickly, and leave the eight-tailed to me." What she said was vague, but also meant to be tempted. As long as someone from the Tuanzang faction came, he would definitely understand what he meant. However, the members of the Dark Division team looked at each other in dismay, and all looked at Kingdu Yagami. He is the captain and no one else has the right to decide. Chiyo's mother-in-law raised her eyebrows in amazement. How did it seem that a bunch of Anbu members actually had to obey a half-year-old child? As for Uchiha Hirakawa, who was shrouded in black robes, he didn't know where to hide for a long time. "Are you, Konoha Village's new leader of the Dark Department, Yagami Kingdu?" Suddenly, Granny Chiyo's eyes flashed, and she recalled the information from a few days ago. "I thought the information was exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be true." Chapter 42, Super-Class Puppet Master, Mother-in-Law Chiyo. "Captain, she is Chiyo's mother-in-law from Cheyenne Village. She is extremely powerful, comparable to a shadow. I'm afraid we are not opponents," the deputy squad leader reminded in a low voice. "At the age of 9, he has the strength of an elite Junin. It would be great if he was born in my Sandy-in village. It's a pity, lucky Konoha." Granny Chiyo sighed and stepped forward with a cane. When he came to Yatai Niyugi, he turned to Yagami Kingdu and the others and said, "Let's go, this matter is not something you can participate in." He seemed to be speaking to the crowd, but his eyes stared straight at Yagami Kingdu. At the same time, the momentum is faintly exuding, and it seems that if there is a disagreement, it is about to act. Boom. Suddenly, a figure flew over and slammed into the ground not far from Chiyo's mother-in-law, sputtering bursts of dust and smoke. When she saw the figure lying in it clearly, Granny Chiyo's expression trembled slightly. A man who was 6 or 7 points similar to her was baring his teeth in pain. Ui Laozang, the younger brother of Chiyo's mother-in-law. Sandy and Murakami is also a super puppet master. The deputy captain of Anbu explained in time. Everyone couldn't figure out the situation, why Laozang seemed to be attacked. Looking around, no suspicious figure was found at all. That is, Yagami Kingdu knew that it was probably Uchiha Hirakawa's hand. "What's the matter?" Chiyo's mother-in-law stepped forward to help Laozang and asked in a low voice. "Cough cough." Coughing violently twice, Laozang said with an ugly face, "There are hidden powerhouses in the dark, who are a bit like Konoha." "The people of Konoha?" Granny Chiyo immediately looked at Kingdu Iori. "Really? The old foxes in Konoha Ninja Village, it is impossible for such a monster to come out alone. A strong man who can silently defeat his younger brother may be as powerful as himself. In other words, shadows. Even if it isn't, it's not that far off. On the territory of the Land of Thunder, she also sneaked in. No one benefits anyone by procrastinating." For a moment, Chiyo's mother-in-law thought a lot. "I measured the success rate in my heart, and found that it was impossible to quickly solve the eight-tailed bull ghost without being discovered." After a long while, she took a deep look at Kingdu Iori, and mother-in-law Chiyo took Laozang away quickly. "This is gone." The members of the 3rd Dark Division team were at a loss, and they were all ready to retreat. Why did this 1000-generation mother-in-law run away by herself? "I don't understand." "Captain, we found the trace of Bulubi, which is in a hidden cave nearby." Quickly recovered, the deputy sub-commander hurriedly reported. "Ding dong, temporary mission released, save Bulubi, reseal the eight-tailed bull ghost, and reward 1000 bait." Suddenly, the long-lost system prompt sounded again. Yagami Kingdu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Reseal. But what if he doesn't know how to seal?" Suddenly, Iori Kingdu sounded a few days ago, and seemed to have opened a gadget called Sealing Potion. Open the system space and look, it really does. Tailbeast Seal Restoration Potion. Repair the damaged head seal, as long as it is not completely destroyed, it will not hurt the human column force itself. Good stuff. Come on, take me to find Bulubi. Yagami Kangdu smiled and nodded at the deputy commander of Anbu. Soon, the group quickly left. As soon as they left the front foot, the SEAL team dispatched by Union Village appeared on the back foot. According to the traces traced to this point, no eight-tailed bull ghost was found. Looking at the almost crumbling earth, the shattered forest, the SEAL team was stunned. What kind of battle between strong men should be able to produce such terrifying battle traces? The traces of the battle are very fresh, and it should have just left. It is suspected that the person who came here is not something we can deal with. Quickly notify the elder to make a decision. The SEAL squad made its own predictions. Soon, someone returned to the village to inform the elder of Union Village. The rest of the SEAL team members continued to look for traces of the eight-tailed bull ghost and Bulubi. It's here, Captain. Pointing to a hidden cave, the deputy commander of Anbu said. You wait outside and don't let anyone in. Yagami Kangdu said, pulling the eight-tailed bull ghost into the cave. The cave is not particularly large, and the body of the eight-tailed cow ghost will definitely not be able to enter. But Iori Kangdu didn't care. Anyway, the physical strength of the leader was very high. The earth and stones splashed, and Yagami Kangdu forcibly dragged Yutai Renzuli and disappeared in front of everyone. The cave is not deep, and soon Yagami Kangdu found a room similar to a secret room. It was empty and there was no furnishings, but there was a person lying on the ground. Long white and red hair, typical Union Village clothing. Dark face, blood seeping out from his abdomen, and his breath is very weak. Obviously, Bulubi, who was taken away from the eight-tailed bull ghost, is already dying. Yagami Kangdu quickly stepped forward and followed the usage of the first seal potion. Poured all the potion on Bulubi's abdomen, and suddenly the light burst out. The entire cave was illuminated extremely brightly, and at the same time, the eight-tailed bull demon quickly shrank its body and flew towards Bulubi's belly. A complicated seal Zuoran appeared, the aurora flashed, and then the silence returned. At the same time, Bulubi's fingers moved. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked around in confusion. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, and remembering the scene of being attacked before falling into a coma, the whole person is tense. Looking around vigilantly, I suddenly realized that Iori Kangdu was not looking at him. Who are you? Asking coldly, before Iori Kangdu could answer, Bulubi suddenly felt a pain in his head. The scene of the dying moment reverberated in my mind, and only then did I realize that it was the child in front of me who saved him. You saved me? Bulubi asked, a little embarrassed. Almost misunderstood. You and I are the only ones left in the whole cave, is there anyone else? Yagami Kanto shrugged. Ding dong, temporary mission completed, reward 1000 bait. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, and the bait was immediately put into the special space. Let's go. Iori Kangdu looked as usual, and walked outside with Bulubi. But Bulubi hesitated and did not keep up. Seeing Yagami Kangdu turning around, Bulubi said sadly, actually, if I just die like this, I think it would be my best place to belong. Only a person who has become a leader can understand this feeling. People who used to have good friendships have changed the way they look at themselves. Maybe the other party also wants to try to be normal. But I can feel that everything is different. There is no return, and the outcome of his own can be imagined. Like going to the end of the darkness, loneliness and fear linger. Doubt you're fit all day long. As I walked, I felt the threat of death. In such a shadow, thinking about the same thing every day. One day, you won't even know what you are. It was like a hole was opened in my heart. The tailed beast will run wild when the person's will is weak. The more you think about the horror of death, the more you want to die. Bulubi doesn't know why, but will tell a stranger what she feels in her heart. Maybe it was because Yagami Kanto saved him. Chapter 43. Fishing, Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel. Ding dong, the temporary task is released, unlock the Bulubi, and smash the hole in his heart. The reward is 100 bait. Yagami Kangdu has black lines all over his head. What are you doing? This is to make him an emotional mentor. But after thinking about it, in order to complete the task, Yagami Kangdu still said. Renjuli is usually used as a conventional combat weapon in every ninja village. It is necessary to give up life and death for the village, but also to bear the infamy, not to be respected by anyone, and to be misinterpreted by relatives and friends. It is indeed easy for people to go to extremes. However, there is also your existence. Most people in Union Village can avoid the death of the war. Your existence is meaningful. If you look closely, you will find that there are many people who care about you. On the road, you are not the only one walking alone. There must be someone who supports you silently, and will not hate you as a human pillar. A lot of things, a lot of pressure, you can tell your relatives and friends around you, you don't need a person to support it. Woo-woo-hoo. Bulubi burst into tears. Bulubi has always understood the words of Yagami Kangdu, but someone needs to break it. He has always endured it alone, hiding everything in his heart. Over time, the pressure will break out one day, taking him to extremes. Iori Kangdu was also stunned. He just said it casually, he didn't expect to make Bulubi feel so empathetic. Thank you. After a long while, Bulubi stopped crying and looked up at Yagami Kangdu sincerely. From this moment, without the knowledge of Yagami Kangdu, Bulubi regards him as a lifelong friend. This may be difficult to understand. But imagine a depressed patient who wants to die every day. Because of your words, the hope of survival is ignited, and the emptiness in the heart is disintegrated. So, how important is your position in his heart? At this time, a fierce battle broke out in the outside world that the two did not know. The Union Village SEAL team found this place and found that the last traces were left outside a cave. And the Anbu of Konoha Ninja Village is here. After the association, one can imagine. Clang clang. Boom boom boom. The battle was extremely fierce, with leaves and flowers everywhere. This is the battle between ordinary ninjas, which is the same as Yagami Kangdu. Air in seconds. A mighty one. Stop. It was at this time that Bulubi just came out, and when he saw such a scene, he hurriedly shouted. Bulubi. Everyone stopped. And Union Village Ninja suddenly exclaimed, "Are you okay?" They clearly saw the eight-tailed bull ghost beating up violently. As a human Zuli, it is impossible for Bulubi to still be alive. It was he who saved me, don't fight again. Bulubi turned back and pointed to the eight gods Kang Do Dao. Everyone in Union Village looked strange. Yagami Kangdu saved Bulubi. What's the situation? Didn't I hear that the whole thing was planned by Konoha? The ninja of Union Village couldn't hold back and muttered to himself. Bulubi heard it and responded, "It wasn't from Konoha Shinobi, it was an unknown ninja, and I don't know which shinobi he is from." Looking back carefully, Bulubi really couldn't recall many memories before the coma. All he knew was that a strange dark shadow flashed past, and then he lost consciousness. It turns out that it was a misunderstanding. Before everyone in Union Village responded, an old figure came to the center of the two sides. Big Elder. Union Village Ninja quickly said hello. Sorry, we misunderstood Konoha Village. The first elder waved his hand and walked towards Iori Kangdu. You are very strong, Konoha is very lucky. Go back with me, everyone is in a hurry. The words fell, and before Iori Kangdu could respond, the first elder waved at Bulubi. Union Village and the others left quickly. Before leaving, the first elder specifically said to Yagami Kanto, "Go back and tell Sarutobi Hizen that I, Union Village, will compensate for the loss of Konoha Village in order to apologize." After saying that, he left. "Captain, what do we do now?" asked the deputy commander. Eight God Kangdu said, "You guys go back first and report the things here truthfully. I also want to go around. Don't worry, tell the 3-generation-old man, I will go back in 2 or 3 days." Following Yagami Soto's order, the members of the 3rd Dark Division team return to Konoha village. As for Yagami Kangdu, I haven't fished for a long time, so I have to have fun. Finding a remote pond, Kangdu Yagami took out his fishing rod and started fishing. Leaning on the chair leisurely, squinting, enjoying the warm sunshine. What a bad fight. Isn't he good for fishing? Master, I have obtained the evidence that Danzo assassinated the ninjas of this village on the grounds of performing a mission. The one who cooperated with him in his actions was the elite member of the original Taki ninja village, Kakato, who regarded money as his life. While Yagami Kangdu was fishing, Uchiha Hirakawa appeared like a ghost. Corner. A guy who once fought against the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Stealing the secret technique, ground resentment, the body can store 5 hearts. Known as, the person who lives with the sky. His own strength also has an elite level, and he also has 5 lives, which can be replenished at any time. Working with such a ninja, it's no wonder that Danzo has not been exposed for so many years. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Huh. Yagami Kangdu couldn't help but be surprised. What did you catch? Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. OMG. Yagami Kangdu thought that one of them would catch a kaleidoscope, but he didn't expect it to be a kaleidoscope. If the people of the Uchiha family want to open the kaleidoscope, they need to rely on killing their most important people. But now, he actually got it directly. Uchiha Hirakawa was standing quietly beside him. Yagami Kangdu did not speak, so he did not dare to leave. He didn't expect it. To be able to see the unknown side of Yagami Kanto. You have always been a veteran who doesn't match your age, is it actually exciting? What's the reason? Uchiha Hirakawa was puzzled. Did you catch a big fish? People who like fishing should only be a little excited when they encounter this kind of thing, right? Only when Uchiha Hirakawa looked over. His face suddenly became strange. Big fish. Nothing. In such a small pond, let alone big fish, I am afraid there is nothing. What is the master's sudden joy for? Uchiha Hirakawa was curious, but did not dare to ask. To be a dead man, one must have the consciousness of a dead man. Don't ask, absolutely don't ask. Help me look around and don't let anyone come near. Yagami Kangdu suppressed his excitement and quickly ordered Uchiha Hirakawa. Yes. Uchiha Hirakawa quickly left and was alert around. System, open the bubble. Yagami Kangdu quickly took out the bubble and meditated in his heart. Chapter 44, The Terrifying Nebula Kaleidoscope Shaker. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. A beam of brilliance circulated, and in the hands of the 8 gods Kangdu, he shone brightly. Will there be a reincarnation eye? Some people say that the fusion of kaleidoscope and white eyes will lead to the possibility of reincarnation, and Iori Kangdu has some expectations. Without any hesitation, Yagami Kangdu's command system incorporates the kaleidoscope shaker. Just after the fusion, Yagami Kangdu only felt a very similar information pouring into his mind. At the same time, there is a tingling feeling in the eyes. Not uncomfortable, but very comfortable. It didn't last long, and Yagami Kangdu completely possessed a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The starting method is very simple, and you can release it at any time according to your mind. As long as you have enough chakra, you can even keep your eyes open all the time. Unlike the white eye, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye may be too powerful, and the striking appearance has not been changed. After turning it on, looking at the eyes of the reflection on the water, it is a dreamlike nebula Guyu. At this moment, the eyes of Iori Kangdu looked like stars. Just a glance, it makes people addicted to it. This is of course not because of its too dreamy appearance, but because its own illusion is too strong. The message that Yagami Kangdu received immediately. The left eye is majestic, the right eye is not God. Both are super perverted abilities. However, the side effects of Bitianshin are too great, even if it can forcibly modify a person's will and make it completely obey him. But at the price of blindness, it is still too heavy. It doesn't matter to Yagami Kangdu, he doesn't plan to use this skill for the time being anyway. Wait until the fishing blood follows the limit promotion card, and it will be no problem to upgrade the kaleidoscope to the eternal kaleidoscope. As for Shinwei, it's not a big problem. With enough chakra, it can be used at any time. It is simply not too suitable to match with the 8 armors of Teishu. The elusive suddenly appeared beside him, and a punch that could not be avoided was thrown, and few people could bear it. If Ye Kai, who opened the door to death at the beginning, had this ability, I'm afraid Naruto's ending would have been rewritten. Master. It was at this time that Uchiha Hirakawa returned. Hurriedly shouted and said, Mother-in-law Chiyo went and returned, she's coming in this direction, you leave first, I'll stop him. It's too late. Yagami Kanto shook his head. As expected. Not far away, 2 black dots quickly enlarged. Granny Chiyo, who was holding a cane, quickly approached with Irizo. Put before. Seeing such a shadow-level powerhouse, Uchiha Hirakawa may feel flustered. But now, there is no turbulence in his heart. Not to mention that his strength is almost comparable to that of the movie class, and there is also Yagami Kangdu. I clearly remember the scene where I was beaten by my master on the ground in the face of the 3-generation Meg Raikage with full firepower. Not to mention how shocking it was. In the face of the strongest shield, he was still able to break through his defense and hurt him. Chiyo's mother-in-law, who is a little older, is also good at puppets. Once approached by a pervert like Yagami Kangdu, I am afraid the situation will be even more difficult. 3 generations of Raikage couldn't stop Yagami Kangdu from getting close, let alone Chiyo's mother-in-law. Black dots make up magnification. Grandmother Chiyo has been able to see the Yagami Kanto. In fact, if he hadn't thought about it at the time, it would have been at the Union Village site. Chiyo's mother-in-law may have already shot. But now the 8-tailed Manzuli and Bulubi have successfully returned to Union Village. Outside guards are not so strict. Even if he was discovered, Union Village would not dare to do anything. Granny Chiyo's gaze was cast on Yagami Kanto. Now, I have no worries. Grandma Chiyo said something inexplicable. Want to kill a genius of a ninja village, is that so? Yagami Kangdu smiled. Seeing Granny Chiyo's slightly changed face, Iori Kangdu said, it's really an old-fashioned trick. It's okay to be old-fashioned, Konoha will never be able to continue to be strong. Granny Chiyo's eyes flashed and she said. Now that her son and daughter-in-law are not dead, and she is not disappointed with Cheyenne Village, she naturally needs to make a lot of efforts. For the future of the village, it is not impossible to stifle a very threatening genius in another country's forbearance village. If you want to move the master, pass me. Uchiha Hirakawa, who was shrouded in black robes, stood up and said coldly. Sister, he was the one who hurt me. Hai Laozang's eyes flashed immediately and he said in a low voice. Chiyo's mother-in-law frowned slightly, not thinking of revenge on her younger brother. She can perceive that Uchiha Hirakawa is very strong. Result of the unexpected, Granny Chiyo said, Your Excellency, if you don't interfere in today's affairs, I, Cheyenne Village, are willing to pay any price. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Hirakawa moved. The speed was so fast that Chiyo's mother-in-law was startled. Fire escaped Impatience's claw red. The shuriken attached to the flame shot out, mixed with the scorching heat, like a sky full of Impatience attacking Granny Chiyo. Hai Laozang's eyes burst out and he wanted to defend, but his strength was not enough to stop him. It was at this time that the mother-in-law Chiyo made her move. Using the puppet mechanism as the medium of display, the fearful chakra emerges, and it is suddenly transformed into a shield that can defend against everything. Puppet technique machine light shield seal. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosion of terror continued to sound. The wind pressure swept through, and the surrounding trees had no chance to be uprooted, and burst on the spot. Your Excellency, are you going to be my enemy in the entire Cheyenne village? Chiyo's mother-in-law burst out with anger in her eyes. If you dare to plan your master, you must have the consciousness of death. Uchiha Hirakawa snorted coldly. Master. It was only when the mother-in-law of Chiyo noticed that Uchiha Hirakawa addressed Yagami Kangdu. Is it the master? Damn, is that old boy he's in Sarutobi crazy? He actually dispatched a shadow-level figure to protect him. Granny Chiyo cursed inwardly. Looking at Yagami Kangdu with flickering eyes, Granny Chiyo left. Since it can't be killed, there is no need to waste time. Stop chasing. Just as Uchiha Hirakawa wanted to pursue, Yagami Kangdu waved his hand. Granny Chiyo was the strongest puppet master of all dynasties, at least before the Scorpion of Red Sand was born. Such people, who want to escape, are not so easy to kill. It's the same even if he does it himself. Naturally, needless to say, Uchiha Hirakawa. Come back to the village with me. After thinking about it, Yagami Kangdu said. Now that the evidence has been obtained, it's time to settle the Danzo matter. Can I go back to the village? Uchiha Hirakawa blurted out in shock. Although he didn't say anything, these days, he has been thinking about Uchiha Makoto's safety. I thought I would live in the shadows all my life, but there is still the day when I return to the village. Chapter 45. It's time for the Anbu leader to be replaced. Otherwise, do you want to live like this for the rest of your life? Yagami Kangdu looked at Uchiha Hirakawa like an idiot. People who are in their tens of years can't understand why. The Uchiha family needs you to take over, so be prepared. Go back with me first, and then clean up the Danzo guy. Yagami Kangdu is another understatement. Uchiha Hirakawa was stunned. What's the situation? Not only to return to the village to deal with Danzo, but also to make him the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It was something he had never imagined. It's unbelievable. A person who was almost excluded from the ethnic group, can one day return to serve as the patriarch. If it hadn't been said by Yagami Kangdu, Uchiha Hirakawa would have thought the speaker was crazy. Quickly following up with Yagami Kangdu, the two moved towards Konoha. Konoha, Anbu. Danzo paced back and forth in the office. There was an ominous premonition in his heart. There is a faint feeling that he is about to have a disaster. Sir. At this time, the root members came back to report. Danzo couldn't wait. Come on. Jiaodu's whereabouts have been discovered, and some of the letters you contacted him were not destroyed, but were taken away by a mysterious black-robed man. The root members reported. Has the horns been caught? Danzo asked nervously. No, he ran away and we don't know where he is at the moment. The root member replied. Danzo's nervous expression suddenly eased. There is no witness, so there are only letters, and there is no way to do anything with him. However, as cautious as he is, he still needs to make two-handed plans. You lead all your subordinates to leave the village. Without my order, don't reveal your whereabouts. In the faint, he felt a great crisis. In order to make way for the future, he must prepare for the worst. Wait, draw 15 people from it, intercept Yashin Kangdu at the border, it's best to snipe him and frame him for the Kingdom of Thunder. Danzo ordered coldly. Yes. Root members were quickly ordered to leave. Soon, unbeknownst to most, the roots went away silently. At the same time, a group of 15 people, a terrifying lineup led by two elite Junin, went to the border of the country of fire. The purpose is to kill Yagami Kanto. Although there is no evidence, Danzo always feels that this matter has something to do with Yagami Kangdu. He would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go, this is his rule. In this matter, Danzo thought it was seamless. But actually, Sarutobi Hizen soon got the news. What do you think? Looking at Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade Hine gathered together, Hizen Sarutobi asked. He has crossed the line. Tsunade-ji said coldly. Let me come forward and warn him in person. Zillai also suggested. His actions have already hindered the interests of the village, and I think it's best to exploit his position as the leader of the Anbu. Orochimaru spoke amazingly. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. The Hokage office was suddenly silent. Sarutobi Hizen smoked a dry cigarette, pondered for a moment, and said, "This matter still needs an opportunity. It's not that he doesn't want to get rid of Danzo, it's just that there is no suitable candidate. Moreover, the underground forces cultivated by Danzo are deeply rooted. For the sake of the peace of the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi can only open one eye and close one eye. But compared with the value of Yagami Kangdu, it is worth paying a little price. Who do you think should be the leader of Anbu?" Sarutobi Hizen asked again. This is a difficult problem. To be the leader of Anbu, in addition to having strong strength, also requires outstanding leadership. It's not appropriate for Jiraiya to act like a fool. Tsunadeji is a gambler and has a grumpy personality, which is inappropriate. Orochimaru is a good candidate, but his personality is a bit dark and there is a risk of going to extremes, which is not suitable. Suddenly, the three of them seemed to have thought of something, and immediately looked at Hizen Sarutobi. He needs to accumulate enough prestige. Sarutobi Hizen looked at the eyes of the three and smiled. This time is his chance. Is it okay? People at the root are all very strong. Zillai also worried. Sarutobi Hizen thought for a while, and felt that Jiraiya's words made sense. After all, Iori Kangdu is a 9-year-old child, and there are some tests that cannot be overdone. Then you go there yourself. You are not allowed to take action until your life and death are in danger. Sarutobi Hizen's eyes were extremely serious. Otherwise, we need to wait for the opportunity again. Yes, Zillai nodded. At the same time, Tsunade Haim and Orochimaru also took the initiative to ask for their lives. Sarutobi Hizen originally didn't want to agree, but at Tsunade Haim's insistence, he still compromised. At this time, Yagami Kangdu, who was about to leave the border of the Land of Thunder, did not know what happened in Konoha Shinobi Village. Master, I think it is necessary for us to take a detour and not take the normal route back to the village. When the border was approaching, Uchiha Hirakawa reminded, based on what I know about Danzo, it is very likely that he has already received the news. At this moment, it is estimated that the people sent are coming soon. Eight-God Kangdu didn't care. He waved his hand and said, if he dares to send someone, he will kill him. But in this case, I'm afraid you can't explain it to the 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Uchiha Hirakawa worried. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hizen to not know about Danzo secretly creating the route. The reason why it has not been dismantled, according to Uchiha Hirakawa's guess, may be to check and balance power. For example, a family like Uchiha has a different heart, and it is not convenient for Hokage to come forward. Then Danzo becomes the most suitable candidate. This is also the reason why Sarutobi Hizen can tolerate him, knowing that Danzo's plot is wrong. Now, although Yagami Aoto has a strong potential, Sarutobi Hizen also values it very much. But Uchiha Hirakawa wasn't sure. Once the 3 generations of Hokage acquiesce to Danzo's actions, even if he is guarded, I am afraid that Yagami Kangdu will be more fortunate and less fortunate. Soldiers come to block water and earth to cover. Yagami Kanto still responded indifferently. The most people do not know what is the soldiers come to block water to cover, but Uchiha Hirakawa still chose not to say anything. The master's will has been decided, then he will protect it. Even if you give your life, you will not hesitate. Soon, the two crossed the border and successfully entered the country of fire. Along the way, few people traveled. Passing through a valley, the forests are very dense. The density of trees far exceeds that of ordinary forests. Uchiha Hirakawa's heart suddenly picked up, his whole body was tense, and he began to gather all his mind and be alert to the movements around him. Swish. The sound of the wind blowing the leaves, there was no other movement for a long time. But Uchiha Hirakawa still did not let his guard down. He used to be a member of Konoha Anbu, secretly investigated, and somewhat understood the principles of root. If it is said, Anbu is the elite selected by the Konoha ninja school and the major families. Then the root is the elite selected from the Anbu. Chapter 46. Attack, Uchiha Hirakawa. The ability to hide is stronger than that of Anbu. There was once someone who did not eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights, just to kill a rich man safely. At that time, the hundreds of guards invited by the rich did not notice. When found, the rich man's body was cold. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The very subtle sound of breaking the air, accompanied by the rustling sound of the leaves blowing in the wind, is very inconspicuous. Uchiha Hirakawa immediately raised his brows, he knew that the enemy was coming. The shuriken that had been prepared for a long time, there was a clang 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 clang, a metal symphony. More than a dozen shuriken were shot to the ground in an instant. Sparks burst out, showing the power of the enemy's projection from the shadows. Quick. Allow. Ruthless. One-hit kill. Yagami Kangdu did not choose to take action, but let Uchiha Hirakawa perform with great interest. As always, he really doesn't like fighting. Too tired. If you can't do it, you can't do it. For a while, the surrounding air was stagnant, deadly silent. The calm before the storm. Uchiha Hirakawa knew that this was the time when the members of the Roots were brewing a thunderous blow. If this attack fails, they will retreat, lurking for a long time, looking for opportunities to shoot. Boom. A sonic boom sounded from the front left, and a huge water bomb shot out. Uchiha Hirakawa immediately spit out fireballs, instantly evaporating the water bombs. Inevitably, there is a slight fog flow. It's hit. Uchiha Hirakawa, who was too tense, frowned slightly. He quickly returned to Yagami Kangdu's side and looked around vigilantly. Clang. The shuriken shot soaringly, wrapped in the cold wind pressure. Uchiha Hirakawa reacted quickly and smashed them all with shuriken. At the same time, he grabbed the neutral gear and shot the shuriken with rapid speed. Hem. There was a muffled sound, and blood spurted out. Fire escaped Impatience's claw red. Immediately, Uchiha Hirakawa made a bold move. Aiming in one direction, in addition to the shuriken wrapped in terrifying high temperature, it also spit out a flamboyant fireball. The huge fireball did not seek to hurt the enemy, and the moment it appeared, it dries up the fog. Ah! The screams came, and the Impatience's claw red accurately hit the enemy. The 6 Root members with masks were pierced through their bodies, and they seemed to be unable to survive. At the same time, the remaining 5 did not hesitate to turn around and flee. Want to go? Give me death. Uchiha Hirakawa's 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes opened, and his strength broke out in an all-round way. Under the influence of the illusion, the actions of the 5 Root members were all slowed down. Master Duel, slight mistakes are fatal blows. Uchiha Hirakawa quickly approached, and the shuriken shot again and again, killing 4 people in a blink of an eye. I want to keep the 5th person as the target of interrogation. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, he smashed his throat and committed suicide. Uchiha Hirakawa was excited. I didn't expect that one day, I would have such a powerful power. In the past, facing so many strong roots, he would definitely die. Master, what should I do? But he did not forget his identity, and quickly came to Yagami Kangdu and asked. Yagami Kangdu looked at Uchiha Hirakawa and was very satisfied with his behavior. Calm down and keep your identity in mind at all times. When dealing with the members of the Root group just now, I used the fire escape to create fog to obstruct the line of sight, making it clear that the enemy was lured into it. Very clever. using the poor information that the enemy doesn't know his current strength. Such a person is cultivated as the head of the Uchiha clan and can be used for himself. Is there any special identification method for root members? Yagami Kanto asked. Yes, everyone has an extremely tiny maple leaf behind their ears. Ordinary people can't find it, and they need to use special means to see it. Uchiha Hirakawa said. Can you? Yagami Kanto asked. Yes, Uchiha Hirakawa replied. Okay, cut off their maple-marked ears and take their masks back to the village. Yagami Kingdu ordered. These evidences are not enough to bring down Danzo, and may even be the evidence that we murdered our fellow villagers, who in turn framed them. Uchiha Hirakawa quickly reminded. He had seen and experienced the insidiousness of Danzo, so he was very familiar with what he might do. It's okay, take it, I'll be useful. Yagami Kanto said. If his eyes are looking in a certain direction with deep meaning, it is not easy to notice. Soon, Uchiha Hirakawa finished everything that Yagami Kingta explained, and the two set off again. About half an hour after they left, 3 figures came out where they disappeared. My God, did that kid find us? Tsunade Haim couldn't believe it. Impossible, we really want to hide it, and 3 generations of teachers probably won't be able to find it. Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief. Orochimaru was thoughtful. The feeling was so subtle that he couldn't tell the difference. But compared to Jiraiya, he was more inclined to Tsunade Haim's guess. The look that Yagami Kingdu turned his head just now was too scary. It's not about strength. It is a kind of absolute confidence that understands everything and controls everything in one's own hands. However, the moves used by the person who protected Kangdo just now are very familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere. Zilai also said to himself. At this time, Orochimaru had come to the front of many corpses. Looking at their injuries, it was found that there were traces of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly his eyes flashed. Fire escape how fireball. The high temperature for a moment, instantly burned the corpses at the roots. This kind of thing has always been the aftermath of Orochimaru, so Tsunade Haim and Jiraiya didn't find it strange. Just felt a little rushed. Come on, go back to the village. After finishing everything, Orochimaru reminded. The 3 of them deliberately kept their distance from Yagami Kingdu, and the time they stayed at the moment should be enough. Along the way, Orochimaru was thoughtful. Those corpses were clearly affected by the illusion of the Uchiha clan during their lifetime. At present, there is only one person who is not in the Uchiha clan, and who may have such strength. Hihi, Shao Kingdu, what are you planning? Huh, it's finally here. Hurrying all the way, Yagami Kingdu finally came to Konoha village. Uchiha Hirakawa did not reveal his whereabouts, pretended to be a civilian selling goods, and successfully entered Konoha village. Yagami Kanto didn't go to Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately, but went home and reported safety to Uzumaki Kushina. Brother Kingdu. Uzumaki Kushina was practicing throwing shuriken in the courtyard, and when he saw Yagami Kingdu, he was surprised. He stepped forward and touched Uzumaki Kushina's little head, and when he turned back, he saw 2 expectant eyes. He also touched the heads of Uchiha Makoto and Yi Kang, and Yagami Soto took out a package from his arms. Facing everyone's eyes, he opened the package, which was filled with a pile of colorful candies. The specialty of Union Village, fruit-flavored candy. Sweet and sour, the taste is quite good. Specially ordered Uchiha Hirakawa to buy it to coax the 3 of Uzumaki Kushina. Sure enough, he was still a 9-year-old. Immediately turned into a greedy cat, eating candy with relish. Chapter 47. The 8 Gods, the Dusty Past. When they finish eating the candy, they put away the rest and prepare to enjoy it slowly later. Yagami Kingdu looked at them and asked, have you been practicing hard recently and haven't been lazy? No, of course not. Uzumaki Kushina was the first to shake his head. Immediately after he stepped forward, his hands were sealed in almost seconds, and a fireball was sprayed out. Boom. The target suddenly shattered, and the power was quite astonishing. Not bad. Yagami Kingdo exclaimed. Compared with before he left Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina's strength has made great progress. Probably due to the fact that there is a human pillar sealed in her body, her strength has reached the level of Chunin. For a 9-year-old, that's pretty awesome. Getting the exaggeration of Yagami Kingdo, Uzumaki Kushina was very happy. In the past, Uchiha Makoto, who refused to admit defeat, also stood up, and she was also a fireball. Compared with Uzumaki Kushina, the speed of the seal is slightly slower, and it barely reaches the strength of the Chunin. Yi King is the strongest. The scorching fireball can already be controlled at will, but the amount of chakra is not enough. The strength of a short burst of time can be comparable to that of Shang Nin, but considering various factors, it cannot be equal to Shang Nin. It can be regarded as a strong man close to Shang Nin, and the strongest among the 3 women. Very good, I really didn't slack off. Yagami Kingdo praised one by one, and then said, then you have to stay in the house and don't go out. Later, someone will come to convey my words, and then you will understand why. Don't ask now, just stay there, understand? Looking at the puzzled 3 people, Yagami Kingdo said again. Although puzzled, out of trust in Yagami Kingdo, the 3 of them nodded obediently. Touching their heads in approval, Yagami Kingdo left. Destination, Naruto office. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen had already learned of the news that Yagami Soto returned to Konoha. Similarly, Danzo also got the news. How come? He sat on the chair and muttered in disbelief. With the ability to kill at the root, as long as it is not a shadow, it should be able to kill. This kid. Gritting his teeth, Danzo headed to Hokage's office first. At this point, he had to strike first, and he also needed to test Sarutobi Hizen's attitude. Sarutobi. When I came to Hokage's office, Danzo walked in without knocking on the door. In the past, he was also like this, and he was still haunted by Hokage's position. I always think that it was Sarutobi Hizen who made him lose the Naruto throne. With his back to Danzo, Hizen Sarutobi took a sip of dry smoke and turned his head. Danzo, why are you here? Are other shinobi villages restless recently? 2 old foxes, pretending not to know. There's not much movement, just like before, there are still small frictions, it's time to get used to it. Danzo spread his hands and asked, pretending to be intentional or unintentional, why did that boy Kingdo run out of the village? This is the only seed that our Konoha hopes for in the future, do you have such a big heart? He likes fishing, and I can't stop him. Sarutobi Hizen smiled and made a pun. Yagami Soto also really likes fishing, so it's not wrong to call it fishing. But fishing has another level of meaning. Danzo's pupils shrank. Really? Be careful then. After a pause, Danzang said, I remember that there are still some things to do, I will go first. Dong dong dong. When the words fell, Danzo was about to turn around and leave, but there was a knock on the door of the office from outside. 3 generations of old man, it's me. Yagami Kanto's familiar voice came in. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded and looked at Danzo. You seem to like this boy Sudo, and you care about him so much. Then don't leave, take care of yourself. Danzo opened his mouth, and just as he was about to refuse, Iori Kingdo walked in. Ignoring Danzo who was stunned at the door, he went straight to Hizen Sarutobi and asked, he sent someone to kill me, what are you going to do? What are you doing? Is it so direct? Sarutobi Hizen was taken aback by Yagami Suto's. Cough cough. He didn't take a breath, and the tears that were choked by the smoke flowed out. No big or small kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Danzang suddenly screamed in anger. Since he has torn his face, he has nothing to be afraid of. Don't think that when you are young and strong, you can wrong people indiscriminately. People need to be responsible for every word they say. Yes, Kangdo, if there is no evidence, don't talk nonsense. Sarutobi Hizen also agreed. It seems to help Danzo, but it makes the latter's pupils shrink. This old guy. Could it be that he planned this at all? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hizen and thought. Evidence, yes. Yagami Kangdu cooperated very well, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, and took out a package. Open it directly, revealing 11 ears that have been specially treated. Behind each ear, a maple leaf pattern with its own root can be seen. You actually murdered the people of the same village. Damn it, Sarutobi, such a person must not be kept. Sure enough, just as Uchiha Hirakawa guessed, Danzo started to sue the villain first. It's obvious that you sent someone to kill Kangdo, and you still have the face to wrong him. Danzang, have you lived on a dog in this life? It was after this moment that Tsunade Haim walked into the office and looked at Danzo with a cold face. At the same time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru walked in after him. Danzo's pupils shrank, things were beyond his control. A Yagami Kangdu can still fight back, and the three of Tsunade Haim join in, and the nature has changed. This is a bad signal. It means that Hiruzen Sarutobi will completely settle with him. Everything I do is for the village. Unable to frame it, Danzo tried to lead in his own favor. The rise of Yagami Kangdu is inexplicable, don't you ever doubt it. Let such a dangerous person with great potential that we are not familiar with, have no reverence for the wealthy families in the various villages, and even make people who make trouble with the Uchiha clan grow up, and sooner or later the entire Konoha ninja village will fall apart. As a last resort, for Konoha, I must get rid of him. Even if he has great potential, he may lead Konoha ninja village back to its peak. But he may also be like Uchiha Madara, split Konoha, or even destroy Konoha. I will not allow such a thing to happen. Indeed, every sentence of Danzo is very reasonable and logical. Judging from normal logic, it does fit the position of his Anbu leader's responsibilities. For the stability and harmony of the village, the unstable factors and threats must be eliminated as much as possible. In the past, this kind of thing was a tacit understanding with Sarutobi Hizen. But after hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi just took a breath and didn't speak. Orochimaru stood up immediately, mocking his face. Lord Danzo, I didn't expect you to be so cautious, and there are times when you are negligent. What do you mean? Danzo frowned and looked at Orochimaru, wondering. Do you think that what you can think of, the teacher can't think of? Without confirming Kangdo's identity, will he give unconditional trust indiscriminately? Orochimaru sneered. You should have heard of the 8 gods of the Warring States period, right? Impossible. Shimura Danzo suddenly lost control and shouted loudly. Chapter 48. The Long Overdue Death. The 8 gods, a powerful family originating from the Warring States period. It is passed down from generation to generation, and the family size is very small. It is said that Bamindunjia is the secret technique left by his ancestors. At the beginning, it was only a slight increase in physical strength, and after continuous improvement, it gradually evolved into the 8-door Dunjia. Although ordinary ninjas can also cultivate, but the conditions are harsh, they require perseverance, and they may not be able to cultivate to the peak level. But people with the blood of the Yagami family are different. It is a kind of special physique that is different from the blood following the limit. It is extremely suitable for the practice of 8-door Dunjia, and those with extraordinary talents can directly jump to the level of 5-door in a short period of time. There are even unverifiable rumors that the 8 gods once had evil spirits, and they cultivated to the 6th floor of Bamindunjia at the age of 10. Therefore, even the 8 gods Kangdu is more evil. With a 9-year-old body, the 8-door Dunjia has been able to open 6 doors. It is indeed difficult to understand, but it is within the acceptable range. The Yagami family has been loyal to the generation of Yagami Kangdu's father since Konoha was founded. Yagami Kanto's parents also died for Konoha's sake. With an impeccable family background, Danzang suddenly fell to the ground, and the whole person was decadent. At the same time, the 8 gods Kangdu's family. What happened to Brother Kangdu? I always feel like I'm going to do something dangerous. Uzumaki Kushina frowned and muttered. Otherwise, let's go out and find Brother Kangdo. With our current ability, we may be able to help a little. Yi Kang said. Have you forgotten what Brother Kangdo said? Let us stay and someone will come to convey his thoughts. Compared with Uzumaki Kushina and Yekora, Uchiha Makoto is obviously more rational. Has a stability different from his own age. Squeak. Phew. It was at this moment that the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. The three of them immediately took a defensive posture, and Uchiha Makoto let out a loud shout. Taking out the shuriken, a person stood at the front. Into the eye is a black robe. Covered in black robes, his face could not be seen clearly. But looking at Uchiha Makoto with a sturdy face and a thin body, the man in black robe trembled slightly. The hat was taken off, revealing a familiar face full of tears. Bang dang. Uchiha Makoto's shuriken didn't hold steady and fell to the ground. Father. Immediately afterwards, an unbelievable voice blurted out. Yi King and Uzumaki Ju Shinai, who were ready to fight at any time, were immediately confused. Father. Looking at the faces of the two, they are indeed highly similar. Sorry for you, child. Uchiha Hirakawa stepped forward, hugged Uchiha Makoto, and said apologetically. Uchiha Makoto opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. Blame your father. Miss your father. All have. The complicated emotions made her not know what to do. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina and Yi King prepared to retreat quietly, leaving space for the father and daughter to meet again. Uchiha Hirakawa also understands Uchiha Makoto's emotions, but there are more urgent things to do now. Wait. He opened his mouth quickly, and called out Uzumaki Kushina and Yi King. The three suddenly turned their attention to Uchiha Hirakawa, and then they remembered the words of Yagami Kangta. I'm the one who sent the message on behalf of Kangdo. If you're ready, let's go. At this moment, Uchiha Hirakawa is not a father, but a dead man loyal to Yagami Kangta. I know that you have a lot of doubts, and I will give you answers on the way. There is not much time now, so leave with me quickly. Seeing the three puzzled, Uchiha Hirakawa reminded again. The three had no choice but to stop asking. With the order of Kangdo Yagami, they were already prepared and set off soon. Running all the way, soon out of Konoha village. Looking for a direction, Uchiha Hirakawa took the three to quickly approached somewhere. A cave in a jungle somewhere. More than 35 root members, all gathered here. There are powerful elites, and there are also specialized intelligence. The strength is only the lower, but it is an indispensable member. This is the team that Danzang has been operating for many years, and it is also his last reliance. Is it really good for us to hide here? How should adults deal with it alone? In the silent space, some people are worried. Quiet. Deathly silence. As the core subordinates of Danzo, they know the current situation of their adults. If everything goes well, continue to be the leader of Anbu, and just pretend that nothing happened. If it doesn't go well, it will be thoroughly cleaned and away from Konoha's power center. As for death, that would not be. What's the matter is that he is a veteran of Konoha for many years, and there is no credit or hard work. With Sarutobi Hizen's behavior policy, it will not be slaughtered. After all, there are still them behind. Now all we can do is stay here quietly. Someone responded, we are not in the village, it is the best deterrent, they will not endanger the lives of adults. Even if he is deprived of his identity as the leader of Anbu and is far from the center of Konoha's power, as long as we are here, everything can start anew. But if we are gone, everything is over. The crowd was silent again. The words make sense. Staying is their best option. Do you still want to start over? You long dead people won't have a chance. At this moment, a resentful voice full of anger resounded throughout the cave. Root group were immediately startled. The whereabouts are exposed, break through with me. After the words fell, a total of 20 people from the root combat team quickly lined up and rushed out of the cave. As soon as it appeared, there was a giant fireball head-on. Fire escape how fireball. With the current strength of Uchiha Hirakawa, even if it is only sea-level ninjutsu, the power is amazing. The members of the root that collided head-on, even if they had been prepared, were instantly enveloped in flames. Screaming, was burned into black coal. But they deserved to be elites, but they paid the price of 2 deaths, and all the others rushed out of the cave. When I looked closely, I found out that it was Uchiha Hirakawa, and suddenly became furious. You are not dead. On the riverside of the river country that day, it was obvious that Uchiha Hirakawa's broken blood coat was obtained. You're not dead yet, why am I willing to die? Uchiha Hirakawa sneered, looked at the 3 women again and said, those full-time intelligence officers are not strong, the highest is genin, is there any problem with leaving it to you? Yes. According to Yagami Kengta's orders, this operation, in addition to letting Uchiha Hirakawa kill the enemy with his own hands, has 2 purposes. First, cut off Danzo's last reliance. The second is to train 3 daughters. Even if they are young, but living in the Naruto world, no one will show mercy to you because of their age. Only by mastering power can you protect yourself and those you want to protect. And the flowers that have been growing in the greenhouse are fragile. It is impossible for Yagami Kengdu to protect them all the time. Then, only after experiencing the bloody actual combat experience, can you grow rapidly. Maybe it's a little cruel to the 9-year-old Uzumaki Kushina, but the reality is often so cruel. Chapter 49. Ni. Group possession. Anbu leader quit. Looking at the members of the root who were burned to charcoal, the 3 women were shocked beyond words. Except for Uzumaki Kushina, who had seen the slaughter of the clansmen, the other 2 women retched in place. But they recovered quickly, and when they heard Uchiha Hirakawa's words, they nodded quickly, we can. Okay, the intelligence personnel will be handed over to you, and the remaining combat members will be dealt with by me. Uchiha Hirakawa assigned a sound and quickly shot. The 3 girls also flashed and met the members of the root intelligence. The 2 battlefields were divided, and they entered a white-hot state from the beginning. Uchiha Hirakawa, who has improved his strength, is completely one-sided in the face of the root members. Huodun How Fireball cooperates with Huodun Impatience Claw Red, so that the root members have no power to parry. How can it be so strong? It's impossible, you bastard, you can't be this strong. The members of the root group were in disbelief. Die for me, go and make amends for Yume. Uchiha Hirakawa's eyes were red, and he was slaughtering frantically. Root's fighting members fought desperately, but with little success. They are best at suicide, and fighting head-on is inherently disadvantageous. But whenever they want to hide themselves and wait for an opportunity, they can always be keenly detected by Uchiha Hirakawa. Uchiha Hirakawa's consciousness gradually blurred, and huge mental pain attacked him. Killing these root members, while his heart is happy, he also suffers great pain. The pain of losing his wife exploded. Ah! A line of blood and tears left from his eyes, and Uchiha Hirakawa felt unprecedented clarity. The eyes of the 3-column jade writing wheel are turning frantically, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Boom! Uchiha Hirakawa only felt a bang in his head, and the world in front of him was different. A message from the bloodline suddenly appeared in his mind. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, open. Amaterasu, a black flame that burns everything and cannot be extinguished. Yu, a super powerful illusion that can trap people in the world of illusion, cannot break free, and can only endure great physical and mental pain. In an instant, he understood the abilities of his left and right eyes, and a sneer appeared on the corner of Uchiha Hirakawa's mouth. When the month reading started, facing the remaining 12 root ninjas, they were all pulled into the illusion world created by Uchiha Hirakawa. Everyone faces different mental attacks, and the most feared things in their hearts are infinitely magnified. Ah! His eyes were empty, and he was screaming madly. There were even people who kept stabbing themselves with the shuriken, as if they could not feel the pain, again and again until the blood was blurred. Until life is over. Someone summoned the fire escape by himself, burning himself little by little. Some people are killing each other, blood is flying, and there is no mercy. Uchiha Hirakawa looked at this scene indifferently, and his heart was relieved. Yumi, I finally avenged you. You are fine in heaven, and I will take good care of Makoto. At the same time, on the other side, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and Yekora gradually got used to the brutal battle. They are all poor children, and their spiritual world is not the same as ordinary children. From the very beginning, I couldn't make a move, and there were constant mistakes in cooperation. Up to now, they are gradually in harmony and complement each other. Uchiha Makoto threw a shuriken to attract the target, and Uzumaki Kushina cast a fire escape. Using the sparks left in the air, the power of Yikang Jodun increased exponentially, and the attack power layer increased geometrically. 15 root intelligence officers fell into despair. They were originally elites, and even if they were specialized in intelligence, their strength should not be underestimated. In the face of ninjas of the same level, he also has the ability to easily defeat them. But they didn't expect that the three of Uzumaki Kushina would be so terrifying. The average strength of the Chunin, Yi Kang, who broke out, was able to keep up with the Chunin. In the face of such a terrifying lineup, without much resistance, the intelligence personnel at the route were killed one after another. In just half an hour, the scene was a mess. Except for Uchiha Hirakawa and Uzumaki Kushina, there was no one standing around. 35 root members, all perished. Danzo's last reliance was completely gone. You clean up the battlefield, burn them clean and you can go home. Indifferently cut off their ears, everything was ready. Uchiha Hirakawa turned back and said to the three. You can't participate in the next thing. If you want to not hold back Kangdo, you can absorb the experience of this battle. Obviously guessing what the three wanted to say, Uchiha Hirakawa blocked the reason for their opening in advance. Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and Yekora all looked at each other and nodded seriously. Soon, Uchiha Hirakawa left and turned back to Konoha village. At the same time, in the Hokage office, the decadent Danzo still wants to struggle to the death. Even if his background is innocent, it doesn't mean that what I did is to feel sorry for Konoha. Danzang said with an ugly face, I am all for the village, even if I want to deprive me of my rights. I can directly say that there is no need to use such disgusting methods. I do not accept it. Don't accept it. What have you done yourself, don't you know? Tsunade-ji put her hands around her chest and said coldly, if Kangdo hadn't found out, it wouldn't be long before the whole village would have been destroyed by your little man. What did you say? Tuanzang said coldly. To persecute people of the same clan, for your own selfish desires, to unite with Taki Ninja Village to betray Ninja Capital, and keep attacking and killing people of your opposite camp, do you still want to deny it? Tsunade-ji sneered. I have explained their deaths clearly in every report. Is it appropriate to put the blame on my head now? Danzo retorted. He had prepared everything for a long time, and he would never leave a handle for others to deal with him. Therefore, when it comes to evidence, he is very confident. It seems that you have done a perfect job, and there will be no evidence left. Tsunade-ji sneered. I don't understand what you're saying. Just tell Tsurubi about today's matter. If you want to deprive me of my identity as the leader of Anbu, I believe that whoever made you a Hokage, I have no right to resist. Danzang shrugged, looking like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water and soaking up the sun. But if you say that I betrayed the village and deprived me of my rights for such reasons, I don't accept it. Tanzo, can't you tell the truth even now? Sarutobi his inside. Although the former Danzo has a paranoid personality, it has not yet reached this level. But now, Danzo is paranoid about himself, and is already on the road of no return to the abyss, getting further and further away. If there is evidence, you can do whatever you want with me. But if you wrong people, the big deal is to kill me. Danzo snorted coldly and said again, from today onwards, I will no longer be the leader of the Anbu. Such a rotten Konoha is no longer worth my sacrifice. When the words fell, he held his head high, facing the eyes of everyone, and Tuanzang wanted to leave. Good first-hand strike. As long as he steps out of Hokage's office today, everything in the past has nothing to do with him. Even though he was far from the Konoha power center, his image remained. With the roots of arranging the escape in advance, coupled with his prestige for so many years, it is only a matter of time before it rises again. Chapter 50. Danzo, I didn't have to choose before, now I want to be a good. Unfortunately, the reality is often crueler than the ideal. Danzo just turned around, and before he reached the door, a hurried figure walked in. Look up, look at each other. Looking at the figure who came in, Danzo was stunned. Immediately, when he came back to his senses, his face became extremely livid. Uchiha Hirakawa. Grinning his teeth, Danzo screamed in anger, and suddenly burst out. Reaching out with one hand, the shuriken shot. At such a close distance, he just wanted to make Uchiha Hirakawa, the damned man, unable to speak from now on. He understood from the moment Uchiha Hirakawa came in. Today, between the two of them, only one can survive. At the same time, the Uchiha clan. In the conference room, Uchiha high-level officials gathered. What do you think about Yagami Kengdu's openly dealing with Danzo? Uchiha Fuyu's father, who is Uchiha's contemporary patriarch, surrounded everyone and asked. Is it true? What's the attitude of Sarutobi Hizen? After being beaten into a pig head by Yagami Kengdu, the 8 elders of Uchiha, who had only replied now, were the first to ask. According to the information we got, this time, I'm afraid it's going to be real. The Uchiha patriarch immediately responded, it is inevitable for Danzo to withdraw from the Konoha power center. It depends on what role we want to play in this matter. In the past, the decision-making for our Uchiha family was all Danzo's idea. I think we can play a role in this matter and exacerbate the situation. The 8 elders of Uchiha thought for a while and suggested. Speaking of the entire Konoha, whoever hates Danzo the most is the Uchiha family. Now the Uchiha family is almost marginalized, at least on the bright side, it is thanks to Danzo. To be able to watch him fall and expel him from the Konoha power center is what Uchiha's senior management is happy to see. Okay, then the evidence collected over the years can come in handy. Patriarch Uchiha's eyes flashed and he said, the 8th elder, as a representative, sent the evidence to the Hokage office. This time, Danzo must be completely unable to turn over. As for killing him, the Uchiha family would not think so. The reason is very simple, Danzo is more useful to be alive. It can be expelled, but not killed. This is a reasonable speculation based on Sarutobi Hizen's past decisions. What about the Yagami Kengdu? Someone looked at the 8th and 3rd elders and asked in a low voice. Patriarch Uchiha has long planned. We are on the same front for the time being in the face of Danzo. I hope everyone can put aside their personal grievances for the time being and focus on family interests. This sentence, of course, is to remind the 8 elders not to be impatient. Being able to become an elder is certainly not a fool, the 8th elder nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. Soon, the 8 elders took the criminal evidence about Danzo for so many years and went to the Hokage office. At this time, the Hokage office. Boom. With a violent explosion, Danzo and Uchiha Hirakawa fought. I wanted to be caught off guard, but things were unexpected. Danzo never expected that Uchiha Hirakawa's strength would soar to such a level in a short period of time. In one blow, not only did he fail to injure Uchiha Hirakawa, but he even suffered a dark injury from the shock. Want to kill someone? Feeling guilty? Scared? A poisonous tumor like yours should have been cleared up long ago. One move wounded Danzo, Uchiha Hirakawa sneered again and again. Uchiha Hirakawa. It was at this moment that Tsunade Haim and Jiraiya also exclaimed. They didn't expect that when they killed the root members at the border line, he would be the one who guarded Yagami Kangdu. A traitor who was expelled from the Uchiha clan. Only Orochimaru's eyes flashed, not surprised. When he inspected the corpse of the root that day, he had a rough guess. Lord Hokage, these are all evidences that Danzo contacted the Kododu and killed my compatriots in my village. Uchiha Hirakawa looked at Yagami Kangta, got a signal, and stepped forward to hand over the evidence to Sarutobi Hizen. Danzo just wanted to quibble, Uchiha Hirakawa said again. I can testify myself that Yumi was killed by him in this way. I secretly searched for the truth and was found, only then was I wrongly betrayed Konoha, and even sent the root to hunt down. The words fell, and Tuanzang stopped talking. People get stolen goods, these are not the most important. He saw Sarutobi Hizen's expression. Unprecedented indifference. Danzo knew that he was finished. Dong dong dong. At the same time, there was a knock on the door of Hokage's office. I report to Hokage-sama. Advisor Mito Kazuto asks for a meeting with Kaharu-sama. A voice came in. Sarutobi Hizen responded, let them in. Yes. Soon, Konoha's two advisors, Kaharu and Mito Gate-yan came to Hokage's office. Looking at the strange atmosphere in the room, Danzang's face was full of despair. Mitoman-yan said, what happened? Although Xiaochun didn't ask when he went to bed, he looked at Hizen Sarutobi, obviously wanting to know what happened. Jiraiya also stood up, and soon told the general situation of the matter to the two major consultants. When Mitoman-yan and Chuan Kaharu heard the words, they looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, Mito Gate Flame looked at Sarutobi Hizen and said, Lord Hokage, this matter needs to be reconsidered. Anbu's role is no trivial matter. If we deal with this matter hastily, I'm afraid it will cause turmoil in the village. Now the ninja world is not peaceful. Hiru Sarutobi raised his eyebrows, looked at Mitoman-yan and said, how do you think it will be resolved? It is the consultant's responsibility to maintain the peace and smooth development of the village. When Mitoman-yan heard the words, he immediately said, the crime of Danzo is undeniable, but no one can replace his role at present. My suggestion is to give him a chance to atone for his crimes. Do you think so too? Sarutobi Hizen didn't respond immediately, but looked at Kaharu, who turned to bed. Turning to bed, Xiaochun hesitated, but finally nodded. The ninja world is in turmoil, and the most important thing right now is to maintain internal stability. Danzo has roots as a source of support, and they act rashly, which will only give the enemy a chance against Konoha. Stupid, Deadwood. It was at this time that Yagami Kanto, who had never spoken, spoke up. What? Mitoman-yan frowned and looked at Yagami Kanto. He didn't have a good impression of Yagami Kangdu in the first place, and he didn't have due respect for Hokage-sama, neither big nor small. A mere orphan from a civilian background, doing this is really incomprehensible, ignoring his own identity. Chapter 51. Don't worry, it's Uchiha's turn soon. You're stupid, Kuchiki, don't you understand? Facing Mitoman-yan's unkind eyes, Iori Kangdu sneered disdainfully, the cancers that harmed compatriots can save their merits to atone for their sins. Are you afraid that your brains are flooded? It's no big or small, who taught you to talk like this? Get out. It's about the future development of Konoha. There's no reason for you to talk as a child here. Mitoman scolded coldly. Men-yan, age doesn't mean everything. Sometimes it's good to hear different opinions. Before Yagami Sudo said anything, Sarutobi Hizen said, besides, he is right, Danzo was wrong this time. Konoha has been able to develop to this day, and it is close to the same heart. He is so cruel to his compatriots, and his sins are unforgivable. It is inappropriate to continue to be the leader of the Anbu. What do you mean by Hokage-sama? Xiaochun's complexion changed when he turned to bed, and he asked quickly. She thought of a possibility, hoping it wasn't true. Dong dong dong. At the same time, the door of Hokage's office was knocked again. Tsunade frowned and muttered, "Why are so many people knocking on the door today? Are you having a party?" After the words fell, with the consent of Sarutobi Hizen, the 8 elders of Uchiha walked in. Looking at Yagami Kangdu, his pupils shrank slightly, but he didn't say anything. Strolling forward, he handed the document in his hand to Hizen Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage, take a look at this document." Sarutobi Hiden saw the result, opened it for a moment, and his complexion suddenly changed. Everyone who has been paying attention is also surprised. What is the content that makes him change color? See for yourself. Facing everyone's gaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi handed the documents to the nearest Yagami Soto, and passed them on one by one. In the end, after 2 major advisors, it fell into the hands of Danzo. Immediately, because of the 2 big advisors, Danzo, who had ignited hope, suddenly turned ashes. There are dense records of everything Danzo has done in Konoha village over the years. No matter how big or small, everything is recorded. Many things are understood in our hearts, but not spoken out of our mouths. But once exposed, there is really no room for recovery. Nito Menyon and Chuan Kaharu stood directly by the side, completely speechless. From today onwards, I will deprive Danzo of the Anbu leader of his position, expel Konoha, and never return to the village. As soon as Sarutobi Hizen's words fell, everyone understood that the matter was a foregone conclusion. The 8 elders of Uchiha secretly sighed and wanted to get rid of Shimura Danzo. It seems that as the patriarch guessed, it will be expelled, but not killed. After all, Danzo survived, and it still has value. It's just that when it was not easy for everyone to notice, Uchiha Hirakawa looked at Yagami Kangdu. With a slight nod, Yagami Kanto reached a tacit understanding with him. Fire escape how fireball technique. The hot fireball was caught off guard and smashed towards Shimura Danzo. Danzo tried his best to dodge, but he didn't dodge completely. The fireball passed by, burning his body into ashes for a long time. Ah! The shrill screams suddenly erupted, and Uchiha Hirakawa wanted to make another shot. The 2 major advisors, Mito Kadori and Chuan Kaharu, immediately shot and stopped him. "Don't you hear what Naruto-sama said? Are you trying to disobey?" Mitoman scolded coldly. Danzo also took advantage of this gap and quickly dragged his crippled body to escape. Running all the way, he escaped outside Konoha village without looking back. Yagami Kangdu had a chance to take him, but chose to ignore it. For a person like Danzo, killing him is instead wishing him liberation. To make a man perish, he must first make him mad. Let him escape, day and night in the pain of being abandoned by Konoha, despair day by day. Crazy in the crash. This is the best home for this scumbag. Originally, Uchiha Hirakawa had his back to the door, and the 8 elders of Uchiha could not see his face clearly. At this moment, it was suddenly discovered that the 8th elder Uchiha suddenly exclaimed, "Are you still alive?" "What?" Surprised. "I'll pay you back everything you put on me soon." Uchiha Hirakawa smiled coldly. He was persecuted. In addition to Danzo, the Uchiha family was also a pusher. In order to overthrow Danzo, at the expense of his husband and wife, he hopes to take down Danzo. The Uchiha family is also responsible for the death of his wife Yumi. But don't worry, take it slowly. Bring down Danzo, and soon it will be the Uchiha family's turn. At least, that's what Uchiha Hirakawa intended. Before meeting Yagami Soto, he didn't even have any hope of revenge. It was a great surprise for him to overthrow Danzo so quickly now. As for Uchiha, without a proper reason, I'm afraid he can't move. For so many years, Uchiha has been free from the core of Konoha, and his heart is moving frequently, and Sarutobi Hizen will not be unaware. But he is Hokage, and he also needs to find a balance, so many things cannot be done directly. As for the thoughts of Yagami Kangdu, Uchiha Hirakawa can't guess, but it's almost the same. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Hirakawa is a traitor to my Uchiha clan. I hope it can be handed over to us. Glancing coldly at Uchiha Hirakawa, the 8 elders of Uchiha asked. His attitude was a little tough, causing everyone around him to frown deeply. His grievances have been washed away. He is not a traitor. This matter must be handled properly. Sarutobi Hizen nodded, but did not refuse. It is indeed the family affairs of the Uchiha family, and he does not need to be involved in it. Let's go. The 8 elders of Uchiha suddenly looked happy, and looked at Uchiha Hirakawa coldly. My people, you can't take them away. Unexpectedly, Yagami Kangdu stood up with a cold expression on his face. Your people, are you going to participate in the family affairs of my Uchiha family? Do you understand? Seeing that Iori Kangdu was about to come forward again, the 8 elders of Uchiha were angry. The Uchiha family made a fuss and took Uchiha Makoto away in public. It has caused their prestige in Konoha to plummet and become the laughingstock of the public. But they still chose to back down and didn't ask for trouble. Now you want to stand up and fight against their Uchiha clan. Did they really think they have no temper? Sorry, you don't represent the whole of Uchiha. I will go back, but not with you. Yagami Kanto ignored him, and Uchiha Hirakawa stood up and said. Very good. It seems that you are determined. It has been many years. I am afraid that some people have forgotten the majesty of Uchiha. With a cold snort, the 8th elder Uchiha angrily left. He needs to return to the family as soon as possible to discuss how to deal with Uchiha Hirakawa. Moreover, in the face of this issue of Yagami Kangdu, make a good plan. Let a 9-year-old ride on the heads of their Uchiha clan. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 52. Purge Konoha, One Mind. Why are you so impulsive? The Uchiha family has been around since Konoha was founded. Everything needs to be done slowly. After the 8th elder Uchiha left, Jiraiya shook his head with a wry smile. This 8th god Kangdu is good at everything, but he always does unexpected things. Not afraid of the sky, not afraid of the earth, it is really a headache. Okay, the position of the leader of Anbu is now vacant. Who do you think is suitable to take over? Sarutobi Hizen didn't bother with Uchiha's topic, but looked at the crowd and asked. I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to. Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunadeheim responded immediately and took a step back. Uchiha Hirakawa was slightly stunned, but also stood to one side under Jiraiya's pull. In this way, only Yagami Kangdu is left. After the matter was resolved, Iori Kangdu, who was about to leave, was stunned. Me. Looking at Sarutobi Hizen's expectant eyes, Iori Aoto uttered doubts. It's only you. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Congratulations, congratulations, your kid has been promoted faster than us. Zilai also stepped forward with a smile. I'm afraid my sister will need your help in many things in the future. Tsunadeheim also stepped forward. Orochimaru just smiled at Yagami Kangdu and Shan, but didn't say anything. I can be the leader of Anbu, I have a condition. Unexpectedly, I thought that Yagami Kangdu would be overjoyed and directly agreed, but he made a request. Hey, don't be too greedy, kid. Jiraiya also looked at Hizen Sarutobi and reminded in a low voice. It's okay, you said. Sarutobi Hizen didn't care. He raised his head and said with a smile. I will take over Anbu. As long as it doesn't endanger Konoha, everything is under my control. Shadow can still drive Anbu, but the priority is me. My people, I will handle it, and no one is allowed to cross the line. Yagami Kangdu said directly. The words fell, and Sarutobi Hizen frowned suddenly. This condition is a bit too harsh. Originally, Anbu was to be subordinate to the Shadow, so the power was devolved, and the power was even greater than that of the original Danzo. Even, driving Anbu, Shadow's priority is not as good as the leader of Anbu, which is somewhat unreasonable. Hey, boy, that's enough. Zilai was even more startled. This is outrageous. It is obvious that the right to deprive the shadow, who gave the courage? Iori Kangdu, you have passed. On the side, the silent Mito Kadome spoke up. He didn't agree with Yagami Kangdu to take over as the leader of Anbu, but just wanted to speak, but was abruptly held back by Xiaochun. Looking back, the expression on Sarutobi Hizen's expression is unclear. Immediately, he understood. It is already a certainty that Yagami Kangdu takes office as the leader of Anbu. At this moment, it is not a question, but a walkthrough. So he shut up. But now, Yagami Kangdu has crossed the line. If Anbu can't be loyal to the shadow, the trouble will be too great. I'm afraid that I will rebel against Konoha, but you don't have to agree to my request. Yagami Kangdu shrugged and said nothing. Iori Kangdu, you are going too far. Mitoman was furious, gritted his teeth and said. Oh, now I have to add another one, so that Mito Gate Yangguan will be locked up for a month. Yagami Kangdu added a condition. Sarutobi Hizen just wanted to agree, but suddenly felt helpless. This Mito Gate inflammation, doesn't it depend on the situation? I can agree to your terms, but what can you bring me? Sarutobi Hizen said. Hokage-sama, you. Mitoman Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, such a harsh request, Sarutobi Hizen would actually think about agreeing to Yagami Sudo. Incomprehensible. You don't talk yet. Sarutobi Hizen waved his hand at Mito Gate Yan, and looked at Yagami Aoto quietly. Purge Konoha, let's work together. 8 words, Iori Kangdu said it lightly. Sarutobi Hizen's eyes suddenly lit up. How long? He doesn't doubt Yagami Kangdu's ability. As long as he can say it, he can definitely do it. Today. Yagami Kangdu smiled. Okay, you do what you say, the Anbu leader, just do as you said. In addition, I will make Mitoman Yangguan confinement for 7 days, a month is too long, and no one can stand it. Sarutobi Hizen responded immediately. 15 days of confinement, nothing to discuss. Yagami Kangdu thought for a while and responded. Okay, deal. Sarutobi Hizen nodded, for fear that the Yagami Kanto would regret it. Everyone around who looked at the two of them was stunned. What topic? How can you hear it in the fog? Rectify Konoha, one mind. What is this with what? The topic changes too fast, I can't keep up. Mito Menion's face was ugly, and he didn't listen to other words. He only heard that because he said a few words to Yashin Kangdu, he was about to be imprisoned for 15 days. What's the matter? The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. When I solve it, you will announce the matter of the Anbu leader. Let's go. After saying a word to Hizen Sarutobi, Yagami Soto turned back and called out to Uchiha Hirakawa. The two of them flashed and disappeared in the Hokage office building. Hokage-sama, are you really going to lock me up? As soon as Yagami Kangdu left, Mito Menion said with a bitter face, 15 days, I will go crazy. For Konoha, I believe you can do it. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, patted the old man on the shoulder, and cheered. When he turned to bed, Xiaochun wanted to say something, but upon seeing this, he simply stopped talking. The soulless Mito Gate Yan left quickly. Under the leadership of Xiaochun, he was locked up in confinement. When everyone left, only Hizen Sarutobi and his 3 apprentices were left in the Hokage office. Tsunade Haim, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Teacher, what do you mean by what you said to Kangdo? I don't understand why. Zilai also shook his head and asked. I don't quite understand either. I don't understand. Tsunade-ji also frowned and wondered. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. Although he is not quite sure, it should be the same thing. You'll understand soon enough. With a mysterious smile, Sarutobi Hizen sat back on the chair, smoking a dry cigarette, and looking out the window. At the same time, the 8 elders of Uchiha returned to the clan. The news that Uchiha Hirakawa was not dead was quickly relayed to Uchiha's top executives. Emergency meeting, reconvened. Iori Kangdu is too arrogant, he's just riding on our heads to show his prestige. At the meeting, the 8 elders of Uchiha added fuel to the fire and accused the 8 gods of Kangdu. If you don't take our Uchiha clan seriously, we really need to teach you a lesson. But the most important thing right now is how to deal with Uchiha Hirakawa. He knows a lot of our secrets, so he can either shut up or he can only absorb the way people. Everyone you say, I say a word, arguing endlessly. Chief Uchiha was lost in thought. Having experienced several incidents with Yagami Kangdu, he always felt something strange. As for what was strange, he didn't know. At this time, 2 figures quickly came to the door of the Uchiha clan. Oncoming, it was Uchiha Fuyu who was just about to go out. Chapter 53, Uchiha Hirakawa, don't forget your identity. Again. Looking at Kangdu Iori, Uchiha Fuyu was startled. In the last incident, he almost couldn't get out of bed for 3 days without being beaten by his father. Now our Uchiha clan seniors don't like you very much, let's go, lest we be caught and taught a lesson. Uchiha Fuyu quickly stepped forward and reminded Yagami Kangdu in a low voice. Don't worry, this time, it's not to cause trouble, but to give you a great opportunity to the Uchiha family. Yagami Kangdu smiled. The entire Uchiha family, except Uchiha Hirakawa, that is Uchiha Fuyu, is eye-catching. What great opportunity. Don't be joking, I'm serious, if they see you trespassing on our clan, they will definitely find fault and teach you a lesson. Uchiha Fuyu was helpless. It's all this time, why are you still making unreliable jokes? The Uchiha family is about to be expelled from Konoha village, so there is still a huge opportunity here. What a mess. Fuyu. Suddenly, a voice came. Uchiha Fuyu frowned. Who are you? Taking off his hat, Uchiha Hirakawa smiled. Don't know me. Huh, Uncle Hirakawa, aren't you already? Uchiha Fuyu suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed. Immediately realizing something, he shut up quickly. It's a long story, but you don't have to stop Kangdo, he came with me. Uchiha Hirakawa said. So it is. It's great, you're not dead, everyone would be very happy if they knew. Uchiha Fuyu nodded and said. Uchiha Hirakawa is a peaceful person. Although he rarely appeared in the clan after he became Anbu, he was kind to anyone, making him a good reputation in the clan. Just hearing this, Uchiha Hirakawa just smiled and didn't speak. Just now my father just held a meeting because of something. Everyone is here, I'll take you there. Uchiha Fuyu did not notice that Uchiha Hirakawa's attitude was a little unusual, and said with a smile. The words fell, without waiting for the 2 to refuse, and led the way directly ahead. Dong dong dong. Soon, Uchiha Fuyu knocked on the door of the conference room and exclaimed in surprise. Father, Uncle Hirakawa didn't die, great news. The voice of surprise echoed in the conference room, and everyone cast their eyes on him. Silent. Uchiha Fuyu was circled. What's the situation? I feel that the atmosphere is not quite right. You go home first. Uchiha Hirakawa stepped forward and patted Uchiha Fugaku on the shoulder. Uchiha Fuyu didn't understand the situation, but he left obediently. Not because of anything else, but because of his father's murderous look. Uchiha Hirakawa, we are very happy that you are alive, but you shouldn't return to the family in this way. When Uchiha Fuyu left, the Uchiha Patriarch said aloud. My family can't even protect the clan, I haven't blamed it yet, how can you have the face to say that? Uchiha Hirakawa sneered and said, it's fine if you don't protect it, and even send us to die with your own hands. You rotten old stubborn. It's not suitable for you to continue to lead the Uchiha family. Continue to let you lead. One day, it will eventually come to an end. Damn, Uchiha Hirakawa, don't forget your identity. This is Uchiha, you are all facing your own elders. Come on, bring a whip, I'm going to enforce the clan rules today, so you know the rules. The Uchiha patriarch scolded furiously. Once upon a time, Uchiha Hirakawa, who never dared to resist himself. How dare you confront him face to face today? Must teach a deep lesson. I repeat, you old and rotten ones are no longer suitable for continuing to lead the Uchiha clan forward. What clan rules are more suitable for you? Looking around, ignoring the furious Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Hirakawa said coldly. Who doesn't talk big? It depends on whether you have the strength to match. The 8th elder Uchiha sneered and was about to get up. Suddenly, he saw Yagami Kanto behind Uchiha Hirakawa. What the hell? It's him again. Subconsciously, he shuddered and retracted back into the chair. Everyone was surprised, looked up, and found the existence of Yagami Kanto. Iori Kanto, don't go too far, my Uchiha clan is not easy to bully. Patriarch Uchiha also noticed it, and immediately roared angrily. In their opinion, Uchiha Hirakawa dared to be so presumptuous, it must be because of Yagami Kanto. Thinking back to that day, Yagami Kanto made trouble with the Uchiha family, and he had to take Uchiha Makoto away. Come to think of it, there must have been a connection between the two. Coming here today, it must be uneasy and kind. Even if it's once, it's a second time. Tolerable or unbearable? Iori Kanto shrugged unconcernedly. Don't worry, I won't interfere. If you hit you, I'm just a melon eater. Eat melons. Although I don't know what this means, but since I said it doesn't matter, it's easy to say. Uchiha Hirakawa, are you going to capture it yourself, or do we do it yourself? The 8 elders of Uchiha said boldly. Boom. Uchiha Hirakawa did not respond, but proved it with actions. Boom quickly. When everyone could not react, they came to the 8 elders of Uchiha. Boom. With a punch, the 8th elder Uchiha was embedded in the ground and fainted. In a familiar scene, everyone covered their faces and shook their heads helplessly. Dignified elder, shame on you. Uchiha Hirakawa, your strength. Let the 8 elders of Uchiha take the shot, and I also think that I have full confidence. But Uchiha Patriarch did not expect that Uchiha Hirakawa's strength was not what he remembered. How long has it been? The Uchiha family is innocent, but some people need to be liquidated. I have no intention of destroying the stability of the family. If I want to do something, find a place. There is too much movement here and it is not suitable. Defeating the 3rd elder with one move, Uchiha Hirakawa did not feel proud, looked around, and said coldly. Good. Patriarch Uchiha looked gloomy and wanted to refuse. But when he thought of the consequences of the battle here, he still nodded. The Uchiha family, the 8th training ground. A dedicated practice area for seniors. It is easy to go through the conference room, close to the lake, and inaccessible, suitable for dealing with today's situation. One by one, or together. Standing in the center of the field, facing the high-level people with bad eyes, Uchiha Hirakawa said coldly. Although I don't know why your strength has skyrocketed so fast, don't be too arrogant. Just relying on you, the Uchiha clan is not a place to be wild. The 3 elders of Uchiha stood up. Selectively ignoring Yagami Kanto, staring straight at Uchiha Hirakawa. What happened that day was his negligence. But lose, after all, lose. The strong man who approached the shadow dignifiedly was defeated by the 9-year-old child in one move, which was a shame. It is even more embarrassing to forcefully deny it. Therefore, he can only choose to ignore it. But if you can't deal with Yagami Kanto, it's not a problem for a Uchiha Hirakawa. The name of the strongest of his Uchiha clan is not just talk. Chapter 54. The Fear of Being Dominated by the Moon Reading. Fire escape how fireball technique. The three elders of Uchiha came up to perform the best ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and the terrifying heat wave came to the face. The giant fireball was wrapped in terrifying power, pressing down on Uchiha Hirakawa. Boom! With his mouth swollen, Uchiha Hirakawa also formed a seal in an instant, spitting out a flamboyant fireball. An almost equivalent fireball slammed into it, and the wind pressure swept through it with astonishing power. At the scene, everyone with a slightly weaker strength fell to the ground with shock on their faces. How is it possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Although just now, Uchiha Hirakawa beat the 8 elders with one move, but everyone thought it was a sneak attack, which was nothing. But at this moment, the front face is hard to regret the 3 elders. Even in the case of passive counterattacks, they were evenly matched. This time, the eyes of the 3 elders became solemn. Things seemed to go beyond his expectations. The current Uchiha Hirakawa is terrifyingly strong. Right round eyes, open. The illusion confuses Uchiha Hirakawa. At the same time, the 3 elders flashed and left the place. Over the sky. Fire escape and the balsam were scattered, surrounding Uchiha Hirakawa heavily. Boom boom boom. There was a lot of dust and smoke everywhere, and the 3 elders were not at ease. Fire escape how fireball technique. The terrifying fireball fell and smashed into the center of the smoke. The continuous explosions resounded in all directions, and everyone was stunned. Is this the strongest of our Uchiha clan? So strong. Uchiha Hirakawa is courting death himself, and dares to challenge the 3 elders. HMPH, the existence of infinite proximity to the shadow, is it a joke? Many people were talking about it. The 3rd elder heard the words and smiled with satisfaction. Snort. The current kid is just beyond his own power. If you don't have the strength to match, don't talk nonsense. The 3rd elder smiled coldly and turned to leave the training ground. Boom. However, a roar was heard, and the dust and smoke completely dissipated. A giant fireball appeared. It was a How fireball. And standing below it was Uchiha Hirakawa, who should have been defeated. How is it possible? Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Knowing that Uchiha Hirakawa is a lot stronger, how can he be unscathed? What a terrifying chain of attacks. I'm afraid even the elite Shengnin can't bear it. There is no other way but to dodge. Uchiha Hirakawa was completely hit head-on. This is impossible. There was a slight smile on the corner of Yashin Kangdu's mouth. It turned out that the kaleidoscope was awakened, and what I still own is Yudu. Good. Except for Yagami Kangdu, everyone present had already fallen into the moon reading illusion. The beautiful series of attacks by the 3rd elder just now was nothing more than an illusion by Uchiha Hirakawa to paralyze them. Boom boom boom. The terrifying fireball fell, and the 3rd elder Uchiha wanted to escape, but found that he couldn't move at all. In the blink of an eye, shrouded in a violent explosion, no bones remained. Uchiha Hirakawa, how dare you kill your fellow clan? From now on, the Uchiha clan will never die with you. Patriarch Uchiha was furious, his eyes spitting fire. The surrounding Uchiha executives were also glaring, and they were ready for battle. Some people have even formed a seal and are ready to take action against Uchiha Hirakawa. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that they couldn't move at all. What on earth have you done to us? Someone screamed in horror. When the words fell, the bright world suddenly darkened. Quack quack. Lots of crows chirping and circling. Uchiha executives were horrified to find that they were tied to a pillar. Ah! The dense crows swarmed up and bit them. Blood was splattered, and the screams were endless. Uchiha Hirakawa happily watched such a scene, and constantly modified the location of the illusion space according to his own thoughts. Although these people are bastards, they are the cornerstone of the Uchiha family. Killing is not necessary. Intimidate it well, and it is naturally the best to be able to use it for yourself. If not, it's not too late to kill. After half a day, when everyone passed out in severe pain, the illusion was released. After a while, some people gradually began to wake up. Soon I remembered the scene of being bitten by a large number of crows. My whole body was in pain, and I was sweating. The whole person almost collapsed. One after another, people woke up. Most of them were the same as the first person, fearful and screaming. Uchiha Hirakawa's kaleidoscope writing wheel turned and took the lead in cancelling the mental attack on Uchiha's patriarch. Illusion. What kind of illusion are you using? Why does it have such a terrifying effect? Even Joinin will be hit. The Uchiha patriarch suddenly exclaimed. The blood of the Uchiha family has a natural resistance to illusion. This is especially true for the clansmen who have opened the Sharingan. But just now, everyone was silently recruited. He didn't even see Uchiha Hirakawa open his eyes, nor looked at him. The most terrifying thing is that the people present almost represent the peak combat power of the Uchiha clan. Such a group of people actually fell into the illusion silently. How easy would it be if Uchiha Hirakawa wanted to kill them? These are your kin, do you really have the heart to kill them all? Patriarch Uchiha quickly suppressed his emotions, looked at Uchiha Hirakawa and said. Have you forgotten how you treated my husband and wife back then? Uchiha Hirakawa sneered again and again. In that case, it is true that we are sorry for your husband and wife. But what can we do? You don't know the family's situation. If you don't want to do anything with Danzo, does Konoha still have room for our Uchiha clan to survive? Chief Uchiha said loudly. So, for the family, we can sacrifice. Now, for the family, you should also pay the price. Uchiha Hirakawa sneered and took a deep breath. Whatever the conditions are, you can just say, as long as you don't kill them and don't shake the foundation of the Uchiha clan, I will promise you. Chief Uchiha said. In the end, there's really no way to tell right from wrong. At least, as far as the position of the Uchiha patriarch is concerned. For the sake of the entire clan, abandoning individual clan members is not worth making a fuss about. But in Uchiha Hirakawa's position, this is betrayal. But, for his fellow clansmen, he couldn't be ruthless after all. It is enough to use the monthly reading of a lesson to make them suffer unprecedentedly. Most importantly, Uchiha Hirakawa needs the Uchiha family. Not for himself, but for Yagami Kanto. It was only now that he understood that before leaving, the conversation between Yagami Soto and Sarutobi Hizen. Actually, that's what it meant. Don't worry about me, it's okay to kill them all, it won't affect me much. Seeing Uchiha Hirakawa's thoughts, Yagami Aoto couldn't help but reminded at the beginning. Yes, I will, master. Uchiha Hirakawa nodded seriously. His heart was moved. I didn't expect that I, who was abandoned by my fellow clansmen, would still be able to reap such warmth. Some people think about themselves so much. Chapter 55, The Second Ninja World War, the prelude will begin. Woo. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Hirakawa calmed down completely. Looking at the Uchiha clan leader, he said, I will take over the position of the clan leader. From now on, I will lead the Uchiha clan. You must assist with all your efforts. If you have two hearts, you will kill without mercy. Good. Patriarch Uchiha agreed decisively, and he had expected it. Otherwise, I'm afraid Uchiha Hirakawa killed them just now and won't give them a chance to speak. Then disarm their illusions. Chief Uchiha said. Soon, Uchiha's high-level executives woke up from the illusion. What happened? It's terrible and painful. It's like being in hell, I don't want to go through that horror again. Everyone was terrified. Even if Uchiha Hirakawa lifted the illusion, the seeds of fear were planted in their hearts. When everyone calmed down a little, Chief Uchiha told them the general situation. For a moment, there was silence. Everyone looked at Uchiha Hirakawa in fear, not knowing what to say. From today onwards, I will step down, and Uchiha Hirakawa will lead my Uchiha clan. You must work together as one, and don't do anything that is sorry for the clan or the clan," Chief Uchiha announced. Everyone looked at each other, but no one objected. Having experienced the terror of Uchiha Hirakawa, how could they dare to say nothing? "I have seen the patriarch." For a moment, someone took the lead. Afterwards, in a row, everyone recognized Uchiha Hirakawa's identity as the patriarch. Yagami Kanto quickly left. It takes time to rectify a clan, and he has no intention of continuing to stay. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. The news that Yagami Kangdu became the leader of Anbu has already been notified to many aristocratic families. He also accepted the fact that Danzo betrayed Konoha and defected from the village. At the same time, through the inauguration ceremony of the Uchiha Patriarch, everyone knew that the Patriarch had changed. From the earliest trader, Uchiha Hirakawa transformed himself into the Patriarch of the Uchiha clan. But these are just internal changes in Konoha. In the ninja world, there are turbulent storms, and a dangerous atmosphere circulates. In the land of rain, a large number of unknown ninjas began to appear. At the same time, the major ninja villages moved frequently. In particular, the land of wind, the land of sand, the land of earth, and the ninjas of the land of rock began to gather in large numbers towards the land of rain. Yagami Kangdu smelled something unusual. The three kingdoms gathered in the country of rain. Rain country. The Second Ninja World War. It's the Second Ninja War. The Second Ninja World War, which has been brewing for so long, is about to break out. For the past month, Yagami Kangdu has been fishing and seldom pays attention to the outside world. I thought it would take a while. Unexpectedly, the Second Ninja World War broke out so quickly. With Konoha taking the lead in declaring war on Urin village, the three major countries will break out into a war in the land of rain. It was during this war that Tsunade Hime, Jiraiya and Orochimaru established the prestige of the legendary Sanin. The parents of Chisha Scorpion, the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo's mother-in-law, were all killed by Konoha and Hataki-san during this battle. The Second Ninja World War had far-reaching consequences. Tsunade Hime's younger brother, Roshu, and his friend, died on the battlefield. Since then, as a medical ninja, he suffers from hyperphobia and wanders around. Orochimaru's parents also died on the battlefield, leading to blackening, and began to conduct scientific research. Jiraiya took in Nagato, Konan and Yahiko, which indirectly promoted the birth of the Akatsuki organization. In a word, although Konoha won, it was a tragic victory. But now that Yagami Kangdu is here, naturally the tragedy will not be repeated. Konoha Ninja Village will be in his pocket. Of course, others are not allowed to trample on his own belongings. He wants to make enough achievements on the battlefield. When the Second Ninja World War ended, it was time to board Hokage. Put away the fishing rod, Yagami Soto informed Anbu to gather. After becoming the leader of Anbu, he knew a lot. The collapse of the country of Vortex has the shadow of the country of Rain. This is why Konoha will officially announce it soon. War on the Rain country. This is a shocking big news, whether it is for Konoha Ninja Village or the entire ninja world. The entire ninja world will also be because of this. Once again, I learned that the giant beast Konoha was still standing at the top. Dare to take action against his allies, be prepared to pay the bloody price. What happened? After returning to the family to change clothes, the three of Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help asking when they saw Yagami Kangdu's solemn expression. Prepare for war, continue to practice at home during this time, and don't run around without my order. Yagami Kangdu exhorted and left quickly. Before heading to Hokage's office, he summoned the system and opened the bubbles for fishing during this time. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the X5X5 promotion card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 90 months of experience in the cultivation of the immortal human body. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special recovery potion. One after another, the bubbles were all opened. All items are presented in front of Yagami Kanto. Shueiji Boundary has always improved the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The immortal body has also been promoted again. There are countless types of potions. The number of special recovery potions is the largest, and the effect is also very good and powerful. As long as you don't die immediately, you can recover immediately after taking it. This is Yagami Kangdo's preparations for the Second Ninja World War. A large number of recovery potions is the key boost. System, Summon Character Attribute Panel. Host, Yagami Kanto. Realm, Elite Shangnin. Special Ability, Immortal Human Body, Level 8, Level 10. Boundary of Blood, White Eyes, Level 8, Level 10, Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes, Level 3, Level 10. Note, there is a possibility of failure of the Blood Follower limit card. After the full level, it can be awakened to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. Teishu, 8 Gates of Dunjia, 7 gates, 8 gates in total. Ninjutsu, Fire and Fire, Water, Water Dragon, Earth, Earth, Fire, Fireball. After the advanced card of the Blood and the Limit, although the Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye has not been purified, the pupil power has been improved a lot. The immortal body is also improved again, approaching full level. Don't look at it as a first level improvement, but the effect is much more powerful. If converted into a percentage, the previous recovery ability was 50%, so now it is 70%. For the next battle to open the 8 armor, it has a better effect. When Yagami Soto came to Hokage's office, the atmosphere in the whole office is quite lively. Yagami Kangdo could clearly feel that many people clenched their fists and tried their best to hide their emotions. One day ago, Konoha officially announced to the entire ninja world that it will officially launch an attack on U Ninja Village 3 days later. Testimonials on the shelves in the morning. Before I knew it, it was time for this book to hit the shelves. Here, I would like to say thank you to all my readers and friends. Since the opening of the book, although the results are not very good and there are many doubts under the book, there are many readers who still support Benpuji. Without your support, Benpuji would not be able to survive now, thank you all. Without your support, Benpuji wouldn't be able to stick to the shelves. Thank you all. Hokage is a very typical theme among doujin. Although I can't guarantee that there is nothing wrong in the book, I will try my best to make it perfect. Of course, some opinions and some content may conflict with some readers and friends. Here, Benpuji apologizes to everyone. Those who can accept it will continue to read, and those who cannot accept it can also discuss with Benpuji. Related plot. Writing is a tedious process. In this process, there are bitterness and bitterness, depression and happiness. I especially hope to go on this journey with you and stick to it until the end of the book. Please everyone here, thanks. Some people say that the first order can tell the success or failure of a book, and the book will also be on the shelves in the early morning. Benpuji is here to ask all friends who like this book to support and subscribe, thank you. Starting from the early morning, within 24 hours, 10 chapters will be updated, another 2,000 will be subscribed for 20 updates, 3,000 will be subscribed to 30 updates, and so on. My brother is here to explode the code words. Please tap to subscribe, thank you all. Without everyone's full support, Shoupuji would not be able to get to where it is today. I would like to ask readers who like it to subscribe, thank you very much. After all, you also need to eat in the street, and when you are full, you can have the strength to explode. As long as the brothers do their best, Benpuji will definitely work hard to give back to everyone. As long as the subscription is enough to eat, it will not be interrupted and will not disappoint everyone's encouragement. New Year's Eve, I also wish you all the best of luck and peace. I can get everything I want in 2020, I can achieve everything I want to do in 2020, have a good year, and be reunited with my family. Well, before I knew it, I said a lot of nonsense, but it was still one sentence. The subscription is up to the standard, and the explosion will keep up. Chapter 56. Open a meeting, war is no child's play. For the war was the destruction of the Kingdom of Vortex, which was planned by Urin Village. The cruel Urin Village destroyed the entire country of the Vortex and slaughtered the people of the country of the Vortex for its own selfish interests. As an ally, Konoha Shinobi Village cannot help but avenge them. The news of the declaration of war has just been released. The whole ninja world shook. Whether it is the country of soil, the country of rain, the country of wind, etc. A big country. Attracted by the big news that Konoha Shinobi Village made. The most important thing is that the collapse of the Kingdom of Vortex is actually related to Urin Village. No wonder that there are frequent actions in Yunin Village, and it seems that there are signs of expanding the territory. Harvested a lot of precious treasures in the country of Vortex, it is normal to have such ambitions. Everyone in the ninja world was in an uproar. A Vortex was actually destroyed by Urin Village. When the people of Konoha Ninja Village learned about this incident, they all shared their hatred. As the country of the Vortex of allies, it has always been friendly with Konoha Ninja Village. Many Konoha villagers have friends in the country of Vortex. As soon as I heard that the country of the Vortex was destroyed, many people were heartbroken. Unfortunately, the killer was never found. The monstrous anger in their hearts had nowhere to vent, but could only suffer silently. Now that I learned that the murderer was Urin Village, I immediately had a target to vent. They unanimously expressed that they must pay the due price for Urin Village and return the Kingdom of Vortex justice. They have unprecedented support for the village's decision to declare battle. Master. Coming to the Hokage office, Uchiha Hirakawa, who has become the head of the Uchiha clan, stepped forward and said in a low voice. Just call my name in front of outsiders. Yagami Kingdo nodded. Why did you choose to start a war at this time? And there is a high probability that the matter in the country of the Vortex was clearly done by the village of Karayan, but it was announced that it was the village of Urin. You also know that the war needs a reason, and it is best to have the support of the villagers. Uchiha Hirakawa did not directly explain why, but it was already obvious after some words. Kingdo, you are here. It was at this moment that Sarutobi Hizen waved at Yagami Kanto. Everyone was watching, and they had long been accustomed to his new identity, the leader of Anbu. Although Yagami Sudo is still young, he was quite complaining about becoming the leader of Anbu at first. But with his powerful strength, his sharp mind, and his achievements in conquering the Uchiha clan, he was firmly established as the leader of Anbu. In Konoha village recognized him. Whether it is Jiraiya, Tsunade Haim, Orochimaru and others. Or the giants of the Konoha family, such as the Hinata clan, the pigs, deer and butterflies, have no objection to this. Now that I heard Sarutobi Hizen calling him, I immediately cheered up. What do you think about starting a war on Yuinin village? Sarutobi Hizen asked. The timing and the reasons are all good. But we need to plan well and fight on multiple sides, which is always ineffective against us. Yagami Kanto said. With our current strength, only Urin village has declared war. Is there any other blind person who dares to intervene? Some radical militants spoke up. They can't wait to kill Urin village directly, kill them all bloody, and avenge the country of Vortex. Of course, friction in recent years is also the key to detonating this war. Urin village borders Konoha and absorbs the nutrients of this most fertile land in the middle of the mainland. In order to keep a little friction with Konoha all the year round. Over the years, the grievances have grown deep. A battle is desperately needed to vent the anger in their hearts. At the same time, plunder the benefits for Konoha village. Yeah, I also think it's better to just hit it. Deal with a small country like Urin village, it is crushing anyway. Even if someone wants to help them, we will quickly suppress them and force them to cede their interests and negotiate with them. Anger that drives some people to their heads. Don't talk, listen to Kangdo. It was at this time that Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth. The belligerents present kept silent and looked at Kangdo, the 8 gods. 9-year-old boy, stable and mature, this is the perfect heir to the next Hokage he is looking for. Yagami Kangdu was not polite, and said directly, although we Konoha are strong, don't forget how many people are staring at the land we occupy now, and the armed forces of various countries are raising their heads in order to plunder more interests. Our Konoha ninja village is indeed a dominant family, but this will easily lead to the siege of other allies. To maintain the stability of Konoha village, the chiefs of the major families all want to stay in the village. In this way, do we have enough personnel to deal with the remaining 4 ninja villages? Yagami Soto has memories of past lives. In this regard, he has the most say. Hearing that the 4 great ninja villages may be eyeing them, the others fell silent. Konoha village can crush a Rain ninja village, but the strength of the other 4 ninja villages will not be much worse than Konoha village. In particular, the ninjas in Iwagakure village are now facing the problem of a surplus of ninjas. They urgently need to break out a battlefield, and at the same time, it is better to be able to plunder enough profits. Konoha ninja village bears the brunt. If the 4 great ninja villages are united, they are as strong as Konoha, and they are by no means an opponent. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Yagami Soto with satisfaction. It can be expected that now that the war against Urin village is declared, the nearby Yenian village will not miss this opportunity. Attitude of Cheyenne village is unclear, and it is also a target to guard against. If we rashly dispatch our troops and are still fighting on the battlefield of other countries, it is easy to be cut off by others, and all of them will be surrounded and wiped out. Of course, this battle must be fought. Need to let Ninja Village, who has gradually forgotten the horror of Konoha, know who is the king of the ninja world. But everything must be based on proper preparation, one-shot kills, and no chance for them to come back. After a long discussion, Yagami Kangdu's analysis is straightforward. Although they are all superficial truths, as long as you calm down and think about them, you can think of them. However, Konoha has been proud for too many years. Many people are used to being arrogant. If it hadn't been for Yagami Kangdu's reminder and rashly dispatched, the loss would have been very painful. Konoha in the original book is the biggest loser. The scene, everyone, watching Yagami Kangdu and listening to his words, fell silent. There was a little embarrassment on their faces. Unexpectedly, the 9-year-old Yagami Kangdu not only has a terrorist force that surpasses them. Even in terms of the big picture, it is more clear and thorough than they see. For too many years, they have been paralyzed by Konoha's comfortable life. Living in the most peaceful village in the entire ninja world makes them take everything for granted. Without thinking about the consequences of the matter, he hastily launched an attack. Almost a disaster. By Yagami Kangdu, the mood of the people who had been furious and wished to immediately rush to the battlefield of the Land of Rain was calmed down. Looking around, looking at the silent crowd, Hiruzen Sarutobi set his eyes on Yagami Soto. Once again, it proved that his vision was indeed correct. The 9-year-old child, with strong strength, outstanding ability, and a strong view of the overall situation, is already stronger than most of the people present. Really, God bless Konoha. When you let yourself feel powerless about the position of Hokage, send such an excellent Hokage candidate. What everyone doesn't know is that the real reason for declaring war on Uinen village, in addition to taking back the plundered interests, is to accumulate military exploits for Yagami Kangdu. Sarutobi Hizen, this is to pave the way for Yagami Soto's Hokage to succeed. Do you have a plan in your mind? Sarutobi Hizen looked at Yagami Soto and asked. Although there are not many talented people in Urin village, it is not to be underestimated that it has Sanjiao Hanzo in the town. Sanjiao Hanzo is known as a demigod, and his strength is also among the best in the shadow class. At the same time, this person's IQ strategy is very strong, the only disadvantage is Wan Nian is very sensitive to rights, so that it is easy to be provoked and used. But now he is still young. Over the years, he has been able to continue to take food from the tiger's mouth under Konoha's hands, and even affected his vitality, which is enough to prove that the Sanshoyu Hanzo. The sound of the east hit the west. Yagami Kangdu smiled. In other words, we have declared war on Urin village, and everyone's eyes will be placed between our two ninja villages. However, at this time, if we set the target at Yenian village, we would catch them by surprise. There are too many ninjas in Yenian village, and we can't wait to fight. It is precisely because of this, I am afraid that no one can imagine that we would actually do something to Yenian village. When the words fell, the 8 gods Kingdu stood silently, letting everyone digest silently. Atmosphere was immersed for a while, and everyone thought about it, and the opportunity to discover Yagami Kanto was really wonderful. Obviously only a 9-year-old child, how can he have terrifying strength while still using his brain so well? Big Brother's status is about to be taken away in minutes. But the problem is that Yenian village has the largest army, which is expected to exceed 10,000. In the face of such pressure, we did not take a quick turn. Once caught in the siege, the situation will be worse than ever. He also hesitated. When everyone heard it suddenly, they remembered. Of ninjas in Iwahiding village, not a few thousand people, but a luxurious team of more than 10,000 people. The third generation of Tsuchikage of Yenian village is a terrifying shadow, level ninja with blood and dust. A time. The excited fire of the crowd was extinguished in an instant. Yagami Kingdu said, if you want people to be unable to guess our actions, you need to make a strange move. Attacking Yenian village, even if we can't solve them in a short time, Urin village will be confused for a while and dare not do it. This is the time we can buy. When they are hesitant to take down Yenian village, and then counterattack Urin village, they will be caught off guard. Yes. When everyone heard the words, they were all stunned. They only thought about attacking Yenian village and possibly being besieged after being discovered. However, Yunin village has recently expanded its ambitions, and has a strong desire to replace Konoha. I'm afraid I will choose to watch Konoha village and Yenian village fight, and finally come out to get a bargain. And the key to this is, a super leader is needed to break through Yenian village. Seeing everyone's awakened eyes, Iori Kingdu smiled, leave the matter of breaking Yenian village to me. Good. For a time, everyone has begun to feel the blood. Although it is only a prototype of the plan, the effect after implementation is still unknown. But the Konoha village ninjas who had been idle for a long time, couldn't help but get excited when he thought that he finally had no patience and could teach other ninja villages a lesson. They are going to tell the ninja world. Konoha, or an existence that they absolutely cannot surpass. Very good, everyone takes action and quickly prepares war supplies. After 7 days, we will officially start the war with the outside world. Hizen said excitedly, as if being ignited by the flames of war. Yes. Everyone present responded quickly, and then left to prepare for the war. And just as Yagami Aoto was about to leave, Hizen Sarutobi stopped him. Your plan is excellent, and I think the odds of it being executed are very high. Sarutobi Hizen did not hesitate to praise him, and change the topic, but there are too many ninjas in Iwayan village, so I don't worry about you going alone. I let Zilai also lead the team and cover you in secret. Yagami Kingdu shook his head. As your disciple, Jiraiya is definitely the primary task of gathering intelligence in the major ninja villages. Appearing with me in Yenian village, it is easy to make people suspicious. This trip to Yenian village, it is enough for me to lead the team myself. Ha ha ha, I'm old, I don't have the courage of your young people. Sarutobi Hizen laughed, suddenly serious. Remember, it is better to fail in action, and you must protect yourself. In Sarutobi Hizen's heart, whether the war is won or not is not as important as Yagami Soto. As long as Yagami Kingdu is given a certain amount of time to grow, even if Konoha village cannot win this war, it will surely regain its glory in the near future. The premise is that Yagami Kingdu grows up alive. Yagami Kanto quickly returned to his home. Not only does he have to go to Yenian village in person, but he also needs to confuse Sanshoyu Hanzo on the battlefield against Urin village. He couldn't let him find out that he was no longer and went to Yenian village. On the frontal battlefield, all the people who may be cared for in Konoha village must be there. Including yourself. The plan must be watertight. The opponent is a demigod of the ninja world. Led Urin village to rise rapidly in the palm-sized territory. In terms of strength, it is no longer inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. I want to count people like this. Be cautious, be cautious. 7th day. Konoha village is ready. The army of ninjas set off and marched in the direction of Unin village. Big move out. The whole ninja world shook. Since Konoha village declared war, all the shinobi villages have been watching the progress of things that they had set off, and for a while, it attracted the attention of the world. Everyone turned their attention to the battle between Konoha village and Urin village. This will be a war that will go down in history. No one knows how tragic it will be. Rainy village. Sanshoyu Hanzo got the news soon. The moment he got the information, his face suddenly gloomy. Is this day finally here? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 58. One-on-one 3 Generations of Earth Shadows. Stop. Seeing that another Murakami Shinobu Iwagakure was about to be besieged and killed, Onogi's eyes were split. Ninjas in Iwayan village, that is, low-end ninjas. Jonin, no matter which ninja village is placed, is a precious existence. One dead, one less. Unfortunately, his action is still late. Yagami Kangdu personally took action. The 8 gates Dunjia activated, Jingmun turned towards the peacock, and penetrated the chest of Yenian Murakami in front of him with one hand. At the same time, Onogi fell. Seeing any corpses in Yenian village, which was devastated and full of wreckage, he was furious. He never thought of it. In their own territory, such a thing would actually happen. Konoha Anbu. The 3 generations of Tukage Onogi noticed the animal mask, and when he saw the appearance of Yagami Soto, he was a little surprised. According to the information of the intelligence personnel, the high-end combat power of Konoha Ninja Village is concentrated in U Ninja Village. For this reason, Yagami Sudo led Anbu members and appeared in Iwayan Village. Onogi has rich battlefield experience. He quickly sensed something was wrong. Yagami Kangdu, who was supposed to be in Urin Village, turned out to be in Yenian Village. There was definitely a secret he didn't know. What do you want to do when you come to Yenian Village? Onogi glared at Kangdu Iori and asked in a cold voice. Do you still need to ask something so obvious? Yagami Kangdu looked at Onogi with the look of an idiot. Declaring war on Urin Village is not your Konoha's real purpose at all. In order to confuse your sight, you will attack my Yenian Village, and then go to the Urin Village battlefield to quickly establish a victory. Onogi's pupils shrank, and he quickly thought of the key. Think about it here. Onogi did not hesitate. The body floats, and the chakra fluctuates violently. This is a sign that Onogi is about to act, crushing Yagami Kanto's plan in the cradle ahead of schedule. Kid, I have to say, your plan is very good. If it can be successfully completed, it will be a huge victory for Konoha. Anamu looked at Yagami Kangdu and changed his words. But, you overestimated your strength. With me here, do you think the plan can really be executed perfectly? You look down on yourself too much. Do you think you can stop me alone? Yagami Kangdu smiled and spoke very calmly. It's like saying a very common fact, the wind is light. Since you are so confident, I will leave you all here. Onogi said coldly. As above the bloodline limit, the bloodstain eliminates the dust escape. The owner, his single strength is outrageous. Yenian Village was able to develop to the level it is today, mostly thanks to him. Don't look at Sanjou Hanzo, who is known as a demigod in the ninja world. If it really fights with Onogi, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. The only downside is, Oyegi's lumbar spine has some problems. I always don't know when to drop the chain, so that the combat power is not stable. Earth escaped the technique of adding weight to the rock. When the words fell, Onogi made his move directly. Along with his explosive drink, Yagami Soto and other members of Anbu felt that their bodies were petrified again. Tried to move, but found he couldn't move at all. At the same time, Onogi rushed towards them at a rapid pace. The hands are constantly knotted. Tudun flows a big river. This is to use the power of Tudun to turn the soil under the enemy's feet into liquid, and the soldiers flow into a big river, forcing the enemy away. Even the shadow is too arrogant. Anbu members' eyes flashed. As soon as this Onogi made his move, he actually wanted to bury all of them. Seeing that the earth flow river was formed in an instant, it was about to bury them all. Yagami Kingdu started. Tudun, Tuliubi, the soil that should have turned into a big river of Tuliu was instantly forcibly changed by Yagami Kingdu. Instead, it turned into a defensive earth wall, blocking the only way for Oyemu. Blood is eliminated, let me see how strong you are. After doing all this easily, looking at Onogi, Yagami Kingdu said. Humph, kid, don't underestimate people. Serial offensive was easily disintegrated in an instant. Oyegi felt that his face was dull, and he snorted coldly. The arm wraps the rock, both offensive and defensive. At the same time, he casts the technique of earth escape to increase the rock density, which increases the density of the rock. Boom boom boom. Onogi waved his arms, and bursts of explosions came from the air. Wrapped in the terrifying wind pressure, Onogi ignored the other Anbu members and directly pressed against Yagami Soto. Yagami came doubling the corners of his mouth, he sneered. In the face of Onogi, who has come abruptly, he will not advance but retreat. Baman Dunjia was the sixth. Jingmun opened fire on Peacock and threw a punch. Boom. The two fists collided, and the terrifying wind suddenly swept through. The earthquake shook and collapsed instantly. Rocks splashed and exploded, puff puff. Yuli was so powerful that the residue pierced through the hard rock. Dust and smoke filled the surroundings, and suddenly an aurora suddenly appeared. The terrifying technique of escaping from the realm of dust, formed by the fusion of the three character changes of wind, earth and fire, blasted out. The terrifying aurora flickered, making people unable to open their eyes. Wherever it passed, the swirling rock and clods were separated into atomic state and resumed annihilation. This is the horror of dust escape. Once it is included, no matter how powerful the body is, it will. And the subsequent large-scale explosion, also. When you choose to escape, your chances of survival are greatly reduced. Having seen Yagami Kanto's terrifying body technique, this is Onogi's coping strategy. The body is hard and the defense is strong, and the eighth door Dunjia. Under the stripping of the original world, turn into ashes. Boom boom boom. The original world stripping technique slammed into the place where Yagami Kingdu was standing, the ground collapsed, and ripples appeared in the void. The fearful wind pressure swept through, and all the members of the Anbu were overturned and flew out. Anamu had a faint smile on his face. Little devil, this is the price of despising me. No chance of surviving after being hit by the stripping of the realm. Onogi smiled confidently, waved his hand, and ordered a group of Iwagakushi ninjas to go to surround the members of the Anbu. He didn't plan to kill them all, he had to be held hostage and demand compensation from Konoha. Otherwise, he would do it himself and go to Kimura. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi can stop him, the entire Konoha village will be destroyed. At this moment, Konoha village's high-end combat power is at its weakest. Anaji's invasion is extremely dangerous. As the kid talking about me. Just as Oyemu was confidently preparing to turn his head, a familiar light laughter suddenly came from his ears. Before he could turn around, he suddenly felt a headache. Yagami Kingdu smashed the back of the head with a punch. Onogi had no defense, and his body flew upside down like a rag sack. Smashed into the dirt with a bang, and Onogi spit out blood. Yagami Kingdu fell steadily beside him, smiling but not laughing at Onogi lying in a deep pit. This moment. All the ninjas in Iwahidden village were silent. They thought that the 3 generations of Toing-sama had done it himself. Who invaded Yenian village today must explain it here. Confident. But where can I imagine? A half-year-old child actually possesses the terrifying strength to fight against Tsuchikage-sama. Now, it is even more punching and fooling the invincible Lord toying in their minds. Everyone was stunned in disbelief. At the same time, the fear in my heart spread rapidly. Tsukage, that is the strongest fighting force of their Yenian village. Now, the strongest man is defeated. Tell the truth. They don't even know Soto Yagami, who was born out of nowhere. For a time, he despised this half-year-old child. Now, I am completely stunned by the strength displayed by Yagami Kanto. Disdain from the beginning. Up to now. His eyes were full of fear. Once this terrifying child turns back to deal with them, will anyone be able to stop them? I am afraid that all they have to face is death. Onogi, promise me a condition that I, Konoha, will announce that I will give up attacking Yenian village. How? Squatting beside Onogi, Yagami Kingdu smiled warmly. But in Onogi's view, it was simply the devil's smile. But now the situation is stronger than people, he can only take a deep breath and ask, what do you say? Sign a defeat agreement and compensate 10 million taels of huobi. Yagami Kanto said directly. There are so many people in Yenian village that it is impossible to kill them all. Than that, it's better to squeeze as much as possible. The 8 gods Kingdu fell. Oyemu's face suddenly turned ugly. 10 million taels of fire coins, you are robbery. Isn't it obvious? Why don't you want to? Yagami Kanto has a natural attitude. What if I refuse? Onogi said. Then I'll take you on your way now. Yagami Kanto looked at Onogi and said calmly. Onogi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he could see from the eyes of Yagami Kingdu that he was serious about what he said. If I don't agree, I'm afraid I will really be killed. At that time, the group of dragons without a leader, the Yenian village may really usher in its demise. Such a thing is absolutely not allowed by Onogi. Okay, I promise you. After a moment of inner struggle, Onogi chose to compromise. For the sake of the entire Yenian village, he must live. Once he dies, Yenian village is likely to be divided up by other shinobi villages. Compared to fighting against the mighty Konoha village, Yurin village is a small country after all. This time Konoha broke out a war against him, but also to curb his continued development. Curb the possibility of Rain Nin village becoming the 6th largest ninja village. Cooperating with Konoha to destroy him will also benefit his Yenian village. Of Konoha will not be so strong in the future. But compared to the future, first of all, Yenian village must have a future. If I were to be wiped out by Yagami Kanto now, I would say that when Yenian village is settled in the future, Yagami Kanto will lead the Anbu members to leave. Go to Yurin village and help Jiraiya and the others to solve the crisis of the demigod mountain pepper fish. Boom. At this moment, a roar resounded in the air. A bright signal bomb exploded, converging on the totem shape of Konoha village. Well, the signal for help is a signal bomb that our Konoha village ninjas will only launch when they encounter a fatal crisis. Yagami Kingdu raised his eyebrows, and quickly led the members who had already been cleaned up to the place where the flares were. About half an hour. In the dense forest, there is a messy battlefield. Charred pits everywhere, and the billowing smoke could not dissipate for a long time. The terrain transformed by earth escape ninjutsu is full of broken corpses. Blood was sprayed all over the floor, and the smell of barbecue came from time to time. Looking around, there are also people with broken arms and short legs who are struggling. Yagami Kanto immediately led the members of Anbu to cast water escape to destroy the burning forest. Quickly enter it and look for possible Konoha openings. Well, there is a living mouth. Anbu members quickly found a dying Konoha ninja. Just stepped forward and found that most of his body had been blown up, and he was about to die. Rope tree. Go and save Lord Shu. What did you say? Strong as an Anbu member, he didn't hear clearly for a while and asked. It's just that when his words fell, the Konoha ninja tilted his head and died of anger. The younger brother of Naoki Tsunade Haim. When Yagami Kingdu heard this, he raised his brows slightly. Look for Rope Tree, the Chinsho clan, Tsunadeji's younger brother. It was only then that he remembered that the Rope Tree was killed in the Second Ninja War. The internal organs were hollowed out, and the appearance of death can be said to be very tragic. Anbu members were startled and acted quickly. Only Tsunade and Shungshu left in the Chinsho clan. If another one dies, won't Princess Tsunade go crazy? Thinking of that, violent Tsunadeji went mad. They all trembled, and they didn't dare to delay for a moment. His body flashed, and he continued to probe into the continuous explosion hole. Soon, members of Anbu found the crowd in front. It's the ninjas of Sandian village. They are all elite ninjas, and the weakest are Chunin. Looking around, you can clearly see the corpses everywhere, and one in particular has been dragged out. A child with a broken body was surrounded by several ninjas from Sandian village. One of them took out a shuriken and stabbed it hard. The boy's face was covered in blood, but he could still tell that he was very similar to Tsunade. Definitely. 1,000-hand rope tree. Stop. Members of Anbu immediately shouted and interrupted the ninja of Sandian village who brutally dismembered the rope tree. Yagami Kingdu is even more angry. The 8th Gate Dunjia 7th Jingmun Day Tiger was launched directly. The terrifying wind pressure swept out, and the earth withstood the huge pressure and collapsed layer by layer. Afterwards, the 8 Gods Kingdu moved. Incredibly fast. Boom boom boom. There were terrifying sonic booms in the air. Wherever he passed, the trees were instantly shattered into slag. The ninja of Sandian village wanted to escape, but the speed was completely unable to keep up with Yagami Kingta. The pupils dilated, and fear filled the eyes. Watching the Yagami Kingdu keep approaching. Roar. The tiger roared in the mountains and forests, as if the sky was falling apart. The earth escapes the earth and flows the wall. The earth escapes the earth and the land returns. A large number of earth walls emerge one after another from the ground, layer upon layer, forming a huge defense to block in front of Yagami Kingdu. It's a pity. In front of Yagami Kingdu, who was furious and opened the door, he was no different from paper paste. In the terrifying day tiger mode, even the 3rd generation Megumi Reikage, who is known as the strongest shield, is not an opponent. It is conceivable how powerful the power is. Punch out. The terrifying earth wall shattered. Chapter 59. One-tailed Shuhei, the legendary Sanin. The earth trembled and was almost turned over. A large amount of earth and rocks were blasted, almost killing all the ninjas in Sandian village. The situation suddenly changed. A kind-hearted old monk appeared, and a large amount of sand and dust swept into the sky, blocking the blasting earth and rocks. Stricken Sandian village ninja also saved his life. One tail is the pillar of strength, and the blessing is shared. Yagami Kingdu raised his brows slightly, but he didn't expect that Cheyenne village actually sent a tail of people to deal with Rope Tree. What a great kid. The monk Fenfu smiled and looked at Kingdu, the 8 gods. At the same time, his whole body began to escape with red chakra wrapping his body. It's actually a tailed beast suit. The mission has been completed, you all go first. Soon, Fenfu's body was wrapped in tailed beast clothes, and he turned back and said to the ninja of Sandian village. He could feel the strength of Yagami Kanto. It's just the trick of the day tiger just now. If he hadn't shot in time, all the ninjas in Sandian village would have died. They stay here and only add to the trouble. You are strong, just like Chio said. After instructing the Cheyenne village ninja, Fenfu looked at King Do-Yashin, and said ruthlessly, "So, it's a pity that I want to leave you here today. This place is at the junction between the land of wind and the land of land. The sky is full of yellow sand, and there is no way to live here. Therefore, it has also become the home field of a tale of people and pillars of strength and blessings. In such an environment, for him, there is a natural bonus. You leave those people from Cheyenne village, and he will be handed over to me to deal with." Yagami Kangdu turned his head and commanded. After the words fell, the members of the Anbu moved. Speed is very fast, but Fanfu controls the sky and the sand, trying to block their way. Pity that Yagami Kangdu was also present. A small high-pressure gas bomb blasted out, shattering the sky. At the same time, his body flashed and he stopped in front of Fanfu. You are courting death. Benevolent brows and good-natured blessings revealed their murderous nature, and with a loud shout, Tian Kwangsha swept towards Yagami Kangdu. Under the high-speed movement, the fine sand is also endowed with terrifying lethality. Wrapped with fierce power, he slammed into the 8 gods Kangdu. Sneer at the corner of Fanfu's mouth, a little devil, he must not be able to stop his attack. Boom! The high-pressure gas bombs erupted again, one after another. The Kwangsha offensive that Fanfu was proud of was instantly disintegrated. How is it possible? Fanfu exclaimed in surprise, and before he had time to react, the whole person flew upside down. But it was Yagami Kangdu who punched his parents, causing severe damage in an instant. Blood spurted out from a big mouth, and the whole person gradually weakened. Little devil, I have to admit that you are very strong, and I am not your opponent. But, next, go to hell. Fanfu's eyes were full of madness, and he took the initiative to guide Chakra, who was guarding the crane, to invade his brain. The chakra of guarding cranes contains a lot of negative emotions. Just an instant, Fanfu fell into madness. The sky and the mad sand frantically condensed on Fanfu, and in the blink of an eye, a huge civet cat appeared. Roar! Shuhei roared at Yagami Kangdu, which was far more terrifying than Fu's terrifying chakra fluctuations. Just waiting for Shuhei to attack. Yagami Kanto moved again. The high-pressure gas bomb, which had been brewing for a moment, slammed into Aikyo Morizuru at a rapid rate. Haste! Shuhei only had time to condense the wild sand all over his body, trying to resist the high-pressure gas bombs. Unfortunately, the time left for him was too short. The condensed sand screen was instantly penetrated, and the high-pressure air bomb smashed Shuhei severely. Shuhei screamed and flew out, but it wasn't over yet. The 8 gods Kangdu kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are opened, and the divine power is activated. In an instant, he appeared beside Shuhei, and smashed it down with another punch. Shokrane was embedded in a deep pit in the ground, and Yagami Kanto continued to attack. A punch fell, and Shuhei's body quickly shattered and turned into fine sand. Fanfu's figure was quickly revealed. However, the fist continued to fall. The rope tree is just a child. Going to the battlefield is just for experience. Deal with such a child, he actually emptied all his internal organs. Is this what a human should do? Kill, it is necessary to achieve this level of rage. Yagami Kangdu's eyes are red, and he will not stop until he smashes the Fufu hammer into blood. Bang bang bang, clay fell from the earth. At this moment, it was like a big hole was broken in the air. A large amount of clay fell, trying to stick to Yagami Soto and trap him. I didn't expect it. This is still a big fish. I thought I was lucky enough to kill the only male of the Chinsho clan, but I met the little devil of the Uchiha clan. Just now, it was a scribble eye. Hee, I'm going to dig it out and take it back for viewing. You guys have no opinion, right? Indifferent voices came, and several ninjas from Sandian village revealed their figures and sneered. Whoever provided you with the rope tree, Kangdu, the 8 gods, returned to his senses and looked at a few ninjas in the village of Sandian indifferently. The location of the rope tree is a secret, not even him. Sandian village actually dispatched he to ensure the smooth operation of the operation. But the biggest inner ghost group has been expelled, and Yagami Kangdu is a little confused. Hey, wondering if there is a way to survive. Ninja of Sandian village sneered, and already grabbed the shuriken in his hand. But before he could make a move, he found that his left arm holding the shuriken was cut off by Keegan. Blood spurted wildly, and the pain stung his nerves. Ah. My hand. Who will answer my question still wants to be like him first, and I will ask slowly. Yagami Kangdu came behind them like a ghost, and his words were cold. Damn, you are courting death. Some people do not believe in evil. A little devil, how strong can suddenly appear behind them? I am afraid it is a new ninja item developed by Konoha. That can hide from them must be very valuable, and you can't carry a lot of them with you. Poochie, Poochie. Immediately following the sound of two sharp weapons entering the body, the two sand ninja arms were cut off by Keegan. Is exactly the same as the first sand shinobi who uttered wild words. It's your turn. Yagami Kangdu looked at the last two people indifferently. Kill us, Sandian village ninja, will never give in. Service word came down. Sand ninja, who wanted to die, moved his house. Watching the tragic death of his companion, the last sand ninja urinated in fright. I said, it's a guy shrouded in black, we don't know who he is. It's the truth, I didn't lie to you. The heart-piercing roar of the ninja in the village of Sandian. His eyes were full of fear. Let me go, let me go. He kept begging for mercy, and even knelt down and kowtowed frantically. PFF'd. Soto Yagami waved his shuriken indifferently. Blood sandblasted, another head moved. Puff, puff. He turned back and swept a punch again, and all the ninjas in Sandian village were killed. There was still disbelief on their faces. I can't believe that I was actually killed by a half-sized kid. In this war, you Konoha won after all. You are very lucky to have a little devil like Yagami Kantu. I'll let you live today. From now on, I Hanzo will call you Konoha Sanin. As the price of your life, bear your own name. Looking coldly at the seriously injured Jiraiya, Tsunade Haim and Orochimaru, Hanzo who could have killed them gave up. Just got news that Yenian village was raided by Yagami Kangdu. Onogi in Yenian village was defeated, and humiliated and signed a defeat agreement, promising to compensate Konoha village with 10 million fire coins. Now, the Yagami Kangdu, who solved Yenian village, is rushing towards Urin village with all his strength. Continue to persevere, or kill Tsunade and others, it will lead to the destruction of Urin village. Let the three of them go, Konoha won't kill them all. Konoha 3 naturally knew Hanzo's plan, and they didn't want to agree, so they could only be forced to accept it. Hold on, if Konoha doesn't say anything, they will definitely be killed. Supporting each other back to the camp, after the treatment of the medical ninja, the three of them quickly recovered as before. Orochimaru goes to the land of water to deal with the harassment of their troubled water fishing. On the battlefield of Sandian village, the latest poison developed by the shadow-level powerhouse and mother-in-law Chiyo completely suppressed the Konoha ninja, and even Uchiha Hirakawa was no match. As the most outstanding person among the medical ninjas, Tsunade naturally took on the big responsibility and went to Sandian village to deal with Chiyo's mother-in-law. It is worth mentioning that Orochimaru's parents, unfortunately, died while dealing with the ninjas of the Kirin village. Such news, naturally, quickly reached the ears of Yagami Kanto. Going back to the village with the rope tree, which was fortunately not gutted, and used the special recovery potion to pull it back from the gate of hell. A message came from Konoha. I hope that if possible, let Yagami Soto go to the country of water to support Orochimaru. Yagami Kangdu agreed. Since Orochimaru and the others survived, it means that he has already fought with Hanzo, and it would be meaningless for him to go to Urin village at this time. Leading Anbu all the way, Yagami Soto met Tsunade who went to Sandian village to deal with Chiyo's mother-in-law. Seeing Yagami Kanto's iconic cold face from a distance, Tsunade happily waved. The name of Konoha Sanin has spread far and wide, and the whole ninja world already knows it. I am still young, and I am a little bit overjoyed at such a glory. How come my sister is so powerful, even a demigod can't beat me? When he came to the side of Yagami Kanto, Tsunade was showing off something. After all, Yagami Kangdu is too strong, and her power makes her despair. At this time, it is not easy to have a bragging record, of course, not to be missed. Great, great. Yagami Kanto cooperated and gave a thumbs up. HMPH, it's good to know. Tsunadeji snorted, very happy, and said, okay, no small talk, I'm going to Sandian village to support. That nasty old woman, always poisonous and insidious. Wait. Looking at Tsunade who was about to leave, Yagami Kanto stopped him. What's wrong? Turning back in doubt, Tsunade was stunned. Rope tree, why are you here? Looking at his younger brother in surprise, Tsunade looked up and down and found that he was not injured, so he felt relieved. What's the matter? Then, Tsunade turned back and looked at Yagami Kanto. Yagami Kangdu spread his hands. The battlefield is so dangerous, let someone bring your brother to Konoha. A rare opportunity to exercise without danger. Tsunade pouted. If it wasn't for safety, how could the teacher let the rope tree come out? You mean, the 3-generation-old man knows rope tree's actions? Iori Kangdu frowned suddenly. Does anyone else know? He had a bold conjecture in his heart. If so, this Sarutobi Hizen is too sinister. Compared with him, the insidious family Tuanzang is simply. No, what's wrong? Is it weird? Tsunade is a little strange. It's okay, just let the rope tree follow me. You can rest assured to go to the battlefield of the Land of Wind. Yagami Kanto said directly. Is it alright? I won't trouble you, will you? Tsunade asked. Don't worry. Yagami Kanto nodded. Then you have to be obedient, don't talk back when Brother Kangdu says anything, you know. Tsunade Haim ordered to Naoshu, quickly left and went to Sandian village. When he was gone, Yagami Soto cast a different god on the rope tree. Forcibly modify the will of others, you will naturally be able to read the memory. As long as it doesn't happen for too long, it won't cause any damage to the caster and the cast. Soon, Yagami Aoto found something interesting from Joachim's memory. It just needs to be confirmed, and we can't jump to conclusions for the time being. Come on, go to the Land of Water. An order, Yagami Soto quickly led the members of Anbu to the Land of Water. Wei, I met Konoha Whitefang and Hitaki Sakumo. Just as he was about to return to the village, Yagami Kangdu handed the rope tree to him and let him take it back to Konoha village. Soon, the cumbersome Yagami Kangdu, without the rope tree, quickly came to the battlefield of the Land of Water. Here, it has long been a mess. On the devastated battlefield, there were charred corpses and blood flowing everywhere. Because Wuin village is fighting at home, and Konoha village is fighting on multiple fronts, it is natural to be beaten and retreat. There were corpses all over the ground, and the people of Konoha village accounted for the vast majority. In the temporary camp of Konoha village, there is a gloomy cloud. As for the only commander, Orochimaru, because of the death of his parents, he is still fighting with the ninjas of Karayan village on the battlefield. It's just that even if he is very strong, after the battle with Hanzo, he first entered the shadow level, and his strength has improved a lot. In the face of the large number of Kirin, Orochimaru did not take any advantage. Orochimaru, calm down. Yagami Kangdu came to the battlefield, killed several Kirin, and found Orochimaru, who was decadent and empty-faced. Why is life so fragile? Orochimaru muttered to himself, and his heart began to walk into another path. An obsession took root in his heart. Eternal life, is it real? Seeing that Orochimaru could not be calmed down, Yagami Kangdu directly knocked him unconscious and brought him back to the temporary camp for resettlement. Then, he returned to the battlefield and took over the command of Orochimaru. The identity of the leader of Anbu allowed him to successfully obtain the command. Mr. Pay the price. Looking at the bastard ninjas of the two countries on the battlefield, Yagami Kangdu sneered, opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, and joined it. Such terrifying combat power was not overlooked at first. At the age of 9, many people in Wuin village despised him. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend and share. Chapter 60, Killing Thousands of People in Seconds. Boom boom boom. Afterwards, on the battlefield of Sandian village, there would be a shocking explosion from time to time. Intensity is even more severe than the ninjutsu released by Shangnin. Soon, someone noticed Yagami Kangdu, who was like a duck to water on the battlefield. Damn little devil, when did he appear? It's the people of Konoha village again, are they crazy? Such a small child is also sent to the battlefield. Haha, it means that there is no one left in Konoha. As long as we continue to fight, we can already win this victory. Many ninjas in Korean village were talking about it, grinning and rushing towards the Yagami Kangdu. Ding dong, temporary mission released. Successfully kill 1,000 ninjas in Korean village, reward 500 bait. With the sound of the system prompt sound, Yashin Kangdu's mouth twitched, a smile appeared. Exactly what I want. Secretly attracting the ninjas of Korean village, Yagami Aoto was planning to hit them hard. Now, the time is almost up. The temporary task of the system is simply for nothing. Wind pressure swept through, and the terrifying scene of the sky and the earth was stunned by the ninjas of Korean village. It's just a slight stunt, doomed their next fate. Roar. The white tiger, which was completely condensed by chakra, roared, and flew to the center of the battlefield under the trend of Yagami Kangdu. A large number of ninjas in the hidden village of Kiri gather together, and the density is too concentrated to be able to dodge effectively. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rises out of nowhere and goes straight into the sky. Thousands of ninjas from Korean village did not respond at all, and with the terrifying explosion, they were annihilated under the terrifying high-pressure gas bomb. How come? What exactly happened? God's punishment is over, our mist ninja village is over. The remaining mist looked at the sudden scene in astonishment, and they fell into deep fear. I don't know what happened at all. Just a high-pressure gas bomb out of thin air actually killed a large number of their friendly troops. Roughly estimated, at least 1,000 people. Ha ha ha, damn fog ninja, arrogant, you continue to be arrogant. Compared to Kiran's despair, Konoha ninja was extremely happy. Stunned for a long time, and then an earth-shattering cheer broke out. Others don't know, but they know that this is the work of Yagami Kangdu. The Konoha ninja, whose morale suddenly soared, immediately launched an attack again. The ninjas of Korean village have not yet woken up from the shock of the explosion, and the scale of victory has completely fallen on Konoha village. The ninjas of Korean village were beaten by Konoha ninjas and retreated, leaving a large number of corpses. Yagami Kangdu was not idle either, and continued to join the battlefield to fight. He discovered that the terrorist explosion just now only killed more than 800 people. There is still more than 100 to complete the task. Naturally, the mentality of the day tiger cannot be maintained for a long time, and the restoration of Lilianwa's state is enough for the Yagami Kangdu to rage on the current battlefield. As the commander-in-chief of this battlefield, the patriarch of the Kagaya clan knew that there was no room for recovery, and directly led the army to retreat. Konoha was at an absolute disadvantage. Because of the arrival of Yagami Soto, the battle situation was reversed. But even so, this stop was the most tragic battle in Konoha village. Probably the victory of Rain Ninja village made many Konoha ninjas swell, so proud that they stepped into the traps of Wu Ninja village again and again. With more than 1,000 casualties, it was the battlefield with the most casualties in this ninja war. The development of the medical ninja team has not been paid attention to because of Tsunade Heime's suggestion. So much so that a dozen or so medical ninjas were unable to heal a large number of wounded. My lord, I think it's time to ask the village for help. Soon, the medical captain was under pressure and found Yagami Kanto. Too many casualties. Some people may have hope of surviving, but the treatment time is too late, so they can only die in pain. In the whole day's work, the number of deaths due to insufficient personnel exceeded 180. 180. And this situation is it is getting worse and worse. Take this. Dilute each bottle to 100% and give it to the wounded to drink it. Yagami Kangdu thought for a while, then took out 10 bottles of special effect recovery potions and handed them over to the captain of the medical team. Although there were doubts in his heart, the leader of the medical team quickly followed Yagami Kingdo's method to dilute the special recovery potion and give it to the Konoha wounded. Something magical happened. No matter how badly he was injured, his life was temporarily saved. Minor injuries are healed directly, and serious injuries are also restored, but the disabled person is still disabled. But being able to save his life is surprising enough. At the same time, the land of water, the village of Mist Ninja. Because of the sudden change in the situation of Yagami Kingdo, the 3 generations of Mizukage urgently summoned the elders of Wuin village to discuss how to continue the next battle. The one who kills 1,000 people with one move and appears on the battlefield in front is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. Konoha Shinobi Village come out with such a strong man besides. The 3 generations of Shueiying looked bad. The remnant of the Kingdom of Vortex, the matter of Vortex Kushina made him extremely hate Konoha Village. Now, at the critical moment of the victory of Karayan Village, when such a thing happened, he was furious. Intelligence personnel investigate. It is suspected to be a child. It is likely to be Konoha's new Anbu leader, Yagami Kanto. It's just that his strength is too strong. No one can approach him, and his specific identity cannot be ascertained. An elder from Mist Ninja Village came out and said, "Suspected to be a child, Yagami Kingdo, it's him again." Hearing the intelligence report, the 3 generations of water shadows suddenly stopped. He repeatedly sabotaged his plans, and killed so many ninjas in Karayan Village. It is tolerable, it is unbearable. Everyone, I will personally fight against Yagami Kingdo. Yakura is still young, but he has shown a natural suppression of the consciousness of the 3 tails. He is the future of our Karayan Village, and he must be protected. Mizukage Sandai directly stated his decision. Many elders of Wuin Village looked at each other, but none of them objected. They are very clear about the strength of the 3 generations of water shadows, and the shadow-level powerhouses are among the best. In the face of a terrifying shadow level who killed thousands of people with one move, it is most suitable for him to come forward. Yes, Shueiying-sama. Meanwhile, Konoha camp. Time, Yagami Kingta, who was about to go fishing, was soon notified to hold a meeting. Oh, it's really troublesome. Iori Kingdo sighed. What's good about fighting and killing, isn't he good for fishing? Tukao returned to Tukao. Yagami Kingdo still put away the fishing rod and went to the meeting. Master Yagami Kingdo, this is the information that was just sent, please take a look first. Soon as he entered the conference room, the intelligence personnel of the mountain clan came up. The content is very simple. The 3 generations of water shadows personally came to this battlefield, so that everyone should be careful. The 3 generations of water shadows are very mysterious, and no one even knows their names. Not to mention what kind of ninjutsu and what kind of ability he can do. Yurin village voluntarily withdrew from the war, and Sandian village took the handover baton. A large number of ninjas in Konoha invaded Sandian village, the country of wind, and the 2 sides started a fierce battle. Yenian village was afraid of Yagami Kingdo's warning, shrinking the line of defense, and did not take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Who arrived at the battlefield in time, lived up to expectations and successfully defused the poisonous attack of Chiyo's mother-in-law. Morale of Konoha village has skyrocketed, and at the same time, Tsunade has also become the key target of Sandian village. Past few days, there have been small-scale battles on the battlefield of the Land of Water, but the village of Kirin is quite restrained. They are waiting for the 3 generations of water shadows to appear on the battlefield in front of them, trying to reverse the world. Everyone knows that the outcome between Konoha and Kirin depends on who wins between Yagami Soto and Mizukage 3. On this day, Konoha ninja went to provoke the ninjas of Karayan village as usual. Boom! Suddenly, when the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, a huge water dragon rushed towards them. Blink of an eye, he came to the front of many Konoha ninjas. They have no ability to resist at all, and things happened too suddenly. Ouch! The roaring water dragon swept towards the many ninjas in Konoha. To devour them. Boom! At the same time, Yagami Kingdu shot in time. Super large fireball erupted, comparable to the power of ninjutsu, and easily took over this sudden water dragon bullet. It's really you. A figure quickly came to the battlefield and screamed in anger. With such strength also appeared on the battlefield of the land of water. Needless to say, it is undoubtedly the third generation of water shadows. You are Yagami Kingdu hihi, very good. However, you are still planted in my hands after all. Mizukage Sandai looked at Yagami Aoto mockingly with a confident look on his face. As soon as his voice fell, 5 misty ninjas suddenly appeared. Looking around the Yagami Kingdu, his hands quickly formed seals. It's all a matter of lightning and flint. The technique of escaping the water prison. A stream of water appeared out of thin air and enveloped Yagami Kingdu in it. Which is jointly performed by the 5 Junin, has increased exponentially in all aspects. Not only is it unbreakable, but the water pressure inside can generate huge pressure. Even the elite Junin was trapped in it, and he didn't have the ability to raise his hand to make a seal. Sir. When many Konoha ninjas saw this, their eyes were red and they wanted to come forward to rescue. But the 3 generations of water shadows have long been prepared. He just wants to kill Yagami Sudo. In fact, as early as 3 days ago, he had been lurking on the battlefield. He has been observing the movements of Konoha's side all the time, and he thinks he has all the information of Yagami Kingdu, so he made a bold move. A strong taijutsu, ninjutsu is also very scarce. As long as it is trapped, all problems are self-solving. Sure enough, in the eyes of the 3 generations of water shadows, the seamless plan has been perfectly implemented. Kingdu Yagami, who caused several troubles to his village of Hidden Mist, was trapped in a water prison. There is no resistance, only to accept his fooling. He didn't want to kill Yagami Kanto immediately, but prepared to torture slowly. 3 generations of water shadows want to let the world know that offending Wuin village will not end well. Stunned, take it back. With a sneer, the order came out, and the 3 generations of water shadows commanded condescendingly. But before his voice fell, his brow suddenly raised unexpectedly. The Yagami Kingdu, who was originally trapped in the water prison, suddenly turned his eyes slowly to the pattern of the red nebula. Sharingan, you're actually a kid from the Uchiha family. At this moment, no one has seen the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Even if it is the 3 generations of water shadows, it is regarded as an ordinary writing wheel eye. He smiled, surprised. I didn't expect that you actually have the blood of the Uchiha clan. I've been curious about Shunyan, so please contribute your eyes. The 3 generations of water shadows smiled and were about to step forward. Fingers and grasped, actually wanting to gouge out Yagami Kingdu's eyes. The people in the water prison couldn't move, but the people outside reached in, but it was completely fine. Whoosh. It was just that he was about to catch Yagami Kingdu, but Sandai Mizukage felt his eyes flicker. The Yagami Kingdu, who was supposed to be in the water prison, disappeared. For a moment, he actually felt violent fluctuations in time and space. Ah! Just when the 3rd generation of water shadows was in a trance, the shrill screams sounded. Turning back hastily, the 3 generations of Mizukage found that Yagami Kingdu had captured one of the 5 joinin who performed the water prison technique. Shuriken, in front of Mizukage, ruthlessly slashed the throat of this Kurigakushi Murakami shinobi. Speed is too fast, and it is too late for the 3rd generation of water shadows to rescue them. Iori Kingdu. A frantic roar roared from Mizukage's mouth. He was angry, really angry. No one has ever dared to kill in front of him, this is the first time. This is Kai Guguo's provocation. The technique of escaping the waterfall by water. The hands quickly formed a seal, and the 3rd generation of water shadows shot. In the home field of the land of water, the power of any water escape has been increased to a certain extent. The monstrous waterfall swept across the middle between Yagami Soto and the remaining 4 Kurigakushi Murakami shinobi. Little devil, you are provoking me. Staring at Yagami Kangdu, Mizukage Sandai was furious like never before. The water was chaotic. Suddenly, a huge waterfall fell from the sky, mixed with the previous waterfall, and slammed towards Yagami Kangdu. The 3 generations of water shadows did not stop there. The secret technique of water escape is the technique of the water wrist. The surrounding water mist is surging, condensing on the wrist of the 3 generations of water shadows. In the blink of an eye, the 3 generations of water shadows possess the power to sever iron gates and rock walls. Waterfall fell, and Yagami Kanto moved lightly, easily dodging the seemingly terrifying offensive of the waterfall. But the 3 generations of water shadows are not surprising. It seems that the direction where Yagami Kangdu will appear has long been expected. Coming to the position where Yagami Kangdu appeared in advance, Hao Shui's wrist smashed out. In the eyes of outsiders, this is simply that Yagami Kangdu sent it over to be beaten by others. Mizukage grinned wickedly, and smashed his arm towards the back of Yagami Kangdu's head. It is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Once hit, it will not die or be paralyzed. Boom. Was too late, but it was fast, and Yagami Kangdu turned around and threw a punch. The 2 fists collided and sparks flew. In Karayan village were all stunned. Where did this pervert come from, to be able to confront Master Shuiying face to face? Just a child. Konoha Shinobi village is so favored by the gods, even such a small child has such terrifying strength. Of water shadows became more and more frightened as they fought.